time for the traditional season finale. 12 hours here on the Spanish coast and at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. A double dose of points in the final round of the 2023-2024 24-hour eSports Championship. So glad you can join us here on RaceSpotTV, on VCO's Twitch, and across these 12 hours of action. Boy, you better believe plenty of action lies in front of us. Our Junior Kangi Party joined alongside by David Haynes. And David, I've got to say, what a fascinating season we've had so far to get here and to finish up with this traditional season finale coming to Barcelona, where we know things are always going to be difficult with traffic management. It's a challenge that I'm not envious of the drivers for getting ready to go with right now.
Couple years in a row, the season finale is a double-length race, double points, all on the line and all to play for. After already 30 hours of racing in 24-hour series esports this season, there's 12 more to go. We had Spa, Sebring, Silverstone, Monza, and the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but it all finishes here. 12 hours of Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya.
I'm looking forward to seeing how the drivers all get on. It's been a interesting road to get here. If you're joining us for the very first time, you're slightly new to the world of the multi-class 24-hour esports championship, powered of course by Creventic. In a couple of classes, there are multiple cars to pick from. Of course, in the Porsche 992 GT3 class, there's just the one car to pick from. But before we talk about championship standings, David, let's talk about BOP. 12 hours of racing. You know that drivers are probably thinking about how their car is going to compete compared to the rest in their class. And this is how the BOP is all shaken out. Not much of changes to talk about from TFR Lab heading into this round, but hoping to see a pretty equal playing field across the board.
Yeah, GT4 very much untouched there, except for 1 kilogram on that Mercedes-AMG GT4 and losing just a tiny fraction of its fuel tank. GT3 obviously a little more complex there, with a little bit of weight, fuel, power going around to make sure everyone has a fair chance, and not too much change in TCR there. There's one category that doesn't need any bop, and it's because it is single make in the 992 class, so that's awesome.
And it's a class where, of course, they make their speed in such an interesting way. Let's talk, though, championship, because double dose of points to be paid out. First at the 6-hour mark, then when the checkered flag flies as well. And quite close at the top of the GT3 standings, although I think BS Competition, after the victory at the Green Hell at the Nordschleife, really needing the double dose of points to try and put the pressure onto Drago Racing, who have 3 of 5 wins, David, so far this season.
There's a handful of other Ferrari teams, but Drago Racing have been the best in that new 296 GT3, and you see their rivals behind them really looking to capitalize today. BS Competition, Falcon Sim Racing Team, 50 points on offer. It's quite a way down the order before you're completely out of contention, but anything can happen in 12 hours for the good or the bad of any of these teams.
And I think it's going to be close across of 3 of our championships, and even closer when we talk about the 992s, where Scherer Esports, the newly crowned Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring champions in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, lead from Valkyrie, Altus, but 6 points splitting them, only 3 points back to Williams Esports Academy. I don't know what it is about this 992 class, David. It always seems to be super tight.
Part of the pit stop strategy as well for these cars. They don't take fuel and tyres at the same time. You'll see 2 tyre stops, you'll see no tyre stops, and around the halfway mark of this race, that's where it'll also get really interesting. So yeah, as I correct myself, 40 points on offer today. So you see anyone back to 38 points. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing are theoretically in it, but it is so close, particularly I'd say your top 3 cars there.
Don't worry, I'm sure we'll talk about plenty of mathematical mistakes in championship fights over the next 12 hours. Quick look at GT4 though, because it's still relatively close between SimRC, 07 Racing, Zenith, Impulse, and then even Grid and Go and Movano. 6 teams split by 11 points. It's all to play for. One class where there's a little less to play for, I think, in some regards, is the TCR category, where 2 teams have somewhat had a breakaway at the front. Impulse and Team Hoisingveld, 90 and 84 points respectively, and then Entropic PFBR back in 3rd. David, what are we expecting from these TCRs, where we know draft can play its part?
Well, we're only expecting 9 cars on the grid for this race, and points go all the way back to 15th. So you look at any of those cars up the front and you think, okay, so long as I can finish, I'm definitely going to get some points, and it narrows the equations in this particular category. But they slipstream so hard. We're on the historic version of Barcelona, so the speeds are high, so will the slipstreaming, so will the fuel strategy games as well.
And well, drivers are getting their instructions now to get ready to head down trackside. I think one thing that we should probably quickly touch on, there are many race control things to discuss in the early stages, and this will just be a handful of them as you take a look on the bottom right portion of your screen. We're talking 20-second penalties, time penalties, for almost around half of the TCR field. There's also a couple of things in some of the other classes to talk about, but David, one thing that I love about the 24-hour series esports championship is the way that penalties are served. You don't have to come and take these inside of the first 3 laps like sometimes you would have to in other iRacing championships. No, instead you can serve these at the same time as pit stops using the penalty box.
Penalty box is in the pit lane, but it's just before all of the pit stalls, so teams can stop there, serve their penalty, and then move on to their pit stall, and they can stay on their normal strategy. But whatever the race control penalty, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 60 seconds, that's how much extra is going to go to their pit stop, and it doesn't throw you out the window, and it gives race control the opportunity to put some very soft penalties on where a penalty is warranted, but it doesn't need to be a drive-through or a stop and go or a disqualification or throw off your strategy.
It's a great little addendum to the way that iRacing tends to do things. You can see there as well the longer sweeping hairpin that will run through. Let's not forget we will also have the faster final sector as well as the drivers get their final moments before they head trackside. We can take you down to the starting grid though and take you down through how what will be 51 machines will line up for the 12 Hours of Barcelona, the final round in the 2023-2024 24-Hour Series Esports Championship. And Simufy and Tristan Iglesias have been flying and qualifying on plenty of occasions. They'll lead us from the front, but alongside Drago Racing, Ricardo Rico will be trying to challenge, only 85 thousandths off, and the championship leaders have the advantage. Tim Matska in the big green machine, then's got Sota Muto, the #1 for Williams Esports, alongside. Ruben Bongo going to be on those drums inside of Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, as BS Plus competition have some work to do in the championship. Team 75's second machine is back inside of Obsidian Racing. Plenty of Porsches up the front with Sabolt and WSR Esports Butt Kicker rounding out your top 10. It'll be Impulse and Falcon Sim Racing 11th and 12th and around 7/10 off of pole position before you get back to the final 4 cars. WSR Esports Butt Kicker, the Valkyrie XP competition car, and then Team Hoisting Velt and Door Esports. 16 GT3s, locked and loaded. The 992s will be faster in a straight line, but in their championship fight, Dino Lombardi and Altus Esports, third in points. First on track, they'll be alongside the points leaders. Shera Esports will potentially see Raphael Renhofer on the start, and then that Valkyrie XP Bonjour machine is alongside Olympus Esports. All of the top 3 in the championship, though, find themselves top 3 on the grid. Jersey Glack and that Williams Esports Academy car, the driver that maybe has a bit more work to do. Look at that margin in qualifying, 7/10 off for him, but he's alongside David Bosga for Simufy Esports. Visceral, Impulse, Hydrace, Geodesic, Carvu, and Miniti. 11 of these Porsche 992 machines with times in the session and getting ready to go. And that's half of our field talked about. 2 more classes. And in the GT4s, Zenith Esports, third in the points. And with some work to do, they put it together in qualifying, and alongside Movano Corsa will lead us to the green. It will be SimRC and the Aston Martin alongside 07 Racing. First and second in points, third and fourth on track, and then Sabolt and GridandGo.com, 5th and 6th positions. Watch for Steen Ledger to really try and make an impact from slightly further back in qualifying than I think he would want to be. Impulse and the Door Esports Academy car share row 4, with Ashley Finch for WSR Esports Butt Kicker alongside Wave Italy. And X-Racer Geeks Energy Racing, 11th and 12th positions. X-Racer Racer Esports and the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward team that will not take to the starting grid. Don't worry about the wrong livery there. It's instead going to be a pit stop penalty infringement for that crew for misregistering initially. Final class, and well, in touring cars, Impulse Racing already have, well, a bit of an advantage here, knowing that Team Hoisingveld will have a 20-second penalty. They've also got pole position. They'll be alongside Wave Italy Racing with Hoisingveld, RD Simsport, W2E Pro, and Entropic PFBR through your front 6 starting spots. Just 9 machines, as David mentioned, Race for Cat, and then the MA70 and the Carlar machines round out the starting grid. A look top to bottom, David, a stacked grid as ever, and 51 machines, not going to be just managing track limits here, but managing the traffic for 12 hours of racing.
Yeah, and I'm having just a little peek at the strength of field across the 4 categories. GT3, both the most numerous with the number of cars, but also high strength of field for the quality of the drivers to be expected. Starting zone here is out of the final corner, about where there's an advertising billboard next to the track. So that's for each class leader to decide in the prescribed starting zone with 12 hours on the clock.
And we'll get each of those starts one by one. So the good thing is that we'll get our chance to focus on all of the different lead jumps as well. David, expectations here. How focused will drivers be on the 6-hour mark? Remember, it's a double dose of points. 100% of points that we usually see at the 6-hour mark of a regular race paid out halfway through.
Super focused. I'll be looking to be leading my class at the halfway point and then figure out the next 6 hours after that.
Throw 12 hours onto the clock, but 6 hours will be the first time we talk about championship situations. Away we go on the Spanish coast, racing at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya for 12 hours, and the GT3s will filter on through. Look how close the rest of the cars and classes are stacked up behind. Down into the braking zone, already the 992s are underway as well. It is going to be Simify, Maniti, and then Drago 1, 2, and 3. Nicolas Matteo going very, very tentative as there's chaos in the backdrop. 3-4 cars tangled up in a major incident. Now the 992s have got to come across of that, and GT4's TCR is getting underway as well, David.
One of the WSR GT3s went round the outside, maybe got a bit squeezed, some contact there, and the GT3's dropping back. A Valkyrie XP competition, WSR eSports butt kicker.
What a crazy start, but 992s at the front, able to work their way through safely. Long right-hander, then onto the brakes into the middle sector. They're working through where the GT3 cars are still trying to trickle on through. Top of your screen, Maniti Racing very much feeling the pressure here as we rise to the top of this long right-hander. You can see Drago Racing tucked in behind. I wonder at this stage, David, how aggressive they want to be in not wanting to let Simify run away.
Always you want to stay within that 1 second, get the slipstreaming for the lap time that it'll get you around this circuit, but also potentially the fuel savings it could get you. Always touch and go in some of these classes, particularly GT3, I think, about how many pit stops you're going to need to get to that 6-hour mark. Some of the other classes like the 992, GT4, they run a little longer on the fuel, a little longer than an hour, and TCR longer than all. Past 90 minutes is possible, so they're going to want to get to the 6-hour point of the race on just 3 stops if they can.
And because we start in the morning, work through the course of the day, we'll see changing track conditions that will in some ways likely as well lead to some different strategies through the course of the day. Through the field, let's take a look at the gaps as the opening lap has come to an end. I can tell you that GT4s and touring cars, really not too much in terms of issues. A couple of drivers in the GT4 class making use of the start to make up a couple of spots. But look here at the 992s, Altus Esports, Dino Lombardi trying to break away and build his advantage.
And did you see all of them snaking one side of the road to the other down the pit straight? That signals to me that the slipstream is super important to these drivers and their strategy, that whatever you do, you've got to follow the car in front. The car in front's trying to break the toe. Dino Lombardi's definitely incentivized to try to do that to this 992 field, because he's got a lovely little gap of 2 seconds, and then we're looking second, third, fourth, fifth, all through here, ferocious. Some GT3s trying to work their way back through.
And like you said, that being a GT3, I wonder if that means for some of these drivers, they'll try and use that car through the corners to try and close the margin if they can roll their speed through quite effectively. Back over to the GT4s. Still Zenith leading here, David, but 07 Racing, remember, they've got to try and make up some points to SimRC at the 6-hour mark, you'd think, to try and put themselves into contention at the very end, already up to second.
So McLaren leading from the Mercedes, Aston Martin sitting there in third. Where can I find a Porsche? But it's all looking pretty good off this race start at the moment from GT4. I see Drago Racing dropping back in GT3. Definitely our GT3 to watch.
Ooh, and there's some damage on the front of the Porsche that they're now fighting with. There are two Team 75 machines. They have some new liveries, and I thought for a second that might be a missing front hood, but no, one of those cars slides on forward, the second not able to do so, and you wonder if Nicolas Matteo just a little bit worried now about being left on the outside, but look how confident he was on slamming the door shut. Whatever dramas they've had, David, no damage to the car, just lost a couple of spots.
Yeah, 1 second lost on that lap for Drago Racing, and the way we're going at the moment in GT3, that meant 4 positions.
I'm wondering if it was just through those final 2 corners. We don't have the chicane. Instead, we build a lot more speed through the double right-hander that we used to run in the Grand Prix days, going back quite a ways now. And, of course, we added that terrible chicane. We've been able to get rid of it once again. And so here we go. Take a look at the first replay of the day. Of course, there was a little bit of start shenanigans as well, but as we head out through the first of the right-handers, you can see a little bit aggressive to the inside. I wonder if that was a corner cut and a slowdown. There
is a slowdown there, and you see them giving up the line, trying to get out of the way. So I suspect through the now much faster penultimate corner right-handed downhill that they've cut just a little bit too much of the curbing and gone across the flat concrete there. Something to look out for. The thing to look out for is the drive-through penalties or time penalties for exceeding the incident limit, which is off tracks in this series. But that won't happen in the first hour, hopefully, but something to keep an eye on much deeper in the race.
Incident limit hasn't changed between the 6 and the 12-hour races, so if some of the drivers are struggling to keep, between the bounds of the track here, that might be of concern to them. Take a look, though, at the race start, down into turn number 1. What happened as the GT3s all filtered their way through?
Well, we had 3 lanes that didn't quite want to go down to 2. I think it was that Mercedes from WSR there around the outside, and the 2 lanes on the inside are trying to say, no, you've got to yield around the outside, and they say, no, I don't quite, and they get into the side of that Porsche, and everyone else has to scatter to avoid, and 2 cars go around just as the 992 field starts steaming through. The WSR car, I think, went to pit for repairs and has rejoined the race, and then we saw the Porsche from Valkyrie still trying to cut its way through the 992 field, which is easier said than done, because when those Porsche Cup cars in 992 class are on fresh tyres, their pace is very quick to GT3s. GT3s with more downforce, ABS traction control, hold on to their tyres longer. The pace drops off more in 992, but early goings here at a high speed circuit, Bryce Minguet is not making a whole lot of progress through the second tier class.
The Porsche GT3 Cup cars don't have any BOP applied to them that might slow them down in a straight line. On occasion, we've often heard that drivers ask for that just to give them a little bit more assistance, but no such help. We'll wait till we start to head off to the traffic cycles the first time by. That's going to be quite interesting with how packed up.
And my point there is when these GT3s do get around to lap the 992s, it'll be much further in the stint. Tyres will have dropped off more for the 992, creating better pace delta for that passing. Yeah,
but when we get to the touring cars, of course, they're still relatively bunched on up, so wondering what it's going to be like for your GT3 cars. You can see how close they're running right now. Basically everyone in this one long train, except a couple that seem to be maybe saving a bit of fuel or cycling through their pace. Let's go over to touring cars. We don't want to completely ignore them. Team Huizenveld have gotten up to second, but of course, talking about at the start, David, 20-second time penalty to be added to them. So, championship thoughts. How do you think they're thinking about it now, given that they're going to be pegged back at the, 75, 80-minute mark?
I think I'm seeing Wave Italy with a little bit of frustration for Huizenveld here. I think Huizenveld weren't fully following the slipstream of the leading Impulse car, and Wave Italy are like, well, come on, do it. Let's get on with it, not let the leader get away, because we want to make maximum gain, minimum loss when it comes to that first pit stop. It'll be dark at the end of this race, won't it? As I see, we've started the race at about 10 a.m. in the session, which means it will get hotter through this first stint and into the next hour. Yes, and that's again where I think I'm looking forward to seeing the changing conditions, where
where the teams have had to balance in their setups, right? Fortunately, we don't have rain just yet here in the 24-hour series esports championship, as much as iRacing has introduced that, but that would be an extra element of variability that I'm sure the drivers would very much be looking.
And where does the rain in Spain mainly fall?
You say that, but I commentated on a race that was raining here on Friday, so it does happen. Let's go back, though, and take a look at, you mentioned this is where we'll see drivers in GT3 trying to make moves at places where they may not be wanting to do so, using the downforce that they've got on their cars. And around the outside, the Valkyrie machine on Scherer, second in class. Just a little bit of contact and pinch. Look at Williams Esports Academy taking very big, avoiding action.
You're in such a precarious spot there, and you've just got to sit, just got to wait, unfortunately. And the straight line performance of those 992 cars is insane. We're doing higher average speed here, and the only place that GT3 can pass is with superior grip, superior brakes through the infield. Super tough to do. There are times in the past the GT3 cars have said, can't you put 99% power, 98% power on those Porsche 992s? And the 992 drivers and teams say, if you do that, if you take away a little bit of our power, you kill our racing, because suddenly you don't need to be as careful with the throttle. You can manage the tyres more easily. Even a little power reduction from 992, so they say, can take away some of the excitement from that category.
I'm all for giving the drivers more power in general as well, because more power means more problems, and I've got no issues with that. I saw from that camera shot, by the way, as the GT3 machines headed in through the hairpin, that they are starting to close up on the touring car. So probably not this lap, maybe in the next handful of laps, we will start to see the margin close. And BS Competition charging forward. Ruben Bonga now brings that car up to second. Let's see, top right-hand corner of your screen, if those live points would start to work. Unfortunately, it's not quite flicking together. However, Drago Racing dropping back slightly. BS Competition making that move to now be up 3 positions on this initial race start. David, their BMW is looking very strong, and it's a BS Competition team as well that they kind of will be wondering what could have happened if they'd been a little bit more consistent as Drago Racing have been this season.
I was about to say, we pointed out Drago Racing have dropped back just a little bit in this early stint, but as we saw where they got that slowdown penalty, they were already behind BS Competition at that point. So even before the slowdown penalty for Drago Racing, BS Competition moving forward, again, always in the conversation, but not always consistently getting those points. And obviously, we talk about double points on the line here, but there's been 5 rounds to get here with a lot of points on offer, 100 points on the table.
Battle between Olympus Esports and HydroRace Geodesic. Well, it was 30 hours of racing that you said that have got us to here? Was I correct in hearing that?
If I did the numbers correctly, I think it was 5-6 hour races.
That sounds correct to me, but you know, I say never trust a commentator's math, especially when they are at 3:20 in the morning. That is also the interesting thing about today. We could kind of touch on, 12 hours. We talked about the race starting 10 a.m. virtual standard time. It's not starting 10 a.m. for everyone around the world, David, and so, you've got to try and pick and choose your team and your drivers, and a handful of teams that have operated as 2 driver outfits over the course of the season have had to become 3 driver outfits for this slightly longer race.
Yeah, you do maybe have to bring some drivers in that haven't done as many races, haven't done as much this season, and therefore maybe a little more rusty as far as when we get into what will be rather chaotic traffic interaction shortly. And that's always where these races kind of get won and lost. GT3 is working their way through touring cars right now, and if you haven't done that a couple of times, you might not quite have a sense for what lines the TCRs are going to want to take, where they're going to want to hold their ground, and the easiest way, the least friction way for everyone to sort this out.
Left-hander down the hill, you can see TCRs on the inside. They were on the outside through the long right-hander at the end of the opening sector. Being very tentative so far, no one really being too aggressive. Haven't seen any lead gaps really open on up through any of the classes so far, with the exception, of course, of your 992 lead, where Dino Lombardi, credit where credit's due. I think there's definitely a different split on tyre strategy going on, but 6 seconds clear, not hanging around. On to the brakes though, long hairpin that we're using rather than the slightly tighter version. GT3 machines going up the inside, then switching back to the other side to make the move It's very, very tentative, but Maniti Racing dropping
Contact.
back, and now contact. Williams into the back of them, and as debris thrown onto the track, Drago Racing get caught up 3 wide through the penultimate corner.
I don't think you can quite go through a corner with your front bumper on someone else's rear bumper when they might need to lift off for the touring cars. That's what happened, and that's what caused them to get spun around. It was chaotic still through there. It's chaotic now down the front straight as well, where the horsepower advantage of the GT3s should make it simpler.
Ross McFarlane in front of the Obsidian Racing and Team 75 crews. You can see Sable and Falcon Sim Racing battling in the backdrop, but my word, one moment and now suddenly Simify and BS competition, golden opportunity to pass, and this is what the first cycle of traffic does. David, first cycle of pit stops as well is seemingly where we tend to see the gaps start to open up and the strategies really start to unfold.
Yeah, you can spend all this first stint staying in the line, saving fuel, and then exactly how quickly you get through the pit lane after that first stop, you can try to break away then, particularly thinking that about touring cars. But there'll be 5 extra seconds in the first pit stop for the Obsidian Racing Porsche there. So Race Control decided that actually they ran it out a little wide and forced someone else off the track at lap 1 there, which then led to the GT3 incident in turn 2.
And don't forget, we've already seen 7 other penalties, or minimum of 20-second time penalties for qualifying either issues or infringements. Drago Racing, well, it's a look from Nicholas Matteo on Nicholas Heido. And again, remember, now that Drago Racing find themselves promoted up, it is a great opportunity for them to close on BS competition. Falcon Sim Racing driving in the wrong direction. Traffic starting to really kick off these incidents.
Yes, indeed. Just 9 touring cars, but the massive GT3s bearing down on them, causing some amount of chaos there the first time through, and splitting up a lot of the packs and the battles from both classes. You see that this first time through, a lot of the GT3 field has spread out somewhat. Drago Racing have decided now's the time for them to really fire up, and the TCR fields had a little bit of a spread. Wave Italy gotten through for second, but now 1.5 seconds behind Impulse Racing, who lead and have a chance to break that toe and get away.
Yeah, we saw some 3 wide for the TCRs as the GT3s made their way on pass, but relatively safely. First time of cycling through. There's a look at championship points, how they will be situated 6 hours in. Remember, the 6-hour mark will hand out 1 allotment of points and then do it all again at the 12-hour mark. Second and third for BS Plus and for Drago Racing sees them effectively stay where they are, but it's Simify and the WSR Esports butt kicker crew that would find themselves moving forward. Let's do that same sort of check-in though, David, across some of the other classes. 992 mentioned, now an 8.5 second lead for Dino Lombardi and Altus. It would be tied though at the 6-hour mark if it stayed like this, with Scherer and Valkyrie 94 points apiece, 2 points back to Altus Esports.
So then if they cross the halfway point as they run right now, then at the checkered flag after 12 hours, it would be winner takes all. First on track takes the championship between that trio.
I like it when it's simple, especially for championship situations like that. GT4 as well, look at the conga line still up front. I'm guessing that the 6-car queue going to be slightly interrupted when the train of GT3 cars arrives, but 3 points between SimRC and 07 Racing, 2 points back to Zenith. I mean, it's not as close, but it's effectively the same sort of situation where for SimRC 07 Racing, it would be winner takes all out on track. But the rest of the class here, David, could also play such a big part in the story.
Yeah, I mean, you can see you've got 07 in second there with SimRC behind them on track right now. So there's a lot to be gained here for 07 Racing. If they make a position, if they can lead this class at that point, then suddenly they're neck and neck with SimRC. So where Zenith stand right now, there's no more they can do. They're already leading, and that's what we're counting to that predictive points in the top right graphic. But 07 and SimRC can both gain, and they're clearly just playing this cagey long game right now. SimRC thinking, can I save more fuel than 07? 07 going, oh, maybe don't want to lead right now. Fuel stints for this class a little over 60 minutes, sort of 65, 70 typically.
And I guess as well, when it comes to the saving, this is the stint where you'll do the most of it because of how checked up the field is. Back towards the line, these drivers finishing their 10th lap of the race. Slightly further back, Geeks Energy fiercely forward. The only team that's dropped back, they of course do as well have a penalty of their own to serve. Here though, final class, a quick look at those live point situations. Impulse and then Hoisingveld, the two main protagonists here, but with Hoisingveld with that penalty already, they've dropped back in queue now as well. It seemingly is advantage to the 122 as that Honda Civic just continues to now lead with Wave Italy back behind them through all of the chaos. And through all of the chaos as well, very quick decision for race control. David, penalty, 10 seconds for Williams Esports in that number 1 machine.
Yes, indeed. We saw that, didn't we?
Yes, no, that was where they ran into the back of Maniti. If you want to take a look at the replay, though, here you go. Been waiting for the opportunity.
Yeah, I watched this one at the time. So we're in the corner. We're right up at their rear bumper. And then Maniti lift off the throttle a little bit, trying to go underneath on the exit of the TCR car. But they've got the Williams already at their rear bumper there, and above is how I saw it initially.
As a great angle that shows the cutback that you're talking about as they tried to just run through the traffic. Was not the only bit of drama. Then slightly further back for the Falcon Sim Racing car, looking for the teal Mercedes. Big sends up the inside, first from Obsidian and then it impulses Ferrari too. And they get some contact with Sable, but around they go, and that's why they were driving in the wrong direction briefly.
Yep, having a look again.
A little bit self-inflicted?
Yeah, perhaps. Everyone is struggling to gauge what the other drivers around them are going to do, what kind of speed they're having because of the class interaction. Suddenly, you're racing other GT3s that aren't taking the racing line they would take if it was just a GT3 battle, because they're going, actually, this is the way I want to look to get around the outside of this TCR car that would never work on another GT3, so I'm taking a line in battle that I wouldn't otherwise, or haven't to this point of the race.
As the GT3 cars start to navigate through now GT4 machines, this is where the lack of downforce in the GT4 class going to be very much evident in some ways. Your race leading gap coming down, those bongo drums beating pretty steadily, and last lap alone, almost half a second was eaten into by that number 89 machine. BMW versus Ferrari, I think going to be the story in terms of the championship. That Porsche of Tristan Iglesias has been quick in qualifying through the season, and a team that, in some ways will feel like they could have been fighting for the championship, David, if luck had gone their way a little bit more. I remember back at Monza when things just seemingly unraveled for them on a couple of different occasions. They haven't had a win this season, had a couple of podiums though.
You and I could fight for this championship if enough luck went our way. More luck than anyone else needs, like significantly more luck than everyone else needs. But I hate you make your own luck, but if being lucky is a requirement, sometimes you can still win things even when you're slightly unlucky if you're good.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Simufy's GT3 car get hit in the penalty box at the Nordschleife? Now, I wasn't commentating on that race, but I was watching.
I got sent the clip.
Okay, so I was right.
Someone sent the clip at some point.
It was just funny that they did that, because I distinctly remember at Monza, the Simufy 992 Cup car.
And then it happened again.
Oh, don't tell me.
IVRA.
Oh, no. Oh, they're batting for 3 for 3 in terms of everything getting
Impulse
hit.
Racing 992 around.
That's at the tail end of the leading pack as the 915 goes around. But it's not really too much drama for them as they spin through. Remember, we're talking about the big gap, though, that Scherer Esports have now to Altus Esports, still tucked behind that Valkyrie 977.
So just 9 TCR touring cars, but the way that they make their speed with a reasonable amount of downforce, but taking very different lines to rear-wheel drive cars, it just proves challenging, and not everyone quite equipped with the level of patience that they really need for it.
Let's go ahead and take a look at what happened to the Impulse machine that's now dropped back to 11th in class. First time through traffic for the GT3s resulted in an incident. It results in something here as well.
It's always so tough when you're the middle car in a 3-wide situation. A 3-wide situation is always really tough, but you see, okay, there.
What are you seeing there?
That the 992 car was down the inside for a while, and has been hit not on its front or its side, but on its tail by the middle child TCR.
Race control's already been busy today. I'm glad to say that at one point, Casper de Court was left all alone in the steward's room. He's got some support now and won't be left alone for 12 hours. I don't know how quickly they're going to have to work through incidents, though, as we head off into the middle and latter stages of this race, as potentially attrition plays its part. Still watching as Roger Christensen holds off Raphael Renhofer and Vince Peters in this little grouping of 992 cars. You still have a GT3 machine trying to work its way back through. Not for the first time is that 77 car making its slice through on these leaders, hopefully a little bit more safely on Renhofer's Scherer machine. Very same complex of corners where the spin happened slightly earlier that we saw. Not going to be looking around the outside this time, that is for sure. When we talk about all of these groupings, though, David, as it's almost 3 wide now for the GT4s, as Sim RC goes wide, allows Obsidian Racing to move their way on forward. How much do spotters and your teammates help you here in making the right decision?
Well, hopefully a lot. They're looking a little further up the road for you. They're trying to point out which TCR cars are offering up the inside line, which are holding their line, and you have to go around the outside. Hopefully you get some level of extra information and assistance.
I always found personally, I don't like it when someone was trying to spot for me, but you know when it becomes really helpful is when you're in these 3 and 4 wide situations, because iRacing can tell you that you're 3 wide, can't tell you when you're 4 and 5 wide.
And if there's something happening 4 or 5 cars up the road, you're like right underneath the rear bumper of someone, a little bit of a heads up, like, oh, there's a car off the track 2 corners up that's going to try to rejoin. You can be the most studious person looking at your relative box and every other tool that you've got in sim, but in a pack like this, relative box is only going to show you 3, 4 cars in front. You need to know 10 cars in front if someone's off the road in 2 corners time.
It's a great point, and that's actually something that sometimes I forget when we talk about unsafe rejoins and people not being aware of what's coming, and we say you've got the F3 box, but if there's so many cars that are coming, you only really get the insight into a handful of moments what's going to happen, and so very, very difficult at times to try and figure out what's going on. Back over with your race lead, because now that it's calmed down in terms of traffic, sort of stabilized as well between Iglesias and Bonga in the GT3 lead gaggle. Let's keep an eye as well on the 992s, because still the 3 cars at the front very, very close to one another, and I can't believe I'm saying this, David, because we're only 17 laps into this race. Dino Lombardi's got an almost 20-second lead now.
It's insane, isn't it? And it speaks to some of the traffic. I think they've had some problems with that GT3 there. The Valkyrie Expert competition, it was just stuck in the 992 field, probably creating a little bit of annoyance. And your fastest lap of the race for a GT3 is a 141.6. The fastest lap of the race for a 992 is in the 145s. but I think there's some damage on the number 77 Porsche GT3 from the GT3 class that meant it was only maybe 1 or 2 seconds a lap quicker than all those 992s it was trying to get through, and their straight line speed has been formidable.
Yeah, they are not passing and making their way forward as quickly as you may assume. Your comment on lap times made me go and look at 992 lap times. Dino Lombardi, last time by, 2 full seconds quicker than these drivers behind. So this is where tire strategy is surely coming into play. Raphael Renhofer doesn't want to wait too much longer. The Scherer Esports 905 lunges up the inside, but doesn't fully commit. They're still wheel to wheel and racing into the next braking zone when finally Christensen gives up the ghost, and now Vince Peters the one on the charge, trying to switch back down the hill. Not really a passing opportunity to come, and bleeds off the throttle, releases the pressure. Jerzy Glack has closed up. Remember, these drivers got slightly separated out slightly earlier on, but all of the championship contenders, with the exception of the one that's broken away at the front, right now in this pack.
And thinking about the tyre life, the tyre management for the drivers in this class, it's the class where I think you do have to think the most about tyres, not just fuel saving, fuel consumption, stint length, all of that sort of stuff. We've got those partly cloudy conditions at the moment. You see a tiny bit of overcast over the circuit, but we head towards 11 a.m. and if the sun breaks through those clouds just for 10, 15, 20 minutes, the track will heat from its current 27 degrees Celsius. It could climb really, really quickly at any moment.
And I guess if you're the driver in the car, you need to then be also giving the feedback to your team and your engineers what's happening in terms of tire, because in these 992 Cup cars, tires and fuel, thankfully, done separately. Vince Peters, is he going to follow now? Raphael Renhofer through up the inside, down through the braking zone of turn 1, and Valkyrie go from 2nd down to 4th in the space of half a lap or so. And Vince Peters now going to try and close up to the Scherer machine, and we'll see lap times next time by. Is there going to be a bit of a reaction, a bit of a response? On board with that brand new livery, of course, for Williams Esports, Jerzy Glack not hanging around. He makes his way forward to 4th.
Yep, and the Academy Award goes to Jerzy Glack. Great move, sold it very well.
Late send as well. I didn't think he was going to get slowed down in time, but these cars without ABS, without traction control as well. It's why we've got some of the best in the world up here at the front fighting.
I think it's going to continue, because look at Simify already lining up. Once you're sinking, you're struggling, makes you sink quicker, and they just ended up offline then through that previous corner. It lets Simify get really close to put some pressure on, and one overtake has led to the next, realistically, for the Valkyrie 992 here.
I wonder if there is also a bit just of tyres here. Back over to your GT3s, and, well, back over to a crash as Ross McFarlane, Nicholas Hyde, WSR Esports butt kicker, and Team 75 Bernard by SimRC managed to run into one another. Obsidian up the inside of Carlar as McFarlane goes the long way around. It's all kicking off in this fight for 5th position.
Sure is a bit of panel trading going on, as negotiating the TCR causes just a little bit of a check-up and frustration for some GT3 drivers.
Is this already the second pass-through on the TCRs? That's quite quick.
I think it must be.
30 minutes in, so just
but
keep that
think
in
about
mind.
this. The stagger of the race start means when the when the TCRs start and they cross the starting area, GT3s are already halfway around their first lap. So the GT3s got to TCRs very quickly the first time, and then 992s have been through TCRs. All these other classes then start to go through TCR, slowing up TCR once GT3 get through into their next clean bit of air. So then that accelerates when GT3s come around to start lapping TCRs again.
That's a good point, and I guess each time by, they get more separated out as well, it would seem. It's not like the traffic this time by has really packed up the touring car entries down through the opening corner. The battle will rage on. We go back in time to catch up with, well, McFarlane looking very aggressively up into the right-hander. They're almost forward beam for a second. I think the look from up above will tell us a bit more as to whether there was net code, as to whether that was a bit of an aggressive lunge.
The question for me right here is, does he overshoot and push wide of the apex, or does he get turned down? If the overlap's clear, and then it's all about the TCR, isn't it? That looks so different from on high than it did from the flat shot. The flat shot makes it look like the Mercedes nose gets into the rear of the Porsche, but the on high says that the Porsche braked in deep, bumped off the TCR, and Mercedes was not involved at all.
That is, yeah, I've never quite seen a crash look so different from the regular TV angles to the blimp cameras, and it's why I'm quite glad in the sim world that we have the ability to throw cameras into the air whenever we want, unlike in reality, where if you didn't have the drone placed exactly where it needed to be, you wouldn't get that angle, you would not get that perspective. Oh, I'm glad Race Control will get that angle as well. Let's check back in, though, as much as this has been a fun fight, with your race leader, because it's come down to under a second. I think, David, we're starting to hit, for a moment at least, a bit of 992 traffic.
Well, we've seen a handful of 992s get spun around, haven't we? I think that's what we're starting to get to, is a few of the cars that are off and away from their respective classes. Yeah, they're catching Maniti, who are 30 seconds, 40 seconds behind their class leader. More than that, a minute. 50 seconds.
Let's take a look at, I guess, where those 992s are in comparison. So really, let's talk about the battle for second, I guess, because your race leader has broken away to, again, 23 seconds. They're heading up through the final section now, so there is, like you say, that big spread through the class. And I've also just realized as well, that camera shot, one of the unique facts about the Porsche 992 Cup car that on iRacing we have replicated. The left side wheel nuts a different color than the right side wheel nuts.
Yeah, shout out all my Porsche heads. It's true of the road-going GT3 and GT3 RS models as well, if you opt for the
center lock wheels.
Yeah, single nut center locks.
Interesting. I didn't realize you could get them not with the center locks. That's what I was so confused by.
I think you can. Yeah, if you think about the old 991 Porsche Cup car on iRacing, I think it didn't have them.
You are right. I think. Oh, we're going down the Porsche.
I can imagine a Porsche GT3 wheel that does have the 5 conventional nuts in it, though. I think there is nothing that Porsche won't sell you as a $20,000 option.
Yes, you give them your wallet and they will say, yes, sir, what would you like? And I would not complain if you want to hand me a British Racing Green Porsche 911 GT3 RS, maybe a mint green one as well. But yeah, we're going. I
saw a British Racing Green Taycan Cross Turismo yesterday, and I thought it looked very, very nice.
See, the problem is with custom Porsche paints, which we're getting very off topic already. But as much as Porsche will accept your money in a lot of cases, they don't accept many people's money when it comes to the custom paints, because they have only so much capacity to build them. Don't ask me how I know this. I spend way too much time on Porsche configurators dreaming of cars that, being realistic, I'll never actually be able to drive. Back to your GT4s, maybe it's a bit more realistic to dream of a Porsche Cayman. However, David, I'm very disappointed. We've got none of them in the race here today, although we do have McLaren, Mercedes, Aston Martin running 1, 2, 3 at the front.
Probably not going to happen like that at Miami today. I don't see an Aston Martin or a McLaren or a Mercedes leading there.
I mean, if there's no Red Bull in the race, then I guess maybe.
No Red Bull and no Ferrari. Okay, yeah, we'll see. I won't count out anything.
One Ferrari driver is probably good for a crash. I'm just, the memes.
My boy Oscar is overdue for a Grand Prix win.
Let's go. And Oscar with, a car that's is it 0.2 a lap slower than his teammate?
Yeah, he doesn't have the upgrades, and then his teammate got biffed and lost some of the upgrades or whatever it is. It'll be interesting, but this is the race that matters right now. GT4 is the class that remains closest for the lead.
I didn't even realize that the biff that Lando had in the sprint had removed those upgrades. But, here in the sim racing world, we never have to deal with the fact that drivers can find themselves with a slightly, inferior car to their competition, everyone, at least theoretically, enters with an equal playing field. What's happened, though, to Valkyrie in the 992 classes have been bleeding time overall, and as they run their way in through the middle sector, Simufy trying to make their way past, and off into the kitty litter goes the 977.
Again, and I love saying the word blimp, such a fun word to say, blimp, but that's 2 hits from Simufy, right? One opens the door, and the other SWAT teams its way through, I think.
Race Control not going to probably take too long for that, and Race Control have already given another 15-second penalty, this time to the Wave Italy TCR entry, and so that's going to end up meaning that slightly equalizes out Team Hoisingveldt's 20-second penalty, David, but I think things still looking very up in the class for Impulse Racing, who now lead by 6 seconds in the touring cars.
Yeah, that's the penalty for when they were piggy in the middle and turned down and spun a Porsche 992, I assume.
I think that's probably a fair assumption.
Double impulse.
And they're one of the few teams that, you know, in the Honda versus Hyundai battle, I don't think I've seen too much complaining from them in terms of how quick the Honda has been over the course of the season. BOP is always a fun hot button topic, David, and so that's why. Can you imagine what would happen if we instead decided all cars on iRacing within a class ran the same physics like they do on the NASCAR side of things? That would be a great way to simplify all the arguments, right?
That would annoy no Porsche drivers.
Oh, I half joke about that, but it's a comment that has been made in some other championships where there's a bit more ability for drivers and teams to have an input into the behavior of the car. That's where you get into esports racing versus sim racing, but this is very much sim racing. 12 hours around the clock of non-stop racing, and let's not forget that penalty box really adds into the mix and makes it a little bit different than your regular iRacing special events and how things get penalized by our live race control team. Back over to the 992s, David. Here comes Visceral Esports and Vince Peters jinking back and forth on the run down to turn number 1.
All this for second place in class, while Dino Lombardi from Altus is 26 seconds ahead, and we saw both of these teams, both of these cars make really good moves earlier on as they were trying to work their way past Simify and some of the others. So some progress made from Scherer and particularly from Visceral so far in this race, and Visceral are trying to line up another move if they can make it. If Vince Peters gets through and he gets a little bit of clean air, does he have anything that could match Dino Lombardi's pace? Because at the moment, it is crazy to me the speed advantage that Dino Lombardi and Altus Esports seem to have over the whole rest of this category.
And it seems to be lap on lap on lap as well. It's just another gear that they seem to have found, wheel to wheel out of the opening couple of corners. Great respect shown by Ross McFarlane in the WSR Esports butt kicker car alongside Sergio Ferrero for Obsidian's Porsche, but as they lose the back of Impulse's Ferrari, just trying to open up their margin for 5th position. Great fighting. All still stalled out at the very front of the class, where Iglesias from Bonga from Matteo. 1 second between Simufy and BS Plus, and then 4 seconds further back, of course, to Drago Racing's Ferrari, who in their hunt for the championship, looking very, very secure. It's all this fighting further back that's been a lot more rowdy, and we're closing in, David, on this first hour being complete, and the first hour being where most of the fuel saving is going to happen for these drivers in the queue.
Always a question at the high-speed, high-consumption tracks like here, like Monza. Can GT3s go 1 hour? At Monza, they couldn't. So I'm thinking here, also a challenge. Live in the main picture, GT4s and TCRs, a little bit closer to each other in speed, but very different in their driving dynamics and their driving style. There are corners that the TCR is quicker than a GT4 because of its less weight, because of its more downforce. Then, being front-wheel drive, they're often later to the power on the exit, and that's where GT4 can be stronger. On the corner exits, the acceleration and down straights, but not necessarily on the braking or the turn-in or the minimum corner speed.
SimRC got past 07 Racing in that live shot we were watching for the GT4s, and now that we rejoin back up with Scherer and Visceral, who have just managed to start working their way through some of that same bits of traffic, so seemingly have all four classes on top of each other at this point in time. Vince Peters has taken advantage. Let's track his speed. Just keep an eye on that. Timing.RaceSpot.TV if you want to follow along with your particular and your favorite team and driver. You can see that Renhofer in that Scherer 905, that bright blue and white entry, watches as WSR Esports is number 17. And the second of their Mercedes, which is now a lap down, of course. Lucas Lindqvist heads back out onto track after a 2-minute repair of the car, trying to recover whatever damage they can. 50 machines took to the green flag and only 2 retirements, both in the GT4 class, David. I wonder how much attrition is going to play its part, though, as we continue to work through the course of this race.
Two sides to that coin, I think. A 12-hour race, more opportunity for your car to get, damaged or have, one teammate who can no longer make it and you have to park the car. But also, right now, far more incentive to stay in the race or get back out there after 2 minutes of repairs when you still see 11 hours, 15 minutes remaining on the clock.
Especially when race control just continues to give those penalties as well for those that are involved in incidents. Simufy, we saw them getting tangled up with Valkyrie's 992 car, and maybe no shock to instantly see from race control the decision being made. GT3s and GT4s, one way then the other as they navigate through traffic. 07 Racing slightly losing out to SimRC. There's now a GT3 car between the two of them, and a 07 Racing car got slightly balked off one of the corner exits, but it's been able to pick up the speed and pick up its momentum once again as well as they run their way through that chicane, where a sausage curb that you can straddle and just bring your speed up through the top of this long right-hander. Track limits. Just a reminder as well that, David, the off-track number that the drivers are allowed to take liberties with track cuts, the same amount as what they've had for 6-hour races, and there are a couple of places here at Barcelona, especially with the faster final sector that we're running, that could be potential trouble spots for these drivers.
Yeah, I think through turns 1 and 2 and through here, you worry, you've got to keep your left side tyres sort of on the white line through the right hand of the penultimate corner.
And then they straddle that anti-cut curb as well in these GT4 machines. Makes me quite nervous because all it takes is one bad bounce and you're a bucking bronco, David, off into the gravel.
Yeah. Ihor, here's a move. Steenledger trying to get the Aston Martin down the inside. It's always tough, though, at turn 1. You've got to get a long way down the inside because then the left-hander at turn 2 allows Seibelt to defend and competently defend their position. You need to be further alongside and more aggressive on the brakes into turn 1 if you're going to make a move happen.
These GT4s have a little lower entry speed as well compared to the GT3s, and that's where the dives maybe a little less efficient at a high consumption track like this. 7th place Impulse Racing still in this queue behind your race leader, as much as traffic for the first time has opened up the margin. 07 Racing in danger of losing out to the draft. SimRC, though, passed by the Simufy car that now just have the 10-second penalty that we just talked about. We'll see if that gap's going to close back down.
Arjuna, we had some good feedback on our wheel nuts discussion. Another highly, potentially unnecessarily detailed part is the McLaren GT4 has 2 dashes. There's the road car dash, which is still installed and operational, and then in front of it, completely blocking it, is the, I think it's a Bosch or AIM unit there, Motorsport dash. But if you crane your head even further around, the dash behind it that you could never ever see from the driver's seat also works.
Oh, nice. I was going to say, if you've got 2 dashes, hopefully they've got them both hooked up, and attention to detail in iRacing, it's usually quite good. Now, your lead gaggle here is going to close back up because we rode on board with the Zenith McLaren all as they got slightly checked up through the penultimate corner. bottom of your screen, through the penultimate corner, Obsidian fighting with WSR Esports butt kicker. So much action around the track. It's just a shame, David, that for your race lead in the 992s, at the race lead for the GT3s, race lead for the touring cars, it's all relatively calm right now. And even though GT4 is all in one long line, fuel saving galore for all the drivers.
Yeah, I've got 11 minutes penciled in for my next bout of excitement when some cars will have to come to pit lane. We'll see exactly how a lot of the penalties all shake out. There's penalties across every class, a lot for TCR that we won't see for a little while just yet. But yeah, GT3, GT4, 992, all of them are going to stop within the next 20 minutes and shuffle up their order. I saw some people practicing their pit entries through qualifying, and with this version, the historic layout, the no chicanes better layout, the speed that you carry into pit lane is significant. They're taking that corner on pit entry as a corner, and then the pit lane speed limit only starts quite a way down. They're doing about 180 k's an hour in the GT3s in the pit entry before they then have to slow to the 80 km an hour pit lane speed limit. Time to be gained there. Another one of these circuits with just a fully committed pit entry.
Problem is, if you're a GT3 car and you are entering pit lane behind a touring car, you're gonna have to get checked up, so be careful about that and make sure that you do not incur a penalty that will then see you have to revisit pit lane next time by for even longer of a period. And I guess, you know, there's pros and cons to the pit entry with the chicane versus what we're running now. With the chicane, you've got to very quickly peel yourself off to the right from the exit of the corner and hope that you don't get run over from behind. Here, I'm guessing that there's still a similar sort of thing going on where drivers probably getting a little bit slower to head down onto pit entry, hoping we don't see too much chaos there. Let's go back to GT4 because finally, battle for the lead. Corentin Gunes not hanging around any longer. Aston Martin trying to fight for the lead, but the McLaren back up the inside, down through turn number 5. And Zenith Esports now going to hold the inside line, but overspeed around the outside. Momentum on their part. And SimRC, Corentin Gunes take over the race lead.
Big moves from SimRC because they've also dispatched one of their key rivals in 07 as well, now into the lead ahead of Zenith, maybe just sitting in third for that 40 minutes, 50 minutes till they hit a fuel number they were happy with, and then they have unleashed the Guinea.
And I guess, again, that margin back, not now to 07 Racing, but to Movano Corsa, who are full second back, is what's important. Bit of a mistake there, a bit of a send as well. Now 07 and Zenith Esports side by side for second spot, and all as SimRC try and make use of not one, not two, but 3 cars between them and the rest of their class competitors. A slightly tighter line from that Mercedes. You could see that it couldn't afford to then get up the inside of the McLaren, and onto the brakes they lose a bit more momentum. Movano Corsa, watch for that white and blue machine, pops out of line, and David, it's a long run down into turn number 1. Draft's going to play itself out. Who's going to be brave into the braking zone?
You've also got to worry about the traffic because the straight line speed of these 992s is insane. Look at that bullet. 270 k's an hour easily for the 992 cars. GT4s, even GT3s can't match that. I'm seeing end of straight speeds for GT3s about 262, 263 k's an hour. There's 270 being hit by the 992 cars, and GT4s a bit closer to 245 k's an hour. This is where it gets so tough. You can see every class of car in play right here.
And that Sabot machine that held off the advances of Steam Ledger now finds itself in a great opportunity. Alessio Centoso to put the pressure on to Simone Passoni and to the 07 Racing machine as that Olympus car just tries to carve its way on through. 992 now dispatches of 4 of the GT4 machines and the Wave Italy touring car class car as well. 7 minutes to go to the top of the hour. David, we are not far away from GT3 pit stops kicking off a pit party.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be busy for 20 minutes or so. Oh, there's plenty of headlight flashing happening there. Multiple cars headlight flashing. iRacing's good enough to sync them up, if you've ever noticed. And I've heard that Whelen Engineering can make emergency lights for fire trucks and ambulances that will sync up with each other.
Oh, interesting. Now, how do we get it so that you can sync up lights inside of a sim room around the world so that when the safety car or caution is, brought out, we could do all sorts of fun things, and we can then scare some of our drivers as well if they was to send us their webcam feed. That's totally not me thinking the evil part of what I might do. I'm also going to just wonder, David, as much as, we're having fun talking about different strategies in GT3s, we've been wondering what's going on in terms of 992. That gap between Dino Lombardi in that Altus Esports car and Visceral behind is now up to almost 40 full seconds.
It doesn't matter what the tyre strategy is for Altus here. They've got time to whack another set on. By the way, Arjuna, I will never complain about every now and again our camera operators reminding us that we are not using that clumsy, slow, boring, annoying, dangerous, annoying, boring chicane.
Tell me how you really feel, David.
Don't like the chicane much, to be honest, especially not for multi-class racing.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of it in any regard, but you're especially right in that it's so awkward and clumsy for multi-class racing. I'm very glad to see it gone, and again, the camera operators left the camera set up there, and so at least we can just be reminded that that's not where we're racing this time by. I'm going to send a message over to Altus and ask what's going on in terms of your camp. I know you're correct in terms of they have built up such an advantage that they can afford to change tires and still come out in front of the rest of the class. I just want to know, do Altus think that there's something going on with the other teams that we're missing out on? So we'll see what we can find out. GT4, Corentin Gunas is breaking away. 2.7 seconds. David, that wasn't something on my bingo card. One opportunity, and suddenly the Bumblebee's gone.
And out of there. Arjuna, how does that affect the provisional points in GT4?
Bam, look at that.
Your reaction times are great, and it means things would look very good for SimRC. If they get to the halfway point of this race, still leading class, it would extend their lead, and then you'd only really need to be in the top 3 or 4 at the fall of the checkered flag if you give yourself that very nice head start by scoring points at the halfway of this double length, double points 24 Series eSports finale.
I also appreciate that we make it simple. We don't say that we pay half points at the...
How about 1/3 points?
Oh, now you're really getting my brain confused. Paying out 1/3 points at the 1 halfway mark? No, scrambles my brain enough. But there is...
1/3 points rounded up.
There is just as much incentive to fight in those first 6 hours as there is in the second 6 hours. And so you're... I think in many ways, you are breaking this race up into 2 6-hour races, with the second race effectively being started from whatever your finishing slate is once we see the points paid out 6 hours in, looking forward to seeing where we get there as well. Although, David, you and I, we've got to see plenty of this season play out. Unfortunately, we aren't going to be there at the very end to see who is crowned a champion, and champions as well that are going to leave, I think, this race with some confidence. We don't have much going on this summer in terms of major sim racing on iRacing, endurance sim racing, but this will carry them forward through iRacing special event till we go racing once again.
I'm already excited for the Nürburgring 24 iRacing special event in just a few weeks' time.
How many classes? We had 4 classes in our race there a couple of weeks ago. Or 5?
I can't remember if it's 4 or 5 this year, but again, just possibly not the most glorious or most attended or most prestigious iRacing special event, but I would put to you probably the hardest to win. It gets dark on the Nordschleifer, and there is so little forgiveness for little mistakes with the super tall and sharp curbs.
And no rain this year as well. I know some people slightly disappointed on the iRacing forum about that, but because it is the toughest sim race of the year to finish, I don't disagree with you there. I think it's probably a good thing that this year, no rain, and we let the drivers build up some more experience with that, because we've seen how crazy it can be just thinking back to some of the Ivor races that we've had, or even back to Sebring 12 hours a handful now of months ago. 2 minutes away from the top of the hour. Let's run back over to your race leader as he breaks the timing line to close out what is lap 34 of an estimated 420 or so. It's now 3 seconds that Porsche leads. Remember, we still got cool conditions, David. You were talking about how the temperature may rise over the course of the day. That cloud cover, not seeing it spike up just yet.
Track temp's climbed a little bit, where the breeze is down just a tiny bit as well, and we're still heading towards midday. I don't know exactly where that track temperature is measured, but if you notice that we're still in the morning, the main grandstand is casting a shadow across part of the pit straight and the start-finish line that will soon disappear, and then the sun will also be out on that part of the track. And then you've got to think, you know, an hour further into the future, what might the track temperature be when you make your decision in 992 class about, do we take 2 tyres, do we take 4 tyres, have we been deliberately saving to double stint these tyres? You know, don't just look at, okay, how much have we worn them in this first stint, but what will the track look like in the next stint, and you're forecasting an hour ahead.
To your question about where that track temperature is measured, iRacing simulates the real world there as well, where track temperature measured at the start-finish line. I'm not sure on which side of the track it's measured on. That might play a part, you know, when there is cloud cover and that is being spread from the grandstands, but it's just one of those things to keep in mind. And, well, just before the end of the first hour, your race leader heads off down to pit lane, and Tristan Iglesias not going to be followed in by Ruben Bonga, so a bit of fuel saving in that BMW, and BS Plus competition inherit the race lead with about an hour done here at Barcelona.
Still don't mind that though, because by the time they get into their pit stall, by the time they get out of their pit stall, we're well and truly past the top of the hour. There's some rewards still to come for those that run a little bit longer in this stint. It opens up some of their strategy options as well, but I don't hate it for Simify. If you go fill your fuel tank up, put a new set of tyres on, get back out there quickly and rapidly and try to maintain that race lead that you got, it can work that way for sure.
Might be slightly compromised now, but again, long term, I don't think it's going to be too bad. They're followed into pit lane by Team 75 and by Obsidian Racing. Remember, Obsidian Racing did also have a 5-second penalty to serve for a little bit of contact, so they would have sat in the penalty box to clear that away. I'm guessing we'll see Ruben Bonga in this time by. His margin to Nicolas Matteo, remember Drago Racing, BS Plus competition, first and second in the championship are running in reverse order right now out on track. It's only 3 or so seconds. Remember, it was a very, very eventful start for Matteo, had a slowdown at one point as well. It's been a very, very impressive opening stint overall.
I reckon after some of these first rounds of pit stops, it's time to check the points graphic once again. Obviously means nothing right now when you've got these split of pit stops, especially in GT3. This is what I'm talking about. So much speed through the pit entry, then accelerating gain up to almost 200 k's an hour before you need to slow down to 80.
And that was interesting. I would have thought Nicolas Matteo would have wanted to run the shortest line down pit lane, but you can see the rest of the GT3s are going to filter on in. I don't expect anybody is going to go a lap longer than this. I would be very, very shocked. So pit stop's going to come to a head for a handful. Driver change underway for BS Plus, and Norby Kish going to take over in that number 89. Quite intrigued. 1 hour done. They've already swapped the drivers around.
Yeah, not typical, but there's not really any loss to doing it. It's just that we normally see teams opt to leave a driver in a little bit more when they're thinking being that when they're in their zone, they're in their zone. That's that shade on the front straight I was talking about that's gonna disappear soon. No worries for Simify to hold their race lead.
I wonder what the margin's going to end up equalizing out to. Seybold, Hoisingfeld, and Williams all do end up staying a lap longer out on track, but those are all drivers that were relatively down the order. I did get word, by the way, from Jordan Caruso, I sent him a message. He's going to be competing in that Altus 943 that Dino Lombardi has been piloting so far. He's not aware of any reason, strategically or otherwise, as to why they would be 41 seconds in front of the rest of the field, except, David, that Dino is just especially quick.
Well, there you go. There is an aspect, particularly to the first stint of the race, where when things are going well for you, they continue to go well for you. So they got to that 2-second lead. Okay, draft broken. Things are going to keep going well for you. Then the GT3s and some of the other lapping happens. You've got this little bit of a gap, you to the rest of the field, and you can make the passes in either direction happen more on your terms. That extends your advantage. You've got more separation from the rest of the field. And we've seen, when there's 992 cars all in a line and they come across some TCR cars, the third, fourth, fifth car in the line, they have no choices, right? The cars in front of them have already sent the TCR cars to one side of the racetrack or the other, and you've just got to follow that line through. Whereas, single car, out in the lead, you're making your own choices. If you're making choices that are more efficient than random, then you just keep gaining.
It's not like they can really dial in the setup too much. There's only so many options available on these 992 Cup cars, and you'd assume that most of the teams find themselves in a relatively similar sort of setup band. So can't be expecting too much there. GT4 pit stops underway as well. Saw that Racer, the Impulse X-Racer, and Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward crews have all come in this lap. Door Esports Academy came in on the previous lap. We checked back in with them at Zenith Esports McLaren, now 4 seconds back from the Aston Martin of SimRC. I think what we also saw, Corentin Gunas had been saving so much fuel early, David. You had kind of cottoned on to that quite early. And once he saw his opportunity to break clear, clearly hasn't been thinking about the fuel saving, has managed to find another gear.
Good time just before the pit window, just around the pit window, to then really show what you have got. And split across the GT4s, some pitting now, some going a little longer.
As we
Probably not too many driver changes.
As we continue to watch this GT4 battle, we've got Grid and Go that's 2 seconds off the back. They are the one machine that's not come down pit lane that will be hoping that they can stay with these cars. I wonder if anyone will peel off to the right this time by. Drago Racing's filtered on through. Don't see any of these drivers deciding it's time to make their way down onto pit lane. Lights flash from the Zenith Esports car, so clearly not very happy with how things went. And something just to call out early, David, Saybolt Esports have just come down to pit lane. It's almost 7 minutes beyond the top of the hour.
Very, very interesting. And if you get yourself into a position where you have a short stop, you can take that short stop in your stop just before the halfway point of the race, and that's kind of what you're going for, is that track position at the halfway point of the race, and then you can make up the rest of your strategy from there. You've got 6 hours to work out the rest. There is a lot of points available halfway. And of course, it's a fully subscribed championship basically every year, every season. There is a fight and a competition for spots on the entry list, and certain positions in the categories get your automatic invite back. You don't have to try to pre-qualify again. So while we talk about the championship fight across all 4 of these categories, it's more than just being the champion why you would want to score maximum points today.
And again, such a long way to go. Every driver is probably looking through the field and trying to figure out permutations of how the race may need to play out for them to get to a certain and a specific result. Still very early stages to be thinking about getting to the end of this race with only 1 pit stop cycle done. Still relatively light on the retirements. Of course, as mentioned, we had the 2 GT4 cars, WSR Esports Butt Kicker and Wave Italy Racing retiring respectively, but outside of that, hasn't been too filled with incidents. Saw a moment there for the GT4 cars as one of them got slightly held up in traffic. Here comes the rest on synchrony into pit lane and going up on the jacks. Fuel and tires done at the same time. Look at how 07 Racing, slightly different pit stall courtesy of the way the pit lane is laid out.
Yeah, I always think here in Imola, there's a couple of circuits where the pit stalls are a little too far to the right, but no dramas there at all, and I'm not seeing too many driver changes. The car that was the leading Sim RC car drops down off the jacks and stays behind the wheel.
I've just been very confused by something that's popped up on my timing screen. I'm a bit lost for words. The 07 Racing car has towed in pit lane. I'm not quite sure what's happened. How did they miss their box? Were they out of fuel? Whatever the case is, we'll get back to that. We'll try and tell you what's happened. Gunez off and away for Sim RC. It's then going to be the Zenith McLaren, Mivano's Mercedes, followed by Seybolt. 07 Racing, nowhere to be seen, David, and that's one of the championship contenders being struck early on.
Yeah, indeed, what has happened there, they have reappeared in their pit stall at this point in time. You point out there are a couple of options for what could happen there. They overshot their pit stall. Maybe they didn't see it.
Just keep watching here, because I think they have well blown past their pit box at this point. Maybe they expect to be up here at the front. You can see they're never slowing down.
I think they just missed it. It was much earlier in the pit lane. They drove past it. And they're thinking, okay, do I have enough fuel to make another lap here? And the answer must have been no, because you saw where, for example, we saw where the pole-sitting car's pit stall was. Every other GT4 is going to be behind where the class pole-sitters pit stall was, and they drove past it.
I made the assumption that they had qualified a little further down in the order, and therefore the stalls had wrapped around to the front when I saw them driving off straight. But yeah, you know, in the melee of trying to head down to pit lane, they must just have been blindsided by the rest of the cars, and it's very easy for a mistake like that to happen. As for why Raphael Renhoff is probably quite relieved that he comes in with no one else around him, and he is just the first of the Porsche Cup cars at the front of the field to dive down onto pit lane, David. So pit stop window opening. These drivers have already done 40 full laps.
Yeah, final thought. Recall that 07 qualified 4th in class behind Sim RC, Mivano, Corsa, and Zenith. Then we saw Zenith, Sim RC, Seybolt, all of them together. That's where 07 should have been, but missed. And I talk about this quite often, and we'll get to 992, so I'm not just ignoring what you said to me. But yeah, where your pit stall is when you leave your pit stall to go out in qualifying, then moves after qualifying. The pit stalls are reordered based on the qualifying order, and that sometimes catches drivers out. They're thinking, oh, my pit stall's somewhere down the end of the pit lane near the pit exit end, and then you come in and you're early on in the lane and you miss it, and your vision might have been obscured by all the other cars in the pit lane as well.
I'm sure the driver's kicking himself. There's no ifs or buts about that. The question might just be now within the team in the debrief post-race. I'm sure they're not talking about it right now, but could they potentially have done the tow in pit lane and cost themselves a little less time? They've been in pit lane right now for 3 minutes and 30 seconds and counting. Don't seem to be heading back out. We're watching the Williams Esports Academy car of Jerzy Glack head through the final couple of corners, and he's going to head his way down on towards pit lane. That's a much more tentative entry than what we saw from the GT3s, but don't forget, there's no ABS, no traction control, and a lot less downforce in these cars as well. And into the penalty box, don't forget, there is a penalty that has just come down for them that, David, they're instantly heading into serve.
And that should be it done, and then heading towards where their pit stall is. Remember that there could be two strategies in 992. The use lots of tyres, burn lots of fuel, go very fast strategy. But unlike the GT3s that are going to have to 5-stop to get to the halfway point of the race, it's possible in 992 to save enough fuel to 4-stop. And I'm pretty sure if, again, never do maths live on air, but you would need to go 72 minutes to each stint to make it 4 stops. And Scherer and Altus didn't. Some of these other cars will.
It's very marginal, but I wonder if that is a bit of a recognition of the fact that, David, as temperatures are going to increase as well, we're probably going to see lap times, slow down. Fuel consumption slows down as well because you spend a little less time full throttle. So maybe the fuel consumption mid part of the race going to be a little bit lower, but maybe that is just then coming in, trying to get track position. I wonder if Vince Peters has also just been better on the tires at the end of the day. That's something else that maybe we should keep in mind. Now, Dino Lombardi did do a 4-tire stop. He stopped for 66 seconds. Scherer Esports only stopped for 51 seconds. David, that means to me 2-tire stop. I'm wondering what Vince Peters is going to do now in reaction.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to watch this. The fuel's got to happen first. Takes about 40 seconds or so. And then when it's done, the car will go up on the jacks for however many tyres they're going to take. I think it's the Hydro Race Geodesic car after taking 4 tyres. Fueling is nearly done for Vince Peters in the Visceral Esports black, white and red Porsche there. Just needs a couple more seconds of fuel. He's up to 35. There goes Havu. And there goes up on the jacks, 4 tyres. Vince Peters after 40 seconds of fuel. Will it be 51 seconds and he's out of here with 2 tyres? Or will it be a minute 6, a minute 7 and he's out of here with 4? I think if you run longer on the fuel, then you want to take 4 tyres because you're going to be keeping them on for a longer next stint.
I agree with you. But I'm also guessing that some of these drivers are thinking, let me try maybe and do a 2-tire stop early on, but that is definitely not going to be 2 for Peters because you can already see Renhofer is off and away and slightly having to cover off some machines from behind, but that's just traffic working its way on through. And so as Vince Peters tries to build back up his speed, he's got plenty of clean air that he emerges into because Simufy had a penalty to serve of their own, so they're going to drop back in queue as well. And let's quickly then try and take a look at the 992 point situation where, remember, effectively it was Valkyrie Altus and Scherer as the favorites. Williams Esports Academy slightly further back. 6 points between them if it was to finish as this, but still a long way to go. I think Altus are going to be feeling very, very confident. Problem is, if it stays like this, David, even if Altus win the race overall, Scherer would have to finish 4th or lower, if my math is correct, for Altus to win the championship, and that's before we start talking about Valkyrie as well.
Does taking the halfway points and the race win count as 2 wins for the tiebreaker?
I think the answer is no.
It probably shouldn't, but it'd be a funny thing to look at. Yeah, I mean, for Altus, obviously, Dino Lombardi's pace, so impressive. At the start of this race. It's still a really, really competitive field. 7,000 iRating is the strength of field, so sort of like the average, the spread of the talent here. And Dino Lombardi has made it look like, an official race that didn't split. And he is out here with a significant lead and 4 brand new tyres on his car. But for Scherer Esports, yeah, 2nd is what they need to target. They need to look at what are the cars behind us doing? How do we cover them off? How do we not leave ourselves vulnerable to what they can do on fuel and tyres? And just simply not worry about Altus. There's no extra points for winning by more than a minute. Scherer just need to play safe, cover off all the teams and cars behind, and just try to take this 2nd place and then see what happens in the final half of the race. And avoid penalties. Avoid all penalties.
Literally stole the words out of my mouth, David. All I was going to say there was stay out of trouble with race control, which as we, I think, work through the course of the afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are around the world, gets increasingly easy in some regard because the field stretches on out. You deal with less traffic but more frequently. I think at the same time drivers are getting more tired though, and there's that slight risk of, oh, what happens when we are in traffic? Do I need to be a bit more cautious? I wonder if that's what's just happened at the front of the field, where Tristan Iglesias suddenly finds himself losing what ends up being 6/10 on that last lap to the BS Plus competition machine, and suddenly the Zebra is within 1.3 seconds once again of the race leader. It just ebbs and flows. Drago Racing only 2.5 seconds further back as well. The race-leading GT3 podium cars all within 3.5 seconds. Look how much time Norby loses out there behind the Simufy Porsche Cup car.
You don't mean anything by that, do you?
No.
It's not Kevin Magnussen driving the 992?
Took me a second to see where you're going with that. No, I'm not implying that at all here. Simufy's great.
Oh, good, just checking.
Now, I just want to make it clear that what happened yesterday with Kevin Magnussen would never have happened if the penalties in Formula One, David...
was give him a damn drive-through. What happened to a drive-through?
Exactly.
Remember watching F1 in the 90s and they would give drive-through penalties and stop and 10-second penalties? Now everything's a 5-second penalty, a 10-second penalty to be added post-race. Like, that... What's wrong with a drive-through?
Imagine a penalty that actually has consequence, right? And to be fair, because we have the penalty box in this series, I think this series quite well balances out, David, the need for the drive-throughs with the penalty box time penalties. I think there's a very fair balance struck with how we use the penalty box to make sure that penalties are served in a fair way, an impactful way, without totally ruining races as well, because an iRacing default rule sets, the penalties have to be done in their own trip down pit lane, so that's even more impactful. But yeah, drive-through penalties should be the norm at the end of the day. You should be punished for making a mistake.
Imagine if soccer football penalties were like, oh, you can handball as many times as you like, but after the game we're going to take 1 goal off you. It's like, okay, well, I will just, have a 2-goal lead. I've got a 2-goal lead. You can only take 1 goal off me. I will handball all the time for the whole rest of the game. And that will stop my opponent from scoring, because all of my players are handballing all the time and throwing foul tackles and everything. And because I have a 2-goal lead, even though I will be penalised by 1 goal post-match, I will still maintain my lead. That's what it is, right?
And that's how I was successful as a junior football player as a kid, was handballs and cheating the rules. But ultimately, that's what race control is here for. And live race control is a step up from the iRacing special events that we've got coming up. You mentioned the 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We had our 6-hour race there with 4 classes a couple of weeks ago. We'll have 5 classes for the special event, and I'm sure that's going to be crazy. Only incidents to be investigated post-race. It really does change the mindset, the mentality of how aggressive the drivers are going to be. Hoisingveld in their Ferrari, Jansen Tikowski behind Door Esports, Jonas Wanner in front of Maniti and Tim Matska. This all for 8th position on back as they continue to rumble their way on through. GT3 as a whole, David, has kept quite close together, at least compared to what I thought we'd end up seeing.
Especially through the middle of the pack, from sort of 4th and 5th, but like 8th through to 13th, just inseparable at the moment. And of course, sure, we'll go on about it every hour, top of the hour, halfway down the hour. There's no difference in strategy. It's just, oh, did you save 1 more lap of fuel? Did you save 2 more laps of fuel? They all took new tyres because they all got new tyres for free.
I don't think there's been free things happening, though, in touring car. What's just happened to see Team Hoisingveld leapfrog in front of Impulse Racing and Norbert Leitner is now the Hyundai Veloster that takes over from the Honda Civic at the front of the field, and you can already see stretching its legs, heading up to that chicane. On board we ride with Norbert Leitner, the Hungarian. Fabian Siegmann just in front. First time we've had a new race leader across of almost 90 minutes of racing.
So the penalties in TCR. Oof.
How many of them?
Well, poor Wave Italy are up to 2 now, obviously, totaling 35 seconds. Yeah, and they're the only car in class with 2 penalties, and every other penalty in TCR has just been the qualifying infringement that apparently everyone didn't see the red light at pit exit.
I mean, we're legitimately talking about, 5 out of the 9 cars that are going to receive this 20-second time penalty. So I think the better question is who didn't get the penalty. And, of course, most importantly, Impulse Racing sitting up front. They are included in that mix. And so as much as it shows, you know, the live points being 4 between Impulse and Hoisingveld, at a minimum, it will end up being 6 when Hoisingveld drop back 20 seconds, most likely, and then have to try and fight their way back up through the field in the 4 and a bit odd hours that we'll have until we reach that halfway mark of the race. Back over to...
The only
so go
other
ahead.
car that has 2 penalties so far in this race is the Simifine 914 from the 992 class.
That was for 2 bits of car contact, wasn't it, in that case? No, the first one was for qualifying.
One was impeding. One was impeding in qualifying, and then they have had 10 seconds for contacts in class at turn 7, which we saw as well.
There is definitely a team and a car that I'm thinking of that's been involved in a couple of different bits of contact that could have been penalised twice, that I was getting slightly mixed up with there. But if rule number 1 is... It might have been. But if rule number 1 is don't get involved in, you know, race control incidents for the rest of the day in a championship fight, only 16 incident reports so far today, an hour in. That includes all the qualifying things as well, where, again, if you can't see the session's not open, you're going to get slapped by a pretty significant penalty by race control. I don't think it's been a sloppy race by any means, David. It's actually been quite clean and impressively clean in that regard, given that it's a 12-hour affair.
Yes, indeed. So, I think one of the cars I'm most interested in seeing their performance in this stint, as we've got a little bit more overcast once again that might preserve some of the tyres, Shera Esports 992 in second place, because the car behind them took 4 tyres, ought to be closing them down in this stint. And we talked about Shera, just if they can just keep second place, championship is heading their way. Still so much racing, so many decisions to be made in the pit lane. Is what they did with taking 2 tyres the right way to go, or is 4 tyres better? What's the tyre life doing?
That's what I was going to talk about slightly earlier. Pace has equalised between Altus and the rest of the field a little bit more since the pit stops, and I'm not just talking about Shera on the 2 tyres, but in some regards even some of those slightly further behind as well. So keep an eye on where those gaps are going to go to. We'll also have to keep an eye on, well, that sausage curve through the final couple of corners. I didn't mention that at some point all it's going to take is one bad bounce for your car to end up being a bucking Bronco. And I think for the Grin and Go machine piloted by Steen Ledger, not only has he gone for a ride, but David, he's lost the front end of that car as well.
Sometimes you bite the sausage and sometimes the sausage bites you, and just hasn't got it right. Maybe the Aston Martin sits a little bit lower than some of the other GT4s that are all trying to straddle that curb. Maybe the curb is prejudiced against people with more than 200 milliseconds to the race server.
Australian internet for Steen Ledger occasionally.
No, it's not Australian internet. It's the size of the globe.
Okay, sorry. I've got to say, physics is the real issue here. Sometimes can cause those issues, but I want...
If we all lived on the moon, there'd be no problems, Arjuna.
I want to know kind of if what you were saying about the Aston Martin is something we do need to be thinking of, because, of course, your race leader, SimRC, you know, let's talk championship here in GT4 very quickly. They sit, 8.5 seconds clear, 11 points in front of the McLaren of Zenith Esports that's still running second in queue right now. All it will take is one moment like that, David, and the comfortable championship gap they've got right now, decidedly less comfortable.
So with Movano Corsa 401. McLaren.
We ride on board with Simone Passoni in the Movano Corsa car. You can see right now as they're running 1, 2, and 3 in points, they are also 1, 2, and 3 in track positioning as well. McLaren with the multiple dashes that it's got active, not necessarily helping in terms of speed as they just continue to run lap times in the 149 bracket. We're not talking like a big speed delta to Corentin Gunez, your race leader, but just a 10th here, a 10th there, and that's enough for the gap to just continue to slightly grow. All as, of course, we're seeing the traffic overlaps pretty constant as you see the GT3 Porsche machines closing in from the backdrop. Back out front, Simu5, BS Competition and Drago Racing. Still only separated by around 3 or so seconds, but David now with Iglesias with a bit more of a comfortable race lead. Instead, it's Drago Racing putting the pressure onto Norby Kish for second.
Yes, exactly. Everyone on basically the same age of tyres here, be they 16 laps old, 15 laps old, or in the case of Seabelt Esports, further back 13 laps old. There's not a whole lot of difference. The track temp is up to 35 Celsius. We started at about 26, 27. We're reaching that sort of crossover point where maybe even single stinting these tyres, you do have to make some conscious decisions about how kind you're going to be to them, how much you're going to wear them, so that there's still some grip left in them later on in these stints. You don't mind a little bit of traffic helping you get close, so long as you can then leapfrog straight through. And for Drago Racing, perfect timing. They've still got to be careful though how much they cut out of that penultimate corner that hurt them earlier when Ricardo Rico was driving, was it?
No, I think it was Nicolas Matteo as well, but it was just an uncharacteristic mistake, maybe by virtue of following in queue, because remember they were 4 or 5 deep in line at that point, just stacked up in GT3 machines. Let's go talk a bit about 992. I was just keeping an eye on some of the team-specific channels and monitoring communication between race control and some of the different teams. You have noted, David, on occasion that Altus Esports have run some interesting lines down the main straightaway. It's possible that what they've been doing is conditioning their tires in such a way that they're just able to extract a little bit more speed and life out of it. Now, it seems as though part of where the pace equalization has been across the classes is that the rest of the teams have somewhat realized that, and there you can see Scherer Esports going over to the other side of the track and doing what we've seen Altus do over the course of the race so far.
Are there some Mario Kart power-up boxes there, or is it a little bit of mowing? What happens? What happens on that side of the road?
I'm guessing, just based on what we've seen in things like the Porsche Esports Canada series and whatnot.
Is it the continuous lateral loading?
No, it's. I'm trying not to laugh, David, if you cannot tell, because it's one of those things that just makes me chuckle. But we saw.
Oh, if it's stupid, say it.
No, it's stupid, but I'm trying to make everyone giggle with me. It makes me laugh. If people saw the clip of Sebastian Jobe at Le Mans in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. David, do you know the clip I'm talking about now?
Is that side of the road bumpy?
Yes, and so because I think it's bumpy, what I suspect is happening, same thing that we saw at Le Mans in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, is when the car's in the air, the tire's not on the ground, which therefore means it's not being loaded, it's not wearing, it's not being heated up, which apparently is good for tire life.
That's good. That's why tires never wear out on motocross bikes.
Oh man.
Never any punctures in the Dakar Rally.
Yes. And I always have to just remind myself that these drivers, they will find every little way that iRacing gives them to go fast. So you can't hold it against them. You just have to realize, I guess, in some ways that the rest of the teams are now having to fight uphill. The damage effectively being done with the 40 seconds lost in the opening hour. See how the margin at the front just continues to close. Though Drago Racing now within, 2 car lengths of Norby Kish. It was slightly unusual to see the driver change for BS competition after just 1 hour, but remember, it's a long race. They've got to manage their driver schedule, and here's the look on board with Nicholas Matteo as we slice and dice through traffic. They get past the Impulse 992 car, and now past the Carlar Mercedes, the GT4. Up the inside, big loss of momentum there for the BMW. Remember, turbo-powered car, so is the Ferrari, to be fair, but neither of them really compromised in terms of power. The Ferrari does have a little bit more in terms of ballast, but both seem rather equal in terms of BOP, and no change made into turn number 1.
Drove past Ferrari Brisbane yesterday, and they've got a 296 on the floor. If you need someone with some stock, if you're going to pick one up, Arjuna.
You're talking the road car, not the race car here, right?
Yes.
So I don't have to buy the spare parts kit that comes with the car.
No, the front and rear clips slightly less adjustable.
I guess it saves me some money because I've heard the going rate for a 296 with all of the spare parts that you need to go and run it in a full competition setting, upwards now of $1 million just for the car before you then go and actually run it itself. We're talking about GT3 cars that historically have been, what, 500,000 plus or so in terms of...
A lot of them were in the sort of 400,000 euros, then 100,000 euros for a spare parts kit sort of thing. I think the real problem that the 488, the predecessor, had was not only was it, that much to buy, but when you calculated the running costs of the Ferrari GT3 relative to the most popular models, the Porsche, Audi, Mercedes, BMW, the per kilometer running costs were twice on the Ferrari. So even though people will fork out more money for a Ferrari chassis, but there were less people interested in also forking out way more per race to run it. And I think that's where they've arrived with this new 296. Is sure, it's one of the most expensive Ferraris to buy, but you don't really lose that money so long as the car is an equal cost to run as the other GT3 models. Plenty of people will find a spare $200,000, $300,000 just in that collector sense. They're like, well, I'm going to race it, but when I'm done racing it, I'd rather look at a Ferrari chassis than a BMW.
Yeah, and again, just, most GT3 cars historically, that price has ballparks come in around $500,000, but the last 3 or 4 years, we have seen the price slightly start to go up as a whole. Even the Porsche's, reported cost of the car, even without the spare parts in that case, a $250,000. So it's the continued evolution and development. Let's not forget, often these manufacturers are working on Evo kits as well, which help them to, further develop the car, but also in the case of the Ferrari in particular, that's known for being such a friendly car for the drivers, the amateur drivers, to get the most out of. They're always looking to try and make it as driver friendly as possible. One of those things that you don't necessarily always think about when it comes to customer racing. I've got to say though, at this level, you don't need to be given a good and easy car to drive to make the most out of it. And Nicholas Matteo, I don't know if it's Norby Kish is slow. Gap to the race lead is definitely opening up, but the body language of the car, Nicholas Matteo not looking too aggressive, but definitely looking like, David, that pass is going to come sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you've got time to still work it out. They're getting a nice tow off the Maniti car down the front straight, but it means that this first sector is going to be tough for these GT3s as they then close up massively, and balked a little in the braking zone and got to work out a way to get around through turn 3 or turn 4. It's BS Competition's job, and the answer is go around the outside of turn 3.
Long distance, but got to be careful that the Cup car on the inside with its lack of downforce doesn't wash up. But I think recognizing the Maniti machine as a couple of laps down and not having the easiest of runs was a late call-up for Joshua Meyer, who would traditionally be in race control, but instead is having to wheel his way around the circuit to Barcelona, Catalonia, and doing a sterling job given the situation and the circumstances. Not the only fight, by the way, in terms of this GT3 battle. Your touring car pit stops are playing out right now and somewhat equalizing the field, but in the fight for 8th on back. Door Esports leading Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, and Team Hoisting Velds, Maniti Racing, Obsidian, and the Falcon Sim Racing team, who have, by the way, been given a 10-second penalty. So, you know, bit by bit, Race Control working through various incidents and fortunately not having too much overall to look at over the course of the day. I feel as though Nicholas Matteo, though, his time is coming, and coming soon, David. Behind the Door Academy GT4 machine, they're going to get past through the penultimate corner, but now no one in front as they sail off into turn number 1.
Yeah, looking clear out front. Okay, suddenly the MA70 TCR appears, which stopped just a couple of laps ago. They stopped 2 laps ago. Here's the Ferrari looking to the inside, 3 wide to turn 1.
I tell you what, MA70 saw it coming and somewhat resisted turning in, but there comes the send, there comes the move, and Norby Kish will try and sling it back up the inside, but truck driver in the real world, racing truck driver in the real world, not going to be able to sling that BMW up the inside. And at this stage now, 20 minutes to go to the top of the hour, I'm thinking, David, the word in the ear is surely, okay, save your tires right now and try and follow this Ferrari back up to the front.
Yeah, possible. 4 seconds now from Drago Racing to Simify, extending that lead ever so slightly. The way that it went in the first stint, though, Simify burning a little bit more fuel than the 2 cars we are riding on board with and looking at. So, yes, Iglesias probably maybe ends up stopping 2 laps earlier this time around if again he has a 1 lap shorter stint than Drago Racing and BS Competition manage.
You can see your race leader with now a handful of lap machines between him and those chasing him down. We'll see how that gap or sequences out. We did mention that pit stops done and dusted now for your touring car machines, and as expected, Impulse retakes the lead in the category. Now, Team Hoisingveld did slightly short fill, almost about 7 seconds shorter in the stop itself. They had a 20-second penalty, and so you do the math, it's around 13, 14 seconds. The gap has emerged between the Honda and the Hyundai, first and second out on the road. Still around, of course, 4 and a bit hours to go till the halfway mark when points are paid out. Still a handful of pit stops left to go for these drivers as well. It's all now down to the raw pace. Impulse versus Hoisingveld. No one really having the speed to really challenge them, David, which I think is something that we've kind of been able to talk about over the course of the season.
Yeah, one of the things I notice about a lot of these pit stop times as well, by the way, is it's quite a short pit delta here at Barcelona. 80k an hour pit lane speed limit, quick on the way in, and then the lane is of an average length. So really the lane delta is sort of 18-20 seconds. There are other circuits where it's more like 40. I think Fuji it was almost 40 seconds. So when we talk about some of these strategies about, you know, 4 stop versus 5 stop, 5 stop versus 6 stop, there are other circuits where the lane delta would add more penalty to that than it does here. But if we just talk about getting to the halfway points in this race, it is just slam dunk easy 3 stop for everyone in TCR. It's a matter of, do you save a little bit of fuel to have some short stops? Where do you take those short stops? And as you point out, to try to stay with their rivals, try to stay in the tow. A few have gone just a little short this first time around, try to offset some penalties.
So powerful in these cars. You can save so much fuel when you're tucked behind machines, and that includes, you know, little moments in traffic. So we'll not be surprised if now, even though the touring car machines are all split on up, we'll still end up seeing the little bits of fuel saving that we'll see them probably not go maybe the full 52 or 53 laps that some went on fuel the first stint. Maybe a lap or so less if the conditions continue to cool on off. That is not just my eyes, but David, there is a lot more now cloud cover that's suddenly come over the circuit, right?
Officially, we are partly cloudy, and that means clouds up in the sky are moving across. Sometimes they block the sun, sometimes they don't. Right now is, a bit of shade for maybe the next 10 or 15 or 20 minutes. Normally, if you look up at the sky, partly cloudy means about 30 to 40% of the sky is cloud. So as it moves across, about 30-40% of the time will be in the shade. And so in every hour, you'll have, 20 minutes of shade.
That definitely looks a bit darker than I was expecting, and wow. Two Impulse cars, one a 992 Cup car, the other a GT3, three wide in towards the hairpin, and that is going to cause chaos. Olympus slide up into the path of Maniti. Unfortunate that it doesn't end up a little bit worse. It's the first bit of chaos that we've seen in quite a while. David, I think overall, though, we're almost 2 hours in. It's been a very, very calm race.
Keep saying that as if you're almost trying to will it. Looks like everyone got away from that without too much damage. Obviously, Olympus have carried on here, and no doubt we'll get another look at it. Big move down the middle from Impulse's GT3, almost collecting their teammate. Really surprising, that Maniti car. Then comes through Olympus, and they mostly do that themselves, don't they? Are they on old tyres?
Could be. They were one of the first to come down onto pit lane.
They're on two. They only took two tyres, so they ended up in that situation there. They're still a little under-tyred, and the car certainly looked a big handful when they were put offline through some of the dirty stuff and then made a bit of an ambitious look.
Thomas Cope behind the wheel there, really struggling to cope with the grip, and it was the Maniti 992 car that they ran into. Remember, that car 2 laps down from the leaders, and so just trying to stay out of trouble. No fault of the Maniti car. Race control sure to take a look at all of that and probably add another one to our incident review board sooner rather than later. Now the Drago Racing have hit the point, by the way. They have been unable to close in on Simufy up front. Traffic's played its part. It's also played its part here in the GT4s, where what was once an 8-second race lead is now up to 12. Corentin Gunes looks very, very good in his Aston Martin, and Alexander Peregrina in that Zenith Esports car. You can see him trying to fight his way around the outside of touring car entry. Struggling a little bit more in terms of long-term pace right now.
There's one Aston Martin that doesn't look so good, though. It's Grid & Go Esports 444, and I am so surprised the lap times they are still putting up, missing a lot of pieces. Apparently the front bumper doesn't do a whole lot for that Aston.
I was wondering initially if, when we saw the replay, was it going to magically reattach itself. It's possible it might still do that in their next trip down pit stop, but I'm not expecting it to.
I'm not seeing it. It's off. It's gone.
I'll have to wait and keep an eye on that. We're probably going to be down on pit lane and I want to say 30 laps time. No, that's not right. Never trust a commentator's math.
17.
I was not even close. I was literally half. I was double the number. Never trust the commentator's math, David.
Not with my life. Not even with $1.
That's why I'm so glad we got the live points. We will have confirmed, by the way, points from race control after the halfway mark, so that we can be talking about, the correct situation in case there is any decision that ends up slightly flipping the point situation from the race control side of things. But that's still quite a ways off. We're not even 2 hours into this.
My biggest thing about that is, what about penalties? What about if you've got a 20-second penalty over your head that you haven't served yet and haven't had to serve yet at the halfway point?
So that's where we'll see what race control.
Yeah, that's the kind of situation I'm coming up with, where, like, hearing the official word from the series and their timekeeping and scoring will be good, just to double check that it still lines up with what we see. That's a lot of damage on that Ferrari. Rear wing is gone for Impulse.
Alice Paolo was running up in 5th position, and I wonder He's going to have to tow. There's no way that car is going to be able to cycle around for an entire additional lap. And, well, we saw him go 3 wide slightly earlier on. You could tell that he was pushing and very much trying to force the issue. Is this going to be that curb on the outside biting once again? Yes, it is. Front end sees daylight and front end sees wall.
I think the suspension breaks there as well, because it doesn't slow, it doesn't turn, and then of course he hits the wall on the outside that does a little bit more. Yeah, it breaks something.
Yeah, I mean, and then you can see the aftermath. Try imagining wrestling that car around for an entire lap. No thank you. Much safer to park it and unfortunately tow it back to pit lane. So what was a pretty decent run for Impulse in this final round of the season comes to an end. And unfortunately for them, no podiums across the 2023 and 2024's campaign. Now means Sable jump up to 5th. They've got the World Sim Racing car, the Mercedes, directly behind them, all as they work around on your GT4 leaders, Zenith, Impulse, and now Movano having dropped back behind the Impulse Mercedes. 2.5 seconds back behind the WSR Esports car in GT3. You can just see how long some of these trains are starting to build up into. 10 minutes to go until the pit stops. I'll just remind myself in some ways, David, Sable Esports went, what, almost 7 minutes beyond the top of the hour in the first stint of the race.
Yes, indeed. They went a long way. The answer is they went 3 laps longer than your race leader, 2 laps longer than most of the other cars in class, so they should be well placed come the next round of stops as well.
Not expecting them to have done as much fuel saving, but we'll get a pretty decent
What's your number for how much fuel they took after that stint?
It was a regular pit stop from what I can see.
Okay, you look at their lane time and it looks like a minute?
Yep.
Okay, right. So then they're carrying more fuel right now, and then will continue to go longer this stint than most of their rivals.
I'm guessing as well that all of this behind kind of helps them. 3 wide off the corner, and it's in the fight for second in the GT4 class, all as, of course, GT3s far up the inside. Oh, and now Movano takes advantage. Already Impulse and Timo Hayden had made the pass on the Zenith Esports McLaren. And then with a bit of a argy-bargy move, Simone Persone decided to follow as well. The machine behind that you see is not necessarily fighting on the same lap, so Sable now have a little bit of security to try and hold on, but as well with the cars just holding in line, but that's not what that McLaren wanted. I wonder, David, if their pace starting to fall off in the mid part of the race.
Again, with all of these categories that have got multiple cars for the teams to have chosen from, there are differences, there are preferences for each model of car, what kind of circuits are going to suit them best, but also what sort of weather conditions are going to suit them best. 2 cars could be very, very well balanced for equal performance, except, you know, in the cold, one might slightly have an edge, and when the track gets slipperier, the other one might slightly have an edge. Is the mid-engined McLaren with its turbochargers a little more easy to work with in the colder temperatures, whereas then a more traditionally laid out sort of front engine rear wheel drive car a little easier to work around when it gets slippery?
Remember, in terms of the BOP adjustment, a shout out to TFR Lab for the process that makes that possible. In the GT4 class, Mercedes got 1 kilogram of ballast added. It also got 1% of its fuel removed, so probably not a big and lasting impact there, but maybe just something that will marginally differentiate it in terms of consumption and efficiency compared to the Aston Martin and the McLaren that they're fighting. But traffic plays its part as the W2 ePro machine. Rafael Silva's up there in 3rd after qualifying down in 5th. Just tries to stay on the left-hand side of the track, bleeds back over to the right as Zenith Esports car makes its way on forward. But it's a very, very tidy sequence so far for Corentin Gunes, 15 seconds. Now the race lead as we get ready to hit the top of the hour. Top of the hour also seeing probably Tristan Iglesias maybe ready to get out of the car, but David with what is still a 3.3 second margin to Nicolas Matteo, who has dropped Norby Kish as he gets stuck a little bit behind some 992 machines.
Right now only 2 drivers for that leading Simify car. Tristan Iglesias is in right now, and Gabby Montoro could be the next. Drago Racing's 69 has 3 drivers: Nicolas Matteo, Ricardo Rico and Manuel Troncoso. I think we've seen all of those drivers across the journey. When you think about when this championship started months ago, sure, a lot of the teams might have used 2 drivers in each race, but not necessarily the same 2 drivers race to race to race each round, typically about a month apart from each other.
I guess maybe as well, when you have the gap, you have the time for the drivers to go and figure out, right, I'm feeling good at this track, I think I could get us a good result, and that's what Drago have kind of been able to do. 3 wins rather, 4 podiums, and it's only the round at Sebring, round 2, where they scored nil points and put themselves in a bit of a pickle, but fought straight back out of it with back-to-back victories after that one. And again, live point situation, if it was to, again, finish as is, we've still got some ways to go before we reach the 6-hour mark and we'll pay out those points. But I'm not saying it's done and dusted at that point, but 94 minus 79 is 15 points. A podium is worth 16 points at a minimum. Drago Racing find themselves in a very good spot right now.
If you could be in anyone's boots, you would pick theirs. That's for sure.
Simify might even actually have a chance here of putting the pressure onto BS Plus competition over the course of the rest of the race for that final, for the second championship spot. Norby Kish sharing with, of course, Ruben Bonga, but also with Niels Cox. So another team that's gone for the 3-driver lineup, which I'm not surprised to see, because I think one other thing that's quite important, David, to discuss is the fact that if you only have 2 drivers and something unthinkable happens to one, let's say their internet dies or their brake pedal decides it no longer wants to brake, or literally brakes, however you want to describe that, you suddenly have one driver that's got to do the rest of the race and fulfill the minimum/maximum drive time. If you've got an extra driver, it gives you some more flexibility in case you've got issues to try and work around it.
Same drive time rules as the 6-hour races applies as well, which is a maximum driving time. No one driver can do more than 70% of the laps of their class leader. So yeah, with 3, then you can share it around more. Whoever is going to do the most of the driving, well, the rest of it can be filled in by 2 other drivers. So you might get a little closer to one driver does 50% of the race, and then the other 2 do 25% and 25%. But you do have a lot of flexibility in a 3-driver lineup there, where your 3rd driver could do very, very few laps, so long as the driver who does the 2nd most laps then does enough that the driver who does the most laps doesn't do more than 70% of the race.
Makes it nice and simple trying to calculate out when you're just using it on the distance, and 70% is a quite generous threshold as well. If one driver is doing 70% of a 12-hour race, they are clearly being charged by plenty of whatever energy drink they have chosen to get them through this 12 hours of racing. 3 minutes to go to the top of the hour, and 3 minutes to go until another round of pit stops, at the very least for the GT3 machines, and if not for some of the other classes as well, to begin to dive their way down onto pit lane, and maybe in some cases for a first time to change drivers. Dino Lombardi, another one of a 3-man effort. Jordan Caruso and Vinoso Tasdellin going to be in that machine. I've got to say, Dino Lombardi having to be quite awake there to see the dive up the inside from the Falcon Sim Racing Mercedes, but that's the advantage of having a 36-second lead, as he did a couple of seconds ago. You can afford to give up a couple of seconds with some aggression in traffic.
Yes, so the one Ferrari GT3 not looking as pretty as Drago Racing, Impulse Racing have cleared the meatball flag that they had, so made sufficient repairs There's the Hoisingfeld Ferrari, looking okay, but looking very busy.
Tim Matska puts the pressure on behind. Team Hoisingfeld come into this round of the championship after up and down season so far. A couple of rounds with no points on the board. A couple of decent showings in terms of pace, but big wiggle there out of the final corner as they bobble onto the curb. That did not look like a car that's totally comfortable with the pressure being dealt from behind. Tim Matska not close enough though to really lunge into the braking zone. He's going to have to pull alongside and then commit deep under the brakes, over commits and slides wide, slows up the entire pack. Here comes Damon Woods in the Falcon Sim Racing Mercedes, manages to get alongside of Sentakowski, and that Ferrari, long way around, tries to hold on as he gets run out of room.
Stays on the road though, so that won't be viewed as forcing another driver off, I don't think. And here comes Obsidian, so it's getting ferocious, approaching the pit stop window at GT3. If you're going to get, you know, elbows out, if you're going to throw some punches, anytime in the sort of 2, 3, 4 laps before you need to pit is a great time to get yourself that track position before you hit pit lane. Don't get checked up behind anyone on the pit entry, and less opportunity for them to then strike back at you. And if you can have a quick stop too, then you might get past them, leave pit lane a couple seconds clear of them, and not have to see them again if you break the toe. Great time to be making moves in GT3.
Falcon Sim Racing making that move still have a 10-second penalty. Do not forget that they will end up serving, so they will end up sitting in the penalty box when we make our way down to the lane. The big green machine of Tim Matska now up to 9th, passing a Porsche Cup car as they rise up through the final sector. That's a little uncomfortable. He shows his nose, forces the issue a bit more than maybe that Impulse Cup car was expecting, but given the room that was expected by the 915, and now opens up the cap as a result of that move. That's where understanding, planning out in advance, right, the traffic's here. If I make my move in this corner, I can do X, Y, Z. Thinking ahead, so important. We tick past though, another hour complete. Simufy able to go beyond the top of the hour this time without any issue, David. Exactly what they wanted to see.
Yeah, off the race start, they did 35 laps before they pitted. They're on their 35th lap of their second stint now. So if they pit at the end of this one, it's identical to their first run. If they run one longer, maybe that's in reaction to what everyone else has done, where obviously they pitted and then saw everyone else not pit with them and then go another lap. And maybe that's a wake-up call to your strategy. Or maybe you like having this 4-second lead. They're going one more, 36 laps to this stint.
I mean, if you've got the fuel, you might as well use it. It's a GT4 car that comes in, so Door Esports Academy, you heard the klaxon go off. They are the reason why, as one more driver down pit lane with 2 hours officially complete in the season finale of the 24 Hours Esports Championship for 2023-2024. 30 hours of racing have got us here, and 12 hours of racing to settle it all, and it's been an interesting ride so far. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of David Haynes as we work through this first half of the race. Still watching right now a fight for what is 9th position behind the Maniti Racing Porsche, Falcon Sim Racing, Team Hoisingfeld, Obsidian Racing, and then Sotomuto, the number 1 car of Williams Esports, riding just behind after qualifying up inside of the top 5, but dropping down in the early stages. More drivers down pit lane, and this time by, there are some GT3 drivers, both Team 75 and Obsidian Racing.
And of course the GT3s are the fastest class, so most of their pit stalls are all the way down the end here by the pit exit. Everyone has seen their pit stall at least once, including TCRs, so you should know where it is now. And we do get those driver changes after 2 hours. Sergio Gurdiel Ferrero makes way for Edu Fernandez Morales in Obsidian Racing, if my timing's to be believed there.
I can confirm, and I can say for Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC, Nicholas Hyder out, Kerem Havers in. So seemingly we were a bit surprised that BS Competition did their driver change just 1 hour in. I think a lot of other teams may have been a bit surprised as well. This is, well, one of those teams that we would talking about knowing where your pit stall is. Unfortunately, David, first time down into the box, 07 Racing, slightly blindsided, couldn't tell where their box was to be, and now as they slightly push the Door Esports Academy car out of the way, they find themselves down in 10th, back out on track, but after sitting in pit lane with a tow for almost 4 full minutes.
If it's not unlocked, then you shouldn't try to force the door open.
That's the lesson that I learned when I tried to kick a door down and I injured my shoulder.
Your shoulder? Kicking a door, okay.
I'm glad you picked up on that.
I injured my shoulder sprinting full pace at a safer barrier to test how much it would deform. And the answer is you need to be going a lot faster and weigh a lot more. For example, if you are 1,500 kilograms going 200 kilometers an hour, you will deform a safer barrier. But if you are 80 kilograms going 15 kilometers an hour, you will not. But you will bruise.
And I'm guessing it will still hurt no matter what speed and how much mass crashes into the safer barrier. Off and away, Gabby Montoro takes over from Tristan Iglesias for the Simufy number 14. Nice tidy pit stop as expected. 4 tires being thrown on and the fresh driver charging away. And this is a lineup where only 2 drivers are slated to do the entire 12 hours. David, we've talked ad nauseum so far about the 3 driver lineups. First time we've talked about just the 2 doing the entire race.
Yes, indeed. Same driver rules apply. No minimum time, but a maximum time. No single driver can do more than 70% of the race. So there is actually a situation where the driver who does the most driving in one of these 2 driver layouts might actually do similar drive time to the most used driver in some of the 3 cars setups. So yeah, we'll see at the end who's done how many laps. There are a few drivers who woke up today and knew that they were going to get a big dose of Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya.
And a dose they probably weren't complaining too much about. Manuel Troncoso back into the Drago Racing car as Nicolas Mateo jumps out. Norby Kishi is going to stay in, so maybe no surprise there. Marvin Strel out, Jurgen Frank in to the Team 75 Bernard car that's just dropped in behind. And one thing just to keep an eye on, yes, your eyes don't deceive you, Patrick Selva is out on track and on merit, sticking out there for what is the 34th lap of his run. Off and away, Troncoso goes. Norby Kish going to be a bit of a wait for him. Where is Gabby Montoro? Blasting around the outside, down into the opening corner. But look how much closer it suddenly has become, up towards the front. Troncoso with a slightly shorter stop. And David, we've got a fight for the lead.
Yeah, obviously, Drago Racing were about 4 seconds behind earlier on, knew they had a little bit more fuel, had saved fuel a little bit better through the opening stint than Simify had been able to do. So once you see Simify take their pit stop that lap or 2 before you, you can make the decision, hey, do we want to take 2 seconds of fuel out of this stop? We'll gain 2 seconds and we will be right on them in the next stint. And then once we're on them, we could go and save a little bit more fuel from there or past them. But you can react to what Simify are doing, or Simify cannot react to the call that Drago Racing has made.
I don't know the entire mathematical situation, but if Drago were to lead at the halfway mark, grab the maximum points, and BS Competition finishes no higher than 3rd, I think basically then the situation is Drago Racing finishes 14th or higher, and the championship becomes theirs. What they will want to be thinking about, though, is can they win the championship by, in a 6-race season, winning what would be their 4th race in 6 rounds, and grabbing a 5th podium to boot as well. Falcon Sim Racing dive onto the pit lane. They weren't able to go beyond the 74 lap mark. Seybold, Huizingveld and Williams Esports, those are the 3 cars that continue to run around at the front. Simify and Drago Racing, net race leaders, still continuing just to sit as they are. Back over to the 992s, just to check in with Dino Lombardi in the Altus 943, and Scherer's car slightly further behind. Remember, 2 tires versus 4 tires in terms of stop. And David, we're still kind of wondering which call is going to end up being the best.
Yes, indeed. You see the lap times there. You see the key rivals. 4 tyres still going well for Superfly's 992 here.
Yeah. Scherer, by the way, those lap time deltas, 2 tyres expected to fall off. I'm wondering what the fall off is compared to maybe the car they're more realistically fighting with in terms of on-track speed. The 996 Visceral machine did take 4 tyres, if I'm reading my timing screen correctly.
Yeah, sorry, that's who I meant to compare to.
Okay, gotcha. There you go. There's the comparison.
Yeah, interesting. You know, we know Vince Peters took 4 tyres, and they haven't quite delivered how we would expect. And again, our look at the points situation in this class where things remain very, very close is that Scherer, for the championship, need not worry too much about trying to steal away first place. They just need to worry about trying to keep second, and they are at the moment based on those numbers we just showed.
Feeling quite calm, I think, right now is the Scherer Esports camp. Mentioned the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring Championship they won over the winter. That was in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance series where they were up against the likes of Redline, the Apex Racing team, some of the biggest and best names that sim racing and the Green Hell has to throw at them, but they were consistent, had 2 teams actually entered for that championship as well, and traded victories in both camps along with the Redlines and the Apexes. But yeah, what a fine accomplishment, and a rebrand, of course, for them to Scherer ahead of that season, just continuing to go from strength to strength and signing a couple of very strong drivers to add to their cause as well. Continuing to track them, they are going to be major contenders at the 24 hours of the Nürburgring that we've got coming up. Pit stops underway in GT4. Impulse Racing have just come down to pit lane. Meanwhile, your race lead, net race lead, still a handful of car lengths split the Porsche and the Ferrari fighting in GT3.
1 or 2 more penalties coming through, like Falcon Sim Racing picked up 10 seconds, but it came through just recently, so I don't think they served it at their last stop. But for GT4, I don't think anyone has any penalties left to serve.
Just confirmation that we did talk about the Falcon penalty. They have served it this most recent trip down pit lane, so that is why they have dropped back, and Luko Vanch has taken over in that car as well, quite considerably behind the Team Hoisingveld and Williams Esports cars, who almost 3 wide with the Hydrace Geodesic machine off at the hairpin. Long way around goes Moritz Weinrich, all as René Lenz and Beckham Jasir just working with one another. Driver changes have taken place in those respective GT3 cars as well, and 2 drivers straight out of pit lane and thrown straight into a wheel-to-wheel battle.
Again, everyone's got to be careful not to cut too much out of that penultimate corner. As I've been watching, there's a few more slowdown penalties that have happened. There was one for grid and go again, so the penultimate corner and the final corner, not treating them particularly well. Here is that naturally aspirated Mercedes power with a nice slipstream down the straight line, and Hoisingveld see, okay, you're going to the inside, nothing for me to gain from fighting it unless you're going to run wide into turn 1.
It's a little bit too much speed. Track falls away from you in the braking zone at that opening corner, so it's so easy to go a bit too deep, be a bit too committed, but ABS can back you up and help you there in the GT3, the GT4 machines. In the 992 Cup car, of course, you do not have that same advantage. You are left all to your own devices, and that's where you panic, release off the brake and try and get back on and slow yourself down before you end up in the gravel. Maniti Racing, WSI Esports butt kicker, and then Dory Esports fighting for 6th, 7th and 8th position. Sabolt have just come into pit lane, so it's clear. David, they are trying to extend as far as they can. Was that another 38 lap stint for them?
Yeah, looks like it. So previously we'd seen some teams go 35, some teams go 36. Sabolt went 38 the first stint. They've gone 38 again. Roberto Ferrari gets in to replace at this stop as well. So they're definitely and deliberately saving as much fuel as they can to really do something different. And it seems like a good strategy too, because they are maintaining enough pace, rejoining the race still inside of the top 10, and as they do these super long stints, now 2 in a row, they keep building up this fuel advantage that they can cash in with a short stop at some point later on in the race. It's for the pace that they're able to maintain while also running 2 laps longer, I think it's very good.
They come out alongside the Share Esports car in second, and so that may have cost them a tenth or two through the opening couple of corners, but they're still 5th on track. They are 41 seconds off of your race lead, but I don't think that's who they're tracking against. They are more concerned about maybe a top 4, top 5 finish and seeing what they can do in a long vein on this strategy call. Interesting to watch, interesting to track, and we're not even 3 hours in. Back up front, Manuel Troncoso now within half a second. Gabby Montoro feels the pressure up the inside of the Olympus 992 car through the final corner. I don't know if Daniel Sedgley necessarily expected that, but saw it coming and gave it the room as well. Montoro's lead going to shrink to under 0.3 of a second. Drago Racing is there. You can see the overspeed though from the Porsche into the braking zone. Finally has to lift off.
Now the fight is on between your leader and second place. Drago Racing Ferrari, the most successful car so far this season, leading the championship. And really, anything inside of the top 5 at the halfway point, anything inside of the top 5 at the checkered flag after the 12-hour race, gives them a lovely, lovely championship. But they are looking for first place and absolutely smash out this final race. 12 hours of Barcelona in the 24-hour series esports championship season 2023-2024.
It's a bit of fuel saving, just a bit. There's not a huge lift and coast, but there's just a little bit. Recognition that there can be a bit of help. Oh, that's not ideal. The X-Racer GT4 machine holds up Troncoso. Gabby Montoro was aggressive, took advantage to make his way forward. But these two very, very much keeping each other now focused at the front, and no mistakes can be made. Meanwhile, driver change, pit stop underway for your race leaders and championship contenders in GT4. It's going to be Adam Isaacson in, Corentin Gunes out, as the Bumblebee sits in pit lane.
Yeah, there you go. So a little earlier than some of their rivals, 36 laps completed on this stint. Almost everyone else sort of going for 37. So Movano, Corsa, Zenith and Sebelt go around SimRC for the moment, but it all might correct again to SimRC in the race lead in a moment. But Zenith and Movano get their moment in the sun once again. And it is in the sun.
We've seen the sun come out of its cloud cover and definitely make itself known once more. Race Control having its presence known once again, and this time the Impulse 915. 10-second time penalty. That is the 20th incident report dealt with by Race Control so far. 2 hours complete of the race and still a long, long way to go. And I mentioned earlier Race Control was almost, poor Casper de Court was running effectively almost by himself. The crew has started to roll on in, and even though there seemingly is less reports to deal with, there's more help behind the scenes, and great to see. You also, we talked about it earlier in terms of championship. It's not just the winners that have something to fight for, David, right? There's those that are trying to fight and lock themselves back in for next season without needing to go through pre-qualifying. We've just seen the Ivor Endurance Series come to an end over the last handful of weekends as well. Some of those teams have had their opportunity to build effectively an endurance racing ladder. They've gone from that championship racing in multi-class competition there, and some of those teams will get their opportunity as well. I really like the way that we build up our entry list and give teams the opportunity to avoid going through what is a stressful pre-qualifying process. And we will maybe think a little bit more about the pre-qualifying in a moment. For now, here is pit stops underway for the remaining of the GT4 contenders. Zenith Esports in their McLaren in with the 2 Mercedes for Movano and for Sable. They're sitting now very patiently and waiting. Fraser Williamson's going to jump into the Movano car. Ricardo Zuppani into the Sable 491. And then into the Zenith Esports car, Jaume Torres. So 3 new drivers to jump in and to try and challenge Adam Isaacson, who's just gotten into, of course, the 476 that leads at the front of the field. Back across the line comes the Bumblebee car, all as we wait for the contenders to roll off and away from pit lane. You can see the puff of smoke. They finally just rolled, but the race leading margin already up of 10 full seconds, and SimRC in a very, very ominous spot relative to their competition, as off and away here come Zenith, Movano and Sable with the McLaren back up in front after leapfrogging the rest on the pit stop cycle. David, as well, pit stop seemingly getting ready to begin for your 992 class, because here the 2-tire call for Shera Esports has seen them come in earliest of them all.
Yeah, there's always a temptation when you go no tires or 2 tires to just call it a little early and go to the 4 new tires slightly earlier and, you know, try to get back some level of undercut. So Rafael Renhofer is going to drive the Shera Esport Porsche out of the lane when the service is all done.
And a service again that does see them do tires and fuel at the same time. Saw on my timing screen a bit of a blip indicator that maybe has seen a Falcon Sim Racing car.
Did you say that backwards?
What did I say, sorry?
I think you said that they do tires and fuel at the same time.
Oh, yeah, they don't do tires and fuel at the same time. That's what I meant to say. It's definitely not 5.
I might have misheard you, to be fair.
No, I believe you. It's 5 o'clock in the morning for me, and it's very possible that I have said many an incorrect thing today. What I was wondering, though, there have been some cars involved in a couple of different incidents over the course of the day. Still waiting for race control to give a penalty for a car taking out multiple cars. Falcon Sim Racing don't think there was much they necessarily could have done there as they headed around a couple of GT4 machines. Maybe not.
Ooh.
Oh, these looks from up above, they're always a little bit more telling, aren't they?
Yeah, the blimp is telling on a few people today, that's for sure. Drago Racing get boxed in as they got a great run at the race lead.
It's up to the hairpin. It's the Ferrari on the inside, but around the outside, can the Porsche sweep a bit more momentum? There's a bit of door banging between them. Manuel Troncoso left on the unfavorable line, up through the double right-handers now that they've got left to greet them at the very end of the lap. It's a fight side by side, all as Norby Kish is probably going to be rubbing his hands with glee. 4 seconds down the road, this will give him his chance to close. No change, but the fight is on.
Yes, it's Drago Racing, the Dragon, behind Gabby Montoro, the Bull, I think, at the moment for this race lead. And clearly 2 cars class the field in GT3 at the moment, a category that still remains very close, much closer than 992.
Wow. Gabby Montoro leaves the door open. Manuel Troncoso doesn't need a second invitation, goes for the move, has to back out of it. But these two duking it out in a way that wouldn't tell you there's 9 hours and 40 minutes still left to go.
There's the defense across to the inside. Drago Racing look around the outside of these long sweeping corners and they make contact. That blimp is going to get another workout, I think, Arjuna.
Wow. Contact. Not once, not twice, but thrice now in this fight. And I've just got to remind them that it's all fine and dandy squabbling like this, but there are championships on the line in some of these cases right now.
I remember saying for a few of these teams, well, you know, you don't necessarily need to win. What you need to do is avoid getting any penalties.
Well, this is the blimp look from up above. And watch here. Montoro went half across the track, then covers back onto the left-hand side, opens up the corner. And Manuel Troncoso could have been a lot more physical, but keep your eye on this, David, as they wind back up towards the long right-hander. This was where Drago saw their opportunity to try and come back at them once again.
Yeah, Simify cover it off immediately and early. Like, you're not getting the inside lines. Drago Racing go, okay, I'll look around the outside. And the contact is made when Simify do not get to anything representing an apex. I mean, I say play on, but I I say the contact happened because Montoro pushed in a little wide, not because Troncoso turned down.
404 penalty not found. Let them race, please.
I think that's what I said.
Is my request to race control. I think that the thing is, I've had this discussion with a couple of real world commentators in the last year about, especially, you know, driving standards in sim racing. How does it compare to the real world and what is acceptable? And kind of the common theme across of all disciplines of motorsport, across of all the people that I've had the chance to chat with, is that if the other car has to change its line to avoid being run into, or its line gets changed naturally by contact, that's where the limit becomes. An apex was missed, contact was made. I again argue, let them race, but that's definitely right on the line. All of that, though, I was getting excited that we might have a three-way fight. No, BS competition may be getting stuck in traffic. David, they haven't really closed through any of that.
Yeah, again, I mean, like that kind of thing, it feels like something as race control you note, and if there's contact again that takes them out, then you go, well, hang on, that wasn't, how can that be an accident if that's how you were driving earlier before? But you don't give a penalty just for that, I don't think. It's the sort of noted, and then maybe it factors into something in the future, but if it happens just like that, just like once, please let them race on. And both of them had more space they could have used, so Troncoso could have been a little wider and there wouldn't have been contact, and Montoro could have made the apex and there wouldn't have been contact.
Now, race control is not going to look at it, I think, in this case until either of the teams makes a report. Neither of the teams feel like it warranted one. They are thinking it's time to continue the fight, and that is a great exit out of the opening couple of corners from the Ferrari. Not able to make the lunge, but maybe a bit lighter in fuel load as well. Let's not forget there was almost a 2-second shorter pit stop from the machine in the effort in trying to close the margin. It might be paying dividends right now in terms of behavior as well. That Porsche looks a little bit wider through some of the corners than it has through the early stages, all as the track temperature continues to rise. But for the first time today, David, are we now in mostly cloudy conditions rather than partly cloudy?
Yes, indeed. And I think that's when you go from about 30-40% cloud coverage to sort of 50-60% cloud coverage, and you move from, oh, there might occasionally be a bit of cloud to there will be more cloud than not, but that time of the day, the time of the year, there's a reason people take their holidays here. And for Drago Racing, I think your strategy right here is, be nice if we could get past Simify, but if third place isn't catching us, then I'm not under as much immediate pressure to make this pass. I can sit and save a few more laps so long as third place isn't hustling us.
It's starting to close though slightly. I wonder if the traffic started to equalize a bit more, but these drivers are heading through their own waves of it that the BS machine will work through eventually. Troncoso this time goes the long way around, sticks his nose in as they crest up to the second part of the corner. He's trying, he's knocking at the locked door, but he's not barging it down. That's what you want to see. Can he get the momentum and switch it back to the inside? This is reminiscent of, well, some great racing we've seen in the real world. Hopefully it doesn't end in tears. Still alongside as Troncoso tries to make the long way around, the short way down in towards turn 5. The Aston Martin in front of them is still missing its front end. That's the Grid and Go machine that runs 7th in the GT4 class. It's going to watch its mirrors as to the left-hand side, single file once more. Traffic sees the battle dissipate for now.
Past the hometown team, Race for Cat, and your leader gets around that GT4, but still Drago Racing have to wait just a little bit longer, and for Manuel Troncoso that takes him away from being right at the rear bumper of the lead, and lets BS Competition close, now 2.6 seconds away from the lead, underneath 2 seconds away from Drago Racing.
See in the small picture, Altus have just left pit lane and still, of course, in the lead. Such is their margin in that 992 class. That's going to be one to keep your eye on. front of the field, though, this gaggle of traffic, the one that has seen BS Plus close the gap, but it's also seen the front three split out once more. It's 3 seconds between those drivers. They work their way back around to the line. It's now 85 laps that will be complete. We're still tracking for around 420 odd laps or so, maybe a little bit under that if the temperature continues to rise through the early part of the afternoon. So far, none of these teams at the front have been given a chance to breathe and to relax. We saw Altus down on pit lane, now Visceral heading to pit lane as well. Remember, Shera Esports have been on track already, David, for a good 5 full laps after a slightly early pit stop for them.
Yeah, a deliberate call to go a little early, put the new tyres on for Shera. Then Altus stopped and took
no tyres, 39.2.
Fuel only? Yeah. I looked from my timing screen to timing.RaceSpotTV to be like, did mine glitch out? Did they really go fuel only there for Altus Esports? But I think it says they did.
It was fuel only, and they did a driver change, so that's quite brave. Jordan Caruso has taken over, but you know, you've got a Porsche Esports Super Cup champion behind the wheel. I think you feel pretty comfortable that he's going to be able to get to grips with the car and feel it out in these early stages pretty quickly and suss out what they need to do. They are still leading, of course, don't forget. Keep an eye on the times, though. What can Caruso do? David, we have 30 minutes, though, to go to the top of the next hour. The next time we would expect these GT3 cars to come down onto pit lane. The rest of the classes, let's be honest, at the front of the field, it's all petered off. There's no fight. Simufy and Drago keeping each other very, very close. Drago looking very, very quick as we get to the mid part of the day.
Don't think Gabby Montoro had quite the run off the final corner he wanted with the GT4 there, but he might have just backed it up a little bit so that he did get a full flat-out exit onto the front straight, getting past 1, getting past 2, as many cars as he possibly can on the way down towards turn number 1. Now he's got the Havu 992, not a hindrance in a straight line, but potentially a challenge through some of these corners.
You can hear the patience
knock.
on throttle from Havu, and eventually up the inside. There goes Simufy. Troncoso, don't take it 3 wide. There's not a gap up the middle. Troncoso doesn't force the issue just yet. Norby Kish is there as well. The zebra is closing, and this is where championship very much on the line for Drago for BS competition. Simufy here only realistically have 2 things in their mind. David, one of them, of course, being trying to lock themselves in for next year's championship by securing their finish in the championship. Second thing is win for the first time across the 2023-2024 campaign.
Yeah, you love to be a winner if you can. Where did this meatball come from for the Impulse Racing 915 out of the 992 category?
My suspicion is we slightly earlier had mentioned that there was a potential penalty for the 915. That was actually mislabeled by Race Control. The correct update was for the Olympus car to have the 10-second penalty. I wonder if there was maybe something involved in that, but I have also seen a couple more penalties come down. Obsidian Racing, their second time penalty for car contact. It's also the second time penalty for the Falcon Sim Racing team for their own bit of car contact, and that one, I'm pretty sure, has not been served just yet, David.
No, I think we saw it, and it was after the drive change, so each driver that's driven in the Falcon Mercedes has got a penalty.
I guess they're all doing an equal job of making each other suffer, because I always found it quite galling as a driver when, you know, your teammate will get involved in a crash, then you do a driver change, and then you have to serve the penalty for something you didn't do. Even though I know, yes, your team did it, David. Hashtag blame your teammate.
Yeah, that does happen from time to time, doesn't it? It's not uncommon that by the time a penalty is decided, the driver at fault's no longer in the car, but a penalty, of course, still needs to go out and it gets served by someone else. So that is a quirk of endurance racing.
Oh, you know what it could have been, David? Could have been because they've just left pit lane as well. Could it have been a meatball for tires? I'm going out on a limb right now. It's a very short stop for them, and it was the second trip down pit lane.
Yeah. So looking at the... I mean, you can see a crinkle on the back of the car. I actually have them with a 90-second time in the pit stall. So, like, service and taking required repairs, perhaps.
So what that is, I believe, is technically they towed in pit lane.
Right.
So got to get word from these teams sometimes to try and figure out what's going on. The Real World 24-Hour Series has, a roving pit reporter that can jump and help us out. We don't have that liberty, but we will try and get word. Good eye from David, though, to recognize that car that was running decently well has dropped down the order. And now, quick update on 992 as a whole, with pit stops having come to a cycle. Caruso for Altus leads by 71 seconds from Share Esports, and then 20 seconds back to Visceral. It's a very small gap at the front of the class right now.
Let's trying to take a look at the pit stop for Impulse, but I don't have a great look.
And while we talk about all of those issues, of course, we'll try and get word from the team, see what happens. Back with Gabby Montoro, with Manuel Troncoso. The race leaders who have settled in a bit more now to the rhythm now that traffic has dissipated, albeit momentarily. Remember, we had the driver changes in that last pit stop cycle, so expect them to stay in the car for at least one more stint, if not longer. Manuel Troncoso getting closer and closer once again, though, trying to make that move stick, as through traffic they will dart past the SimRC race leader in the GT4 class. Down into the opening corner, 2 seconds back to BS Plus, and then 15 seconds back to fourth place Jürgen Frank in the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC machine. As the mystery still continues about Impulse Racing, the one thing that we know for sure, David, is at least they're now in a fight directly in front of Oystein Herford for Hydra Race Geodesic.
Yes, indeed they are. Still with a big hole punched in the back underneath the rear wing. In the engine cover, and they just don't seem to have a whole lot of fight going on. That was an optimistic look from Hydra Race Geodesic Racing down the inside there without enough overlap. And Impulse Racing hold 8th place in class for the moment.
Watching them down through the penultimate corner. Just trying to judge from the body language of the car. Of course, we're not 100% sure what happened in the pit stop, but it does look as though they've got the grip that indicates a 4-tire pit stop for them. And you can see behind, Oystein Herford does that interesting line that we've seen from some drivers in their attempts to try and get some more speed. Let's see if we can figure out what happens here, David. So watching the Impulse machine that's got into pit lane, it's still moving, isn't it?
It just reversed and then towed. They overshot, I think. But they definitely also had a meatball flag. So, not great.
I don't think, and now they're up on the jack. So they definitely did take 4 tires. I've seen some peculiar pit stops, but I don't know if I'm quite sure what that one is about. But yeah, down in 8th position, suboptimal to say the very least, and finding themselves now with some work to do. I think sometimes we've seen, David, that happen when drivers aren't getting tires changed and they have to basically force the car into taking new Michelin tires.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we've seen, other than I don't think it's what you would choose to do unless there was some other problem you were managing.
That is only, by the way, two-driver lineup, so it's not, unfortunately, like we're going to be able to get too much insight into what happened, because often in a two-driver lineup in a 12-hour race like this, one driver is competing, the other driver is probably not far away from the rig, but they might be trying to just relax and enjoy whatever brief moments of downtime that they can get before they unfortunately find themselves having to jump back into the car, because back and forth you will go, just switching between your two drivers, ping-ponging back and forth. 91 laps about to be complete at the very front of the field. Your ES Plus competition machine, Norby Kish, still behind the wheel there. Not closing in the same way that he was through traffic. Manuel Troncoso maybe saving a bit of fuel now after that slightly short pit stop. David, unfortunately, in about 20 minutes time we'll say goodbye to you, and 9 hours left to go. You'll be wondering about what is going to happen for the rest of the race. What do you think, based on what you've seen right now, is going to unfold in the next 3 hours before we get to the halfway mark of the race with the points being paid out?
Well, it's my birthday in an hour and 15 minutes, so I see some cake unfolding, and then maybe also the lid of a few cans. But as far as on the racetrack, I see BS Competition potentially getting to the lead at GT3 here, because they've got a little bit more pace than the two cars in front, and we know that either they've got to save big or have some longer stops from those two cars out front, Simify and Drago. So I think strategy-wise, as well as track position-wise, BS in a really good spot that they could grab a couple points at the halfway. So that's my GT3. I reckon I'm calling it for BS. And then in 992, would you be an absolute fool to bet against Altus Esports there? I think really what you're watching and waiting to see is how Scherer go with that second place, because that's also important for the championship. Don't think Visceral's new tyres closed them enough in any of the previous stints, so I reckon Scherer keep the championship lead after the first 6 hours in 992. Over in GT4, a little bit of anyone's game, but I think the pace and the lack of penalties for SimRC being good for them. 0-7, obviously, things have fallen apart a little bit for them, so championship-wise, I think Zenith are well-placed, even if they've got the Movano, Corsa, Ferrari, Mercedes in right behind them. I'm still backing in Zenith there, and I don't know what I think about TCR, because Huizinfeld are closing up that 20-second penalty that they had to serve on an Impulse Racing. I think Huizinfeld are going to lead TCR at the halfway.
Still a long way to go, and I've already, quite surprisingly I think in some ways, started to see the first track penalty warnings come through. So just keep that in mind. The track limit threshold the same amount as the 6-hour races, even though the race time doubled, and you might end up seeing at the end of the race potentially drivers having to stick within the confines of the track. I can tell you that the 901, so the Williams Esports Academy car, the 137, that's the W2 ePro GP touring car machine, and the 420, so that is the GT4 Door Esports Academy car, have all got their first warnings, so something they'll be keeping an eye on. And in the case of that W2 ePro machine, they've not just got a warning for the track limits, they've got a 5-second penalty for a bit of contact. That's going to drop them potentially out of a podium spot and down into the clutches of a handful of the other drivers. All as that touring car category still dominated by Impulse Racing at the front. Haven't really talked about them since the last time they were down on pit lane. But David, they're due for another pit stop probably in around 20 minutes time or so. It was 13 seconds the margin between Impulse Racing and Team Huizinfeld at the last time we checked in. It's now down to 8 seconds, so Huizinfeld slowly chipping away, but by no means reeling in the Honda Civic Type R.
Yeah, I'm not sure they'll do it before the next pit stop, but okay, I think they can do it before the halfway points. Talking about Huizinfeld being able to maybe close this gap down to Impulse. And then you got some other battles further down in this as well, like Race for Cat, RD, and Tropic look like they're all together here as they get split ever so briefly.
Yep, the 3-car queue that's now got the 992 leader behind, so watch out for Altus Esports and Jordan Caruso trying to pick his way through this as well. RD Simsport very, very tight to the inside as Matthias Penteler makes the Honda Civic Type R seen in the mirrors of the Race for Cat entry just in front. Now, front-wheel drive cars, this is where their understeer are going to be maybe a little bit more frustrating, and that's why for Altus, not bad to bring the car into pit lane. But this is definitely not scheduled. This is what, 8 laps after, and because there was a no-stop call, I think we can probably confirm that they've got a meatball, David, here, for the tires going boom.
Yeah, I just saw that. A meatball flag out for Altus, and then they pit. So a couple seconds ago I said I absolutely would not bet against them, but now they are not only going to have to come down the lane, it won't take long to fill the fuel, as evidenced by how quickly the car gets up onto the jacks, and they're going to have to take 4 new ones, and you're thinking that there's a level of tyre wear for these 992s that is giving meatball flags. Is that maybe why Scherer were a little short in their stint after they only took 2 tyres? Are they mechanically giving out before the performance is giving out?
I think maybe something that we didn't really talk about is the fact that when we did see some fewer tyre stops in the first pit stop sequence, we did have cooler conditions, right? So now that the temperature has risen, there's more load and more demand on the Michelin tyres. I was surprised when I saw Jordan Caruso getting in and there not being a driver change. This is maybe the expected result, and it is now just 10 seconds at the front of the field. By no means has the race lead been gifted to anyone else, but there is now a fight on our hands. 9 hours and 15 minutes to go. Windshield wiper goes off for Raphael Renhofer. Not because there's any rain, but because he's pushing so hard and doesn't know what buttons to hit, apparently.
I think they can be semi-automatic at a point as well, and they can clear off part of the windscreen for you. You're driving in a lot of traffic. You will get a lot of bits of rubber, dirt, dust, all of that on your screen. So definitely, I think about Monza not all that long ago, where there was a lot of 2-tyre changing and double stinting of tyres going on for the 992 class. But what that track doesn't have, that we've got here, Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, is this circuit is a front left tyre eating machine. Turn 1, long, fast 5-gear turn 3. And on this historic layout, now we've got very quick final 2 corners as well, where you're leaning on that left-hand side, leaning on that front left tyre. Potentially, if you go 2 tyres, you could take and cover off the problem tyres predominantly on the left side and the front left.
I'm trying to think back to last year's finale and what we saw. We did see a really fun championship showdown. Altus were again part of that as well with some of the tyre calls.
Hey, there's another fast left-hand eating corner at the top of the hill as well.
Yeah, I'm just again trying to remember, going back to last year, don't recall seeing this many issues in terms of wrong calls, which I think fundamentally maybe what we're seeing there from Altus for Impulse. That does seem a little bit more like an issue, maybe no fault of their own, with how the pit stop ended up playing out. Here we go though at the front of the field, because finally the Zebra's caught up, and it is all 3 of your race leaders within 1 second. And I'm sure at this stage there's some fuel saving and some draft games being played amongst these contenders. Manuel Troncoso sits in the middle of the sandwich with Norby Kish at the back, Gabi Montoro up front. I would suspect if you are Norby Kish, you've been pushing hammer and tongs to try and close up, he might be amongst the first to need to come down pit lane. This is ideal for him to save some fuel. It's also ideal because David, he's done 2 stints at this point. We should suspect that he jumps out and one of the other BS drivers jumps in, and we'll wonder how quick they'll be when they get into the car.
Yes, indeed. They'll be jumping into a hot car in a hot track in a hot position. That's absolutely for sure. 89 with their options. Bonga could get back. Nils Kosh could cover off a little bit of his time early on in this race. It says all of them are, connected and in the session, and therefore available to get in at the next stop, the 89 BS competition.
There are some platforms out there which do actually tell the commentators ahead of the pit stop who is going to be jumping in. I'm not jealous of that at all right now, but I'd be very curious to know how they plan to divvy up the race. It was a surprise to see Bonga only in for an hour at the outset, and so are we going to see a bit more frequent driver changes, remembering that tires and fuel can be changed at the same time in this car, and so a full service ends up being around 40 seconds. A driver change only takes 30 of those seconds, and so no real issues to worry about there. Gabby Montoro backs out through the final corner, does not make the lunge on that 9:15 impulse, and it opened the door for Manuel Troncoso to use the draft and maybe take advantage here. Stays in line with the Porsche initially, the Cup car that is, and now pops out. 3 wide up the middle and bit of rubbing into the braking zone. Troncoso deep and brave around the outside. Gabby Montoro's going to try and fight back on the inside. Once again wheel to wheel. Once again no change in position. And once again, David, 2 drivers giving each other just enough room.
Inside well and truly covered off into turn 4. Another long right-handed corner that wants to eat up your left sides. And again!
And it ends in disaster. Simufy off in the kitty litter, and it's BS Plus competition that will try to stride on through to the race lead, but still, they're forced to go around the outside, forced to try and fight for the position. They've got a lapped car tucked in behind them. Don't worry about that GT3 WSR Esports butt kicker car. It's going to be sliding into line for Norby Kish. He knows he's going to be into pit lane and handing over in a handful of laps time. But it got physical on track, and not for the first time, through that very same corner.
And that's where the previous contact was absolutely no action at turn 4, but it does colour, as we now see a replay of it, knowing how it played out last time, that there was a little bit of contact. It means there's a little less room for ambiguity this time around.
So on the apex, then slides out wide. That's a lot more difficult, I'll say that one. So ride with the BS Plus car behind and just see from his perspective. Is there anything, David, that stands out to you from this angle?
Troncoso squeezed a tiny bit more than necessary. The live pictures for GT3 are exciting as well.
Working through traffic, they're just continuing to battle, but as Troncoso back to the point and holding off Norby Kish, remember, Simufy only 4 seconds behind. They didn't lose much through all of that. Race Control going to be right onto it, you'd assume, as well. And as they continue to slice and dice through the traffic, 10 minutes away from a pit stop, a moment of inflection potentially in terms of the championship. If it finishes like this, which is a big if, given that Race Control's yet to render its verdict, it will be 15 points between Drago and BS competition at the halfway mark.
Yeah, right now you're halfway to the halfway mark. Does that make any sense? But you're still setting out how you're going to try to maximize your track position when the clock strikes midday, in a way of speaking. And that is what GT3 will look like. If Drago Racing can hold on, I don't think they can.
I suspect that Race Control in this instance as well, it might only be like a very minor 5-second penalty or something, but I would suspect there's probably something to be handed out as a result of that, unfortunately. But I think now, 4 minutes till the top of the hour, Norby Kish going to sit behind and wait. Simufy, let's get a sense for, is there damage on that car, lasting damage, or is Gabby Montoro going to get away without too much impact? It was a 143.0 for your race leader, 143.5 for Simufy. Can't really read into that, David. Could have just been traffic.
Yeah, that's where I love a last 3 laps, last 5 laps kind of average to really work out what the tyres are doing, what the drivers, how hard they're pushing, because any individual lap that you compare, you just never quite know how how traffic affected it may or may not have been.
He's got, that's a Hydra-Race geodesic car, Oyster Hereford in front. Then there's a bit of clean air before you get up to the Valkyrie 977 that's running fourth in the 992 class. So managed to find a relatively quiet part of the track, but that is definitely something that is dominant in terms of the flow of the race right now, and will continue to affect its nature. The fact that of the 50 that started this race, we still have 46 out there and running. One seeming retirement in TCR, Carlar Esports joining one retirement in the GT3, that is Impulse Racing and the Ferrari. We saw the big smash that they had through the final corner after getting high-sided on a curb. And then in GT4, WSR Esports butt kicker alongside Wave Italy Racing. Here, heard from Jeremy Rouleau that he had a technical issue on his computer. He said his water cooling had failed, David. Now, I hope that isn't as dramatic as it sounds.
By the sound of it, it's kind of like, oh, the pump isn't pumping anymore. Like, it hasn't lost any fluid, but it's not cooling as well as it should. That's kind of the impression I got.
I couldn't quite tell if it was that, which I've had happen to me before, and it's never fun, or if it was the more scary thing, and water went leak inside a system and computer parts no longer computer part. That is the scariest situation in the world. As we get ready, by the way, to see this next pit stop cycle, David, unfortunately, you know, one thing that you're not going to be able to see too much more of that I think you've been keeping an eye on in many ways is Sabot, right? The lengthier pit lane sequences they've been doing, the 38-lap stint so far. They've just dropped behind Maniti, but they still sit in 6th in a very, very good spot.
Yeah, and you're building up this little investment savings account, and you get to choose when you cash it, because obviously at some point in the next 9 hours, 5 minutes, 40 seconds, they're going to have a pit stop where they take less fuel than everyone else because of how much they've saved and how much they've extended. So it's on them then to go, okay, when do we cash that? And I very much lean towards, how about the stop before the halfway point? And then you cash it before the end of the race. You cash it there. You maybe get a nice little bit of track position, nice little handful of points. And then if you've got a setup and some driving talent that is enabling you to continue to save a lot of fuel, do it again for the next 6 hours.
And I guess, right, it's a strategy that you commit to from the start. You can't decide 3 hours in, oh, I'm going to save some fuel and try and save a lap or cut a pit stop out, for example, or whatever. 3 hours after that. These are decisions that you have to dial into with data before the race and justify and as a team come to an agreement on what makes the most sense. And I'm guessing, you know, we're talking 992, the tire strategy there. They've probably done a decent amount of testing. And I mean, we're talking about lap times. Jordan Caruso, after getting 4 tires fitted to his car, we've got to remember he's now probably got a bit more fuel than Sherra Esports behind. And so the gap's closed. It's down to 4.4 seconds. Raphael Renhofer on the move.
Looking at this 992 class, I guaranteed anonymity, but I received messages from 3 different teams in categories letting me know what their tyres were like when they came off the car last stint. And yeah, a lot of front left wear, but a lot of rear left overheating. Both left side tyres in this category is taking a hit for everyone, and the left sides for sure will not last a double stint. Absolutely no way. The question is then, do you do what Sherra do, where you go, okay, we'll whack some new left sides on, because those are the ones really, really taking the hurt. And in these temperatures right now, up at 38 Celsius, maybe you don't want to, but when we get towards the night, if it cools off drastically, then I think you'll see a lot more cars and drivers start to see some benefit to going to some 2 tyre changes.
Good to hear. And just a reminder, if teams want to give us information, we will always keep it confidential if you let us know. The more information you give us, the more we can be correct on how we're reading into the race. Impulse, by the way, David, got word from them that first what happened is they overshot their pit box, couldn't back up for some reason, and so the car automatically towed itself, but it was a very quick tow. You'd assume, right, because it was already in the box. They lost about 5 seconds then. Then after that, they got tires changed, but the fuel didn't stick. So they had to come back in and do fuel again. So they ended up spending, what was it, 2.5 odd minutes on pit lane, but at the very least their pit stop happened.
It's all these little things that, I mean, maybe they accidentally hired Sauber's pit crew. You never know.
Man. Though, I mean, if you're going to hire a pit crew, I think I might be able to do better than Sauber's pit crew right now, David.
I've done just a little bit of being a pit crew member, and yeah, it's tough in the moment, but yeah, how do you, if you know that you're at such a risk of it like being bad, don't rush it. Just go for 3-second, 4-second pit stops. When you're trying to go for 2, you end up doing 20. What?
Yeah. And I have a lot of respect for people in the pit crew. You know, there's a reason why in NASCAR so many of them are...
You know what job I want?
What do you want?
IndyCar, the person who sprays the water at the fuel filler cap when it's done. Oh, that looks so good. All of my practice with a water pistol as a 10-year-old is ready to cash in.
A very, very important job indeed. But when it comes to these pit stops in the sim, you know, there's even some peculiarities that you've got to be aware of. And I think back to like a BMW Sim GT final, or whatever it was. It would have been 21, 2022, end of the year. And it was a race at the Red Bull Ring. It was a 25-minute race, and you had to come in and change one tire. That was the rule. And so... You know how in NASCAR, and there's a reason I was talking about the NASCAR pit crews being athletes, but you know how in NASCAR they have to run around to the side of the car, David?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So iRacing at a lot of tracks, even for road courses, simulates that.
Yes, even if you don't see it, yeah.
Yes, and so there was one team that realized that if we change the right side tires, you save 2 seconds instead of if you change the left rear tire. So right rear versus left rear. Guess who won the race?
Really work that out. There's another thing sometimes where if you're in your box and you get service, but you're a little laterally left to right, or you're a little front to back, there's a delay built in there before fueling begins. That is your refueler needing to shuffle around a little bit. So even if you don't see it, sometimes there is a benefit to how precisely you come to a stop in your box in a race like these.
Exactly. And I would love to talk a little bit more about some of these very boring things that I'm sure we would love to talk about. But unfortunately, it's time to say goodbye to David Haynes. 3 hours into the final round of the 2023-2024 24-Hour Esports Championship. Bye to David. Hello to Justin Prince, who's been watching on for the last handful of hours and probably been keeping a close eye on some of the various different battles and storylines that we've got going on. And I think the main thing that we've got going on right now, Justin, is the fact that 50 cars started, 46 are still out there. Traffic is very heavy.
Extremely heavy is what I'm noticing right now. You're talking about a lot of class overlap right now, but also you have a lot of interclass traffic where you have fellow classmates starting to get lapped just about here. But that's one, the nature of a track like Barcelona. But two, for a race like today with a lot of the conversation about the left side tires like you were just having with David, for example, that's going to be a major worry for some because some teams are great at tire saving. Some know, well, all the magic tricks to be able to make things work. Others, it's about holding on for dear life. One note I think David may have missed, I will also keep that anonymous, per David's request. They were at single percentage tire wear on the left sides. There's a chance some of the drivers, if you aren't aware of the situation, are going to pop a tire in the midst of any stint at this point.
Remember, we have seen a handful of teams trying to do the double stint. Temperatures continuing to climb, continuing to see that increasingly difficult to function effectively. Your leader in the 992 class, though, Jordan Caruso, was sending him some messages just before he got into the car, was saying that Dino Lombardi was just absolutely flying and very, very comfortable with the balance. See Rafael Renhofer fighting his way and navigating through traffic, a little bit tighter down through the opening corner, but still so much more efficient through the first couple of corners. He's closed that margin down to under a second or so as they sequence up towards the top end of the track and begin a downhill dance once again. Justin, 3 hours away from the halfway mark when we pay out points. We've been talking a little bit about GT3 pit stops maybe getting underway. Right now, we are, almost 3 minutes beyond the top of the hour, and we are still yet to see anyone come on in, which I think is exactly what the likes of Drago Racing and BS Plus would have wanted to see.
Especially since usually there's thought of on the hour, simple right. But the longer you go, the less fuel you need to take potentially for, say, the final pit stop cycle, and fuel is time. It's been a major talking point over the years here on RaceSpot, after all. I know there's the talking point as well about Drago Racing. After all, the elbows went flying around a few minutes ago. They're in a solid position because we've seen good pace when it comes to the Ferraris as of late on the sim. Especially when it comes to some of the updates to that car in the past few months or so. It seems at least they look comfortable towards the final half of the stint. It depends right now, though, how this traffic plays out, because BS Competition seems to be getting through. Oh, I think they just got hit by traffic. The Tour Esports car.
Might have been a little bit of contact, but fortunately, as much as there's some dirt on the car from the rubber, the marbles that have been accumulated over the course of the day, that car still looks as factory fresh as when it rolled off the production line in Munich up the inside of the Mercedes, and it's not making it easy. Here's the Door Esports Academy car, and now slow down penalty for Norby Kish, I think. Look how much speed he's lost out of the final corner. Your race lead gap now up to 3 full seconds.
Alessio Bender not making too many friends right now with this traffic. How about near 4 wide to get around him? He's not making it easy with all the blue flags even here. But you have to wonder, is there going to be the chance for the bounce back for Norby Kiss? It's pretty clear, outside of that last car, he's been quicker getting around the traffic. He has clean space at least, though, to try and get the gap back for the next bit, though.
Keep an eye on Visual Esports in that queue, by the way, because that was Mateo Kuzner running third in class, trying not to lose too much more time, especially knowing that Renhoff or Caruso are about to fight and about to be a pass for the lead. Jordan Caruso can do nothing but watch as lighter fuel load, Rafael Renhofer and Scherer Esports take over the lead here in the final round of the 2023-2024 24-hour series Esports Championship. And now 14 laps lighter on fuel. Let's see what they can do to try and run away.
This is the counter strategy that we've seen so many times, right? A chance to try and play things different. Caruso seems to have been rapid pace. The whole team has been a talking point in the paddock and been keeping an eye on that throughout the race today. So you have to try something different to be able to try and jump a car that has the rapid pace on the full fuel load. But as you said, the lighter the car, the faster it usually trends to be, and Scherer has to put on as much time away as they can if they want to bank for the back half of Altus for the comeback strat.
It's looking quite dark. What are we looking at in terms of track conditions? Oh, wow. We've seen it spike as warm as 39 degrees Celsius. Cloud cover comes out, mostly cloudy compared to the partly cloudy that we had for a large part of the day as well. And suddenly a 5-degree swing in track temperature. That is worth half a second a lap in terms of time. Every little bit will matter, and how that impacts strategy going to be important as well. Here comes your race leading, or formerly race leading car, I should say. It's Simufi's number 14 into the lane.
And already quickly getting the angle down, it looks like on the steering wheel. Gabi Montero, though, gonna be in full push mode, to say the understatement of the race here too. You are in the near red mist territory when you're leading, looking comfortable, have opportunities, and then all of a sudden, bam, you have contact that costs you 5 seconds. The team has to be discussing. In theory, you'd have to think, how are we going to get the jump here to get past Drago Racing in the next few hours? And that's the key word, in the next few hours. It's not as simple as, we're gonna gain 5 seconds this one pit stop. No, you have to be able to play this out in the long term, and we've seen those recoveries take up to 3-4 hours in some cases.
And we have not seen the race control decision come down for the contact between Drago and the Simufi machine that saw Gabi Montoro off into the kitty litter out at turn 4. So something else just to wait with bated breath to see if race control is going to intervene. We jump on board with newly pitted Gabi Montoro with 4 fresh Michelin tires. out behind Team Hoisingveld, Rene Lenz in the Ferrari 296, and now, one lap later, immediately responding, here comes Manuel Troncoso, followed in by Norby Kish. So these drivers, JP, going almost 7 full minutes beyond the top of the hour.
So they are looking very solid potentially. If you add up the amount of minutes they're able to go extra, you're talking about nearly a pit stop with about 40 minutes to go. If they keep up the exact pattern here for both of these teams. Looks like the drivers change. Yosko coming in for the BS competition machine though in the 89. So they'll have that one change for this race off. It looks like no change for Tronco.
It's the third driver change we've seen for the BS Plus crew. Remember, Ruben Bonga did that single stint at the start, and we got him out of the car, and a slight unusual driver strategy, and now putting them off sequence with the rest of their competitors. Is that going to mean they'll have a single stint at the end for potentially Ruben Bonga to push? Have to wait and see. There goes Troncoso off and away. Where is Simufy in comparison? You can just about see them at the top of the shot, that orange and grayish machine. A decent margin, and I don't think that Gabby Montoro is going to be too close either to BS Plus competition. That gap going to hold at around 2 or so seconds. It's a long way to go for these drivers though. 8 hours 50 minutes in the race, 2 and a bit hours of course, until we pay out those halfway points, and how important they are going to be, especially knowing how some of the championships are shaking up. JP, back over to you, GT4, where Zenith Esports at one point leading in the McLaren, now down in second, but SimRC, the breakaway leaders, are now in class. Breakaway leaders in the points as well.
Well, it is SimRC. They've been very solid when it comes to not just touring cars, but of course GT4 in general when it comes to the platform. I'm talking generalness and the platform as a whole here. But today, I've noticed when it comes to Isaacson and company, they've been able to keep it very solid on the racetrack, keep it clean, keep consistent pace. Both of their drivers today in the yellow and black machine have ran to the 149s no matter what. When it comes to Zenith, for the comparison's sake, Torres right now, his average pace is towards the 150s. It's a little bit slower than their initial driver in the race car, and I think that's part of the difference of why now Movado Corsa is in position to go for the pounds pretty soon.
But Fraser Williamson slotted in behind, someone that, you know, in years past we maybe were more familiar with seeing in a prototype car, but, you know, in the last handful of years, especially in this championship, effort's been focused on the less downforce sports car, the GT4 sort of a machine, and continuing to get faster and faster. Again, we often talk about in a driver lineup how one driver may be your fastest driver on the day. Going from track to track, maybe it suits them as well. Zenith Esports do have 3 different drivers from which to work with as they try and build over the course of the rest of this day. 18 seconds, though, your lead that SimRC has. Crazy to think that, JP, we were about 30 minutes into this race, and we had 9 cars or so in the lead queue, and only then did SimRC think, oh, we've saved enough fuel, we can try and make our breakaway.
I'm going to follow the same point as David. You don't think after 3 hours, now we can save. No, that's kind of not how that fully works if you go on the extension strat. It's something you can do in if you had less time, maybe if you're down in a crunch, but what I'm talking about is we've seen drivers try and stretch it to be able to save not a full stint, but at least near a third of a stint in terms of the pit lane for the final stops, regardless of the class type here. You only get that if you add it cumulatively over time. If you feel like you've got the raw pace to push and then save and maybe then counter and even say, I'm not afraid to lose a couple seconds, yeah, that's sure fine. You're not making up the full time, though, that some of these teams have already put in by going with those extra couple tenths off per lap to make sure they hit their mark for the fuel window for the final hour of the race.
And kind of, you know, David was wondering, if you are saving, when do you use your ace in the hole? Do you save it for the end of the race when you are ready to head down onto pit lane for the final time? Do you want to use it in the midway part of the race? Is that where you think you need to get yourself into some track position? Different things going through different teams' minds, going through Gabby Montoro's mind. How do I get past the BS Plus machine? You know, Scott holds on to the spot, at least for the time being. Did note that Williams Esports, Team Hoisingveld, came into pit lane last time by. It just leaves Sable Esports at the front of the field. yet to make their trip down pit lane. They've been on track for 34 laps and counting. If they go as long as they have in the first 2 stints of the race, JP, they'll be out there for another 4 more laps.
And looking at the timing right now, they might be in an okay spot. I don't know if it's a winning move, because here's the thing, everybody who's already pit's gained 2 seconds here, but hey, we've seen the yellow and black machines, like the 91 Seatbelt machine, try and see what sticks to the wall several times. Roberto Ferrari in particular, we've seen try things different. And that's kind of what some teams will try and see. Can we make this work? Why not? It's the finale. Why not see if this is going to work for future?
They're definitely not fighting for the win, but they've been up there 5th and 6th on track on merit. Could that be at least the sort of positioning that they're trying to think about at the end of the race? There's still, of course, a very, very long way to go. No further action, by the way, officially has come through for the contact between Drago Racing and the Simufy machines in the GT3 class, and so provisionally they run like this. 94 minus 79 means that the advantage is 18 points. Now, BS Competition must finish second to ensure that they have a chance of fighting for the championship at the end, because if they drop down to third behind the Simufy machine, the gap at the front, JP, would end up being 20 points, a race win is worth 20 points, and the tiebreaker would end up going the way of Drago, who have already won 3 races this season. So our situation for GT3 is becoming increasingly clear as the laps and the minutes tick away.
And all that talk about the halfway point even comes to mind here too, because I think that difference is actually 15 on the screen right now, but I get what you mean in terms of 18 depending on what happens towards the halfway mark. It's exactly what Drago needs in terms of how things went in terms of the argy-bargy earlier, and that's why the argy-barginess, I think, got to happen is you see a chance to take over the points lead and control your destiny by being the net class leader. Why not? You just don't do it while obviously being over-aggressive. Here's the big thing. Look at how the Simufy car has been able to maintain with this. The driver swap we mentioned for VS Competition showing good pace. These drivers need to pick up, though, 8 seconds to get to the Drago car, and they've got a heavy amount of traffic right now.
Simufy's other concern is the fact that they stopped 1 lap earlier than both Drago and BS Plus, so they're a 1 lap deficit in terms of fuel, which will end up impacting a couple of seconds in the closing stages once we head off down to pit lane. Have been other penalties, by the way, trickling on in from race control. 5 seconds for the 962 Hydra Race Geodesic racing machine. Oyston Hereford behind the wheel right now, and that is the 28th incident report and review worked through by race control over the course of the day so far. We've been busy, but been working through things with a steady and very efficient sort of a process. These GT3 cars that we've been keeping an eye on fight for third, a net second in class. Works around the fight for second in GT4. Fraser Williamson dropped back slightly since the last time we checked in with him, JP. It's very easy in these GT4 machines, with the lack of downforce that they have, to use the draft, though, of the car in front of you to close back up.
Yeah, this is kind of a draft-like type of track where it does help you for at least a few tenths down the straightaways, especially down the front stretch. Obviously, this is also a very hard track to pass in general. For example, we had a broadcast on Thursday here on RaceSpot with the open wheel side, where it really is hard to pass, where people had to get straight up, the elbows out, and bump each other out of the way. This is the type of racetrack with this car, too, where it can be challenging unless you time it up just right. To be able to not only get the draft, but for example, down the front stretch, be clear by the exit of turn 1, so by the time you get to the left-hand part of the first complex of corners, you get clear. It's an art form to get it done right. Unfortunately, that requires having a Picasso touch when it comes to the paintbrush.
Sable Esports next onto pit lane in GT3, rounding out the cycle. They went 37 laps, not the 38 that we've seen from them so far over the course of the opening 3 hours or so that we've had. terms of being Picasso. I will say that we've got some great liveries out on display, including some new ones, I think, for the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC crew in that GT3 class. Always great to see new ways to differentiate the teams, as they have 2 cars entered in that respective class. Why don't we, given that we have at about 3 and a bit hours of racing so far, step aside on RaceSpotTV for the first time today? Let's jump on board with Simify with Gabby Montoro, and let's ride for some RaceSpotTV fan immersion here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And welcome back to RaceSpotTV, to the final round of the 2023-2024 24-Hour Series Esports Championship. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Justin Prince as we walk you through to the halfway mark to where a lot more points are waiting in the fight for the championship. We were riding on board with Gabby Montoro as he got uncomfortably close to the back of the BS competition machine on a couple of occasions, all as they navigate their way through traffic. It's traffic that's heading its way down to pit lane, JP. GT4 pit stops underway. Your leader sits and waits for the change to be complete.
It's been very strong as we talked about the performance today from SimRC. We'll see how things now match up on the strategies here as the race goes on. We haven't seen the driver change for Isaacson coming out of the car for the time being, but he has been extremely dialed in on the pace. As we said, only times he's losing ground normally is if there's a hornet's nest traffic. Others like Williamson and others like Zenith Esports is Torres. They've got the clean space to maybe see with a counter, but it's still going to be a fair bit behind maybe by the time things shelter once again or cycle, unless they find some rapid pace to push.
Yeah, we're talking a gap of what was almost 20 seconds before pit stop sequence opened up for these classes, so it's a big, comfortable margin. All as a handful of these teams are starting to get their first warning for the track limit, so keep that in mind as well, just as we continue to carve our way through the course of the rest of this race, into the evening, into the night as well, that the track limit discussion going to get increasingly focused on in terms of drivers getting potential penalties levied in their direction. Would not be shocked if, given that we saw SimRC and Adam Isaacson in last time by, the McLaren or the Mercedes are in this time, but the McLaren stays out there, so Jaume Torres getting pretty good mileage in that McLaren. Look how committed the pit entry is though, JP. The Mercedes brings it down to the lane. It's a fast corner on entry, then you accelerate before you get onto the brakes finally into the pit lane.
It's a somewhat challenging pit entry overall when you talk about it, but if you have it decently practiced down, you are able to get it done well without smacking that left side of the racetrack wall. So a nice pit stop sequence. Back to the conversation that we had a lot with GT3 already. These two just all of a sudden just don't seem to have the matching pace right now to be able to keep up with the Drago machine, even with the tire situations as we talked about with the different models per car, with the different wears going on with the left sides. It's just that every time they start to make some inroads, they get into a hornet's nest of traffic, and now it's flipped in terms of traffic management. Drago seemed to struggle a little bit earlier on. Now, after the pit stops, they're getting through traffic very easy. These two, one gets held up, loses a near second of racetrack time. Another then gets held up a second of racetrack time. They're bumped up together, and now they're 10 seconds back. They were 8 seconds back after the pit stops, remember.
I'm also just seeing right now already might have a bit of a change in terms of the pit battle, because off and away for Fraser Williamson. Is he going to be deposited into some clean air? No, this is not ideal for him in terms of having to slow down slightly with traffic making his way through. He would have wanted to maybe try and get an undercut on Jaume Torres. Don't think he's going to get that opportunity. Camera pans over, though, to the fight between Simufy and BS Plus. Montoro, almost 4 wheels off the track there. He was trying to get so much speed and carry his downforce through the opening couple of corners. But JP, you can't pass off the track. You had to lift off the throttle.
Yeah, you kind of pass on the track limit, but there's one of the major aggressive zones. That spooked out the BS competition car. It was so aggressive.
And Norby Kish recognizes, Niels Koch recognizes after taking over from Norby Kish that is not the fight worth having with a championship on the line. And another look at those live points, how it would sit right now with that move being made from Simufy as well, where the margin's gone up to 17 points. I did slightly do the math incorrectly last time around. Never trust the commentator's math. BS Plus, though, if they finish in this position, which seems somewhat likely, it's 3 seconds back the road, up the road to the Team 75 machine that is starting to slowly hunt them down. But that would be when we start thinking about some of those things where the championship is potentially going to swing in a different direction. That's the new Team 75 livery that I've mentioned a couple of times. Looks quite good, doesn't it, JP?
Yeah, it looks pretty different, to say the least, compared to some of the last year's schemes. A lot more split design, but it also is a lot more on the creative side, you can argue. And that's, of course, with the real-world partnership. First of all, you mentioned it over the years we've seen from that respective unit, but also just the fact that depending on the cars, some series, you have to have the solid paint on both sides. Others, like this one, you can say, let's have two colors on two different sides of the car. There's no rule against that.
Wait,
let's get creative.
NASCAR.
Yeah, NASCAR.
Really?
NASCAR doesn't allow split color schemes where you have, say, red on one side, a whole scheme on one side, and a different on the other.
Whoa.
So you can't have a split pattern like that.
So that's where I will just point out that BS Plus Competition, who of course have been racing in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series this year with Garrett Lowe and Jordi Lopez, their livery would not be allowed. But we will smoothly move on from that to instead see. Okay, we've got two Team 75 GT3 machines. Now, are these the exact same livery? No. The only difference that I can tell is that one has red highlights and the other has blue highlights. But other than that, identical, down to the pixel.
I mean, it's the same team. You better be down to the pixel. If someone accidentally moved the pixels, somebody's going to get talked to about it not being on the exact placement.
We need more teams to have obvious different liveries. Let's see if there is another example that we can dial on up. This is going to test my ability to double-click on two different mouse at the same time. Apparently, I was able to do that. That is acceptable. And in fact, I'm going to give a round of applause on RaceSpotTV to the World Sim Racing esports crew, because they have managed to totally invert the paint schemes there. One with the white, you know, front and then black side, one with the black sides and white front. That, JP, that's what commentators dream right here. Round of applause. Send me a t-shirt, please.
I'm surprised they don't have the t-shirt from you from there yet. But in all seriousness, it does help in terms of individuality of the cars, but also think about it from the spotter stand or the crew's perspective. You're trying to search around for a car, and say you have 5 purple cars with the same paint scheme. The only telling sign is a little number on your car. Have fun guessing that way. It's actually like that on the NASCAR spotter stand. I've had contacts over the years with some spotters who have had some challenges with that when you have 3 near identical red cars and the only difference is the roof number color.
No. And that is also where I've talked to some spotters about Mazda MX-5 in particular, and they go to the same spotter stand as where, you know, the NASCAR spotters would go up at the very top of that building on the media building for the Daytona International Speedway. And it's crazy hearing some of their stories and all of the things that happen there. Spotting is its own little world in and of itself that none of us really, unfortunately, get too much insight into, and would be great in the future if we could. Fighting GT4, Impulse Racing slightly out of position in some ways here, in that they slightly compromised in terms of pit stops. I was getting a message from, I believe it was Timo Hayden, technical failure, lost a couple of seconds bringing the car to pit lane. And so their strategy apparently is still intact. They, JP, are on the same strategy as Door Esports Academy, pitted 16 laps ago, as compared to Zenith and Movano, relatively freshly out of pit lane.
Yeah, so that's going to be the tough thing for them long term is they're on basically the contra strat by force. And it's hard to win when you're on the contra strategy by force to be able to make up time, let alone get the podium. It's pretty clear, though, 157s, 150.7s right now, I should say, for Impulse. Still a tenth or two quicker for those behind, so they at least have matching pace to be able to keep here. Thing is, how long is that going to last in terms of consistency? And as well, with the fact you have a Williams Esports Academy car that wants to go beep, beep, and go by.
I think, in fact, for Impulse, they have been committed to this strategy for quite a while, so curious to hear that they didn't actually get compromised that much, even with a technical issue. That's not often that you hear about that. Luca Alpert going to jump in to the Scherer Esports car, and it's the first time that we've had a driver change. Raphael Renhofer has driven an almost blinding stint from the start of this race, had established what was almost a 4.5, 5-second lead over Altus Esports over Jordan Caruso at the time of coming down to pit lane. Jordan Caruso, of course, after a tire went boom boom on that car. They managed to pop the tire after pushing the limits a little bit too much. They came in a little bit off sequence, probably at least 10 laps away from seeing the 943 down to pit lane, as a little bit awkward there with the Hoisingveld TCR machine.
It does look like Jordan's pushing a little bit in terms of some of the slides off corner exit. But again, he's someone we've seen have rapid pace in these types of cars over the years. So of course he's going to try and run as rapidly as he can here, try and make up for some lost time, or rather build as large of a buffer as possible, already knowing his fellow strategy mate already had the pit stop of the 905 and has already exited pit lane half a track back. 3/4, in fact.
And Luca Alpert, again, I just want to re-emphasize, often in teams, you're not sure who is the faster driver, Raphael Renhofer or Luca Alpert, at least based on their speed at the Green Hell during the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, when they were competing in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class. Flying, both of them. Didn't matter who was in the car. You just knew that car would be fast. And so similar sort of thing I'm expecting from them as they make their first change of the day. Back over in this GT4 fight. Remember, Impulse slightly off kilter. Where is that going to sequence them out at the halfway mark? You have to wait 2.5 hours from now to find out. And if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, just want to let you know that at the 6-hour mark, your stream is going to unfortunately cut out for a second. If you're watching on Twitch, it should hopefully start back again basically instantly. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll have to go on over to part 2. It might kick you over automatically if YouTube is nice, but never say never. Just if you're watching on a TV, have the remote ready in a couple of hours' time if you do need to make that switch. Jaume Torres, remember, he went a lap longer in that McLaren. He's also sitting back and saving some fuel right here. Although, as SimRC is opening up their margin up front. And I'll look at the point situation. Justin, SimRC looking very comfortable right now.
Yeah, that's one thing we've touched upon a lot today. No matter what here, in theory, as long as they don't have massive losses of time or positions here, I think the points tally is going to be really great. I think they're in a very prime position, no matter what happens here. It's still 8 hours to go. That's the critical thing. As long as you don't have what happened to Impulse tech issue-wise, I think SimRC has this comfortably here. And they seem to have put in the prep work again to make sure this car was ready to go from the onset to be able to battle for the championship. If you don't have a car ready for the championship race, then is it really a race? And is it a pedal race instead? I don't know if that makes sense or not, but what I'm saying is you better hope you had the speed today, and guess what? SimRC had brought the speed today.
I think when it comes to that car being two drivers, Adam Isaacson and Corentin Gunas, they both seem capable of running lengthy stints. We'll see if they do elect, as the race drags on, to keep a driver in there and maintain their rhythm. Last time by, gained a couple of tenths over drivers on screen in this fight and queue for second, but by no means pulling away in big stages anymore. Touring cars, Team Hoisingveld, race leaders, but on strategy. They came in a little bit early and for a short stop, jump in front of the Impulse 122 that now has Marcel Jokenheim behind the wheel. Either way, whether Hoisingveld ends up at the race lead at the halfway mark, whether Impulse ends up in the lead at the halfway mark, this championship is going to be between the two of them into the final stages of the race. And as wild as it seems right now, I think, Justin, both teams are going to feel like they have a chance here. Both as well represent two different manufacturers. It's the battle of the Hyundai, it's the battle of the Honda.
Yeah, so far, this has been an interesting one because over parts of the season, Impulse has been outright dominant in touring car. But Team Hoisingveld has a lot of the prestige, or better yet, in terms of a lot of the experience when it comes to this classification for touring cars. So that has been the major battle and pulling tug of war affair. Impulse with the rise and having very comfortable speed, but also very talented drivers in their organization over the years for this car, versus Team Heuchenfeld, that's been one of the top teams as a whole. Here's the big thing, though. That 148 car, that's the leader, yet to make a driver swap today. So they are currently looking already more than 3 hours, near 4 hours on a stint alone in that car. You throw in Impulse in their conversation right now and how they played things out. They've already made three different driver changes, or rather 3 drivers and 2 total changes this race.
Different teams, different approaches. And I guess in the case of that 148 machine, I am willing to go out on a limb here and say it's probably just 2 drivers. And yeah, Fabian Siegmund, Marcel Tai, going to handle the entirety of the 12 between the 2 of them. That's going to be a fascinating one in terms of championship to keep an eye on, especially given that it actually seems as though there's going to be a decent amount of intrigue. Drago Racing, Gabby Montoro passed Niels Koch, of course, in the Simify and BS competition battle, but since then, the Ferrari up front has looked pretty untouchable. It's the gap of about 9.5 seconds that's been maintained, been stabilized by Manuel Troncoso as he navigates past a little bit more traffic once again, being very, very, I'm going to say, wise in how he's approaching this, because there was a warning that came down for a bit of dangerous driving, JP, through traffic, and the last thing that your race leader wants to do is get called up to race control for taking out a slower class car.
Yeah, especially when you're putting on your best race pace all day today as a team. Remember, David said he didn't expect this to last for Drago in terms of the lead. Well, they made it last so far for nearly a full stint plus. That's how quick the car's now been, now that it's been able to get into some clean space from their competitors. Now, that doesn't mean traffic isn't going to be the factor here. You have a lot of cars that are making it a lot of tight in hard braking zones here. Drago's already been close a couple times and already been hit at least once by a lap car since taking the lead.
And they'll be a little bit nervous, I'm sure, but fighting off any nerves right now. 31 incidents reported over the course of the day so far. That includes the, 6 incidents that we had for qualifying infringements. There was 1 registration infringement as well, and then 1 impeding in qualifying. So what was that? 7 total things before the green flag even dropped for race control to review, and quite simply as well, pretty letter of the law kind of things for the most part. Troncoso loses a bit of time behind traffic, but again, ebbs and flows. It will give and it will take, and time being, it's taking. Pit stops from 992. Noted that off and away for Williams Esports Academy. Santeri Martkinen still at the wheel in the 901. Simify up on the jacks with Lucas Marrero raring to go and to be released in that 914. I think that means we're not far away from seeing Mateo Kuzner in the Visceral Esports car down to the lane. Probably still a handful of laps away, though, from Jordan Caruso bringing in the race-leading 992 car in. And so it's still hard to get a grasp on exactly how the championship is playing out here. But that one mistake, whether it's a mistake intentionally, JP, on strategy, or not recognizing that for whatever reason tires didn't get changed, but for Altus Esports to blow a tire and to be forced into a pit stop they weren't due to come down for, that's really thrown this championship and this race back open.
And that's the wild thing, as that's a 1.5 there, that time for the 996. I was about to say, when it comes to the tire blows, that's usually something on the, at least on the road side, that I find is extremely rare. On the oval side, you get past 50% on the tire wear, it's a rapid cliffing point with that tire model for the Cup, Grand National, and truck machines for the stock cars. However, compare that to the roadside, that's a different stake. We talked about this a little bit in terms of context, where you have some different ways these cars burn the tires. After all, the difference between, say, the oval side and the road is, on oval, it's the same model, aerodynamic and burn, on each of the cars. You can't really do that on the road side because different cars, different body shapes, different everything. So you're talking about, at least from what we've seen today in the 992s, is what the main point here is the battle that they're just trying to battle with the car itself, it seems. A lot of hard corners, taking that left side tire wear in the left-hand corners, burning some of the force at least when they're starting to try and aggressively cut here. And in turn, the right-handers are on one of the higher speed sections, as David had mentioned earlier on, that I think is almost ripping the tire off some of these Porsches.
Remember, the only class that does not take tire and fuel at the same time. So every other class is changing tires every stint guaranteed. It's the only one where there is a little bit of intrigue. And here comes Mateo Kuzner, very tidy on his pit stop entry. 41 laps complete. And stint done and dusted. Check that one off. See what will happen as he rolls down. Will there be a driver change? Is there going to be something else? Oh, Karim Havuz is off the track in the second of the Team 75 machines. That's, I think, at the opening sector. Must have been after the opening couple of corners down at turn 4. I don't know if he's lost a position as a result of that. Wondering how you've ended up that far off into the kitty litter if you weren't assisted by someone else, though.
I have a strong feeling he got assisted. Oh, look, it's the Altus car. Oh, look, there's reasons. It's the 943, your leader for the 992 who turned him.
Wow, that is big, big news as well. Now, from up above, we'll get a much better look at the lines. The blimp cam has exonerated some and implicated others. Oh, I'm going to say maybe 6 of one, half a dozen of the other there, because it does seem as though, yes, Caruso turns in. At the same token, Karim Havers maybe overcommits and out wide, a little bit slower than he would have expected to be at the apex normally. Another thing for race control to take a look at, and this is where, if I am Altus, I now want to try and extend the stint as long as possible, JP, because I'd rather potentially serve that penalty right now when I'm due to come down to pit lane than have it wait and potentially then have to deal with the ramifications maybe 1 hour before we see the run to the halfway mark.
I can already tell you it's already on the sheet. It's that quick from the contact, and it's no surprise because of the implications for the lead, but also potential for the title fights here. They have a massive lead and still yet to pit, but this could really shake things up depending on the call here. But I will say this is a section right here. Repsol for the corner, name corner. It is one where if you pinch, you pay. If you try and flare out, you pay. And that's where the 50-50 flip of the coin in terms of cause seems to come into play.
More pit stops in this class. Valkyrie and the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing pairs coming in. And that seems to be for the Hydra Race machine, serving the 5-second time penalty that we discussed. One thing that I don't think we mentioned today, it's on the teams, their responsibility to make sure they serve the appropriate amount of time. We've seen on occasion teams fail to meet the penalty time by tenths, hundredths of a second. Doesn't matter. It's your responsibility. You must come back in to reserve it. It's better to be there for 5.1 seconds than it would be to be for 4.9. Beckham Jasir on the back of Ross McFarlane. They file past the 07 racing machine that is, of course, a couple of laps down, was a championship contender, but now on board with Williams Esports in the draft. Mercedes battle. There's no turbo differences here. Both cars have the same amount of BOP. It's a look to the inside, but not a lunge. Jasir not close enough.
And that's right what I talked about. You can have the speed all you have in terms of draft. You can only get so far, though. You can't aggressively send it into turn 1. That's where we've seen a lot of passes fail, or better yet, lead to crashes. You have to set this up smart, and we already know Beckham Jasir with this car, especially when it comes to the Mercedes AMG machines, knows where he can place his car. We've seen it with multiple different outfits. Right there, for example, he knows he's got a chance to diamond, could have maybe peeked his way to the inside, force a checkup. Not spaced there fully, reset for the next lap if you want. If not, use the car in front to save for the next few laps, and then wait for the pouncing opportunity if it presents itself.
Of course, that new livery on the Williams Esports #1 machine. Do love the new look for the team as much as maybe we don't have the differentiation on sponsors that we did have in the past. Still waiting to see a bit more of that. Of course, it's very reminiscent of what they have on the Formula 1 car that's going to be racing today in the Miami Grand Prix a little bit later on. I think that's what, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern on the US clocks. A little bit later in the day if you're in Europe, but should be an interesting race nonetheless, as Alex Albon, Logan Sargent representing the Williams crew do go and do battle, and public plea in some ways for this livery to continue being ported over to more and more of the cars that we see Williams Esports competing in, because of course we see them in so much on RaceSpotTV. Slightly later on we'll see Josh Fox take to RaceSpotTV in a rallycross car. Still though, no Williams Esports livery on the side of that. Shera Esports, let's go back to 992 JP after the pit stops finished for Valkyrie and for Visceral. 30 seconds in front of the drivers that have just come pit lane is the 905. There are some big and wild gaps in this 992 class.
Yeah, that is kind of wild in terms of this. Look at it. Just 2 on the lead lap. Normally you have classmates at least conjure together for a bit, but that's not happened today. It's just you've had rapid pace from Altus at times. You have rapid pace from Shera Esports, who's now back by a whopping amount of margin. Everybody else, when you look at the car distance to car distance, it's like, okay, well, looks like we're on our own island here. What do we do? It's almost been in the conversation of what's going on with some of this and how do we close some of these gaps up to be able to make passes. It's almost to where if you started off well, you made your bed, you're in a good bed. If you didn't start off well in the first 3-4 hours here, well, you've got to find a way to get on from your island to somebody else's island and fast, because you never know.
Still a long way to go though. We've talked a lot and focused a lot on the halfway mark when the first allotment of points are paid out. It is the same amount of points handed out at the end of the race. So 20 points for whoever leads, 18 points for second, 16 points for third. To learn more about the point structure, head to neo-endurance.com to dive into various details around the series. Let's take a look at, by the way, some of the incidents that are still unfolding around on track. It's not like it's continuing to be all tidy. This is behind, by the way, that BS Plus GT3 car that runs third. You can see a bit of contact between one of the Team 75 machines, sends the Door Esports Academy off, and well, into another layout of Barcelona entirely.
Yeah, is it just me, or am I not surprised on what just happened there? We've already seen Alessio Bender, whether it's in the NGK and NTK Esports Cup, or whether it's in terms of even the traffic, just not afraid to squeeze and not afraid to battle even amongst the traffic. So it's kind of not a shock that someone said, you know what, I'm going to use the elbow here. Stop pinching.
Stop pinching indeed. We don't often see the multi-class interactions at that corner go well. So it's maybe not a huge surprise to see at the end of the day, but ultimately, again, it's been quiet for race control. Most recent penalty that we've seen was this is not another one for the Impulse 915. Took me a second. There was a mislabeling of penalty slightly earlier. This, I think, is the first time that they've had a 15-second time penalty to their name. And they did serve it the most recent time on pit lane, which happened a lap ago. Adam Kotarski has jumped back into that car. And we'll see where they go and continue to run from there. The other Impulse car in GT4, though, now that it's super light on fuel, JP, look at the gap that it's built to Zenith Esports and to Movano. Fraser Williamson once again on the hunt.
Pretty clear that Sasha Egglesby is really comfortable once that car gets light to be able to get the extra pace. That pace is picked up 0.6 of a second now on that strat. It's going to be hard to be able to match that up. Fraser's got himself an extra, is still 0.2 back on average per lap compared to that for reference. With that rapid pace we're already seeing now with the lighter fuel in front.
You hear them clatter over that sausage curb. The grid and go Aston Martin got a big bobble and bounce over it that saw the entire front end ripped off. No one else has, unfortunately, or fortunately, depends on which side of the equation, whether you're a grid and go fan or not, has had that same misfortune strike them, but I'm sure it's not far from everyone's mind. Remember, we also saw the Impulse GT3 car retire from a big bump there, so it's one of those corners, JP, where I see the line that they run, how wide they track, and I just go, oh, be careful.
Yeah, especially since, well, In a lot of cases here, you need to be patient, right? We've touched upon this a lot. If you are very touch and go and very careful on the throttle, yeah, you can run side by side. But we've seen a lot of people, the expectation is, nose is here, okay, turn hard right. I'm right here, let me go. And that's not quite so simple because humans are not robots. If in some cases robots would move, in these cases, it's not so simple as humans are going to respond with lightning quick reflexes like a cat.
Zenith Esports and Nirvana still fighting all as that Simufy machine piloted by Gabby Montoro jukes past them. 8.2 seconds off of your race leader. Last time by, lost about half a second, but it's all through traffic. It's give and take, it's back and forth that we're seeing at the front. These drivers probably about, not 10 minutes away, maybe a little bit more than that before they're due down on towards pit lane. Less than 2 hours then to go until they reach that halfway mark. Sable Esports on the Contra strategy that they've been running, continuing to sit very tidily in 6th position. Again, timing.RaceSpotTV if you want to try and follow along with your favorite team, your favorite driver. Trying to follow along with the stories. Live timing can be a great way to figure out what the strategy is all cycling through, especially given that it's been quite a while for some drivers since they've come down to pit lane. And case in point, 39 laps for Jordan Caruso. Should see the Altus 943 in, maybe not this time, maybe the next time by.
We've already seen them have a fair bit of touch and go this strategy run, at least, because some of the contact. Outside of that, though, they have just been a rocket ship. They've been the talk of the teams in the paddock. I'll just say that when it comes to a pace like this today. But again, it's Jordan Caruso. What else can you really say when you have a team and you have a driver that has this amount of rapid pace and we've seen compete at the World Championship level?
Stays out there for that additional lap, pushes the bounds maybe a little bit more than I would have thought this late in the run. And this is what we were kind of talking about, where some teams found it out quite late. That little bump that Altus Esports have been using over the entire course of the race, maybe very much helping the tires to be conditioned and helping them as well to last that little bit longer. A couple of teams at the front have started to fulfill that same sort of approach, but has not been universal by any means. Jürgen Frank is now back onto the case of BS Plus competition. He got tangled up, let's not forget, with Alessio Bender. That BS Plus machine has dropped back from Simufy. Porsche's looking pretty strong right now. And can German Mark get another entry into the podium spots? Jürgen Frank not close enough. BMW got a pretty good run out of the final corner, and even in the draft has enough top-end speed, JP, to hold on.
Like I said, draft lock. Even though there's the draft, Houston, the BS competition machine also has the draft up in front to be able to pull them up a little bit as well in this for the time being. But that's only going to help for so long when you have that rapid pace, as you were talking about. 1:44.1 last time by. Not their quickest. They've been up to 2 seconds quicker. But they are seeing a couple tenths on average catch up towards the BMW in front now that there's a heavy amount of traffic battling in front of them too.
And that seems as well like some GT3 machines. So WSR Esports butt kicker, that might be Raiden Werner. So they'll have to work their way through pass as well. Race lead now down to 6.4. Manuel Troncoso, I think through traffic, is getting caught out a little bit. Don't think this is necessarily on pace. It's very much just traffic back and forth, giving and taking here and there. It's definitely something just to keep an eye on, the fact that we might end up with Drago and Simufy battling once again. And they've had a couple of different moments of drama so far. Last one resulting in a no further action from race control.
That's going to be an interesting one. But Caruso, indeed, as you said, now in the pit lane for that service. It's going to be now to where, with him in the box, where's it going to cycle first of all, but better yet, how is it going to play out in terms of the overall call? We already know what's happened before in terms of the tire differentials, in terms of the different pit methods. I will say in terms of the battle now, that as we go back over to BS competition here, Looking still like when he's got a chance to breathe, I think he's got the better consistency. When there's a car in front, it's almost like it's a bridge, or rather a wall, that is hard to overcome. And it slows up a lot trying to check up for the traffic and allows Team 75 to close up a lot more effectively.
Still waiting for Jordan Caruso to drop and roll. We'll see him on the exit of pit lane as he fights with Luca Alpert potentially in that Sherra Esports car. No battle though just yet, as back towards that touring car traffic we see these drivers navigate their way around. There is the merge. Sherra Esports to the inside of the TCR touring car hoisting belt entry, but also looking for that bump. And there is Caruso just in front, stays in the car, still having to get his tires up to temperature, and a lighter car, tires right in the window. Luca Alpert slices on through, retakes the race lead, and Sherra Esports will try and build their advantage back up. They are 14 laps into the run.
This happened just about last time, correct me if I'm wrong here, in terms of the closeness on the cycle. I don't think it was this close previously, Arjuna. There was at least some buffer prior to that point. But remember, Alpert lighter fuel. This is where he runs. This is where that gap's going to grow for now compared to if they're on even footing.
No one else seemingly needing to pit in that 992 class for a handful of laps. Next in queue would be probably Olympus Esports in the 921 with Daniel Sedgley in that very bright and distinctive white, yellow, pinkish sort of a color. Livery continuing just to hustle around, at least as it stands right now. A touring car gap. I'm not quite sure what's been happening, but there is definitely some major swings. We talked about how Hoisingveld came in slightly earlier, also ended up slightly short filling. That does not quite explain why JP. Look at these lap times. I'm not sure it's the Honda Civic necessarily being slow. I think Team Hoisingveld have just found another gear.
Yeah, and that's the wild thing, I think, to me. And first things first, that's despite the fact they have front end damage for the past couple laps. Yes, I just double-checked. They got in the past 5 laps of front nose bump on the Honda. It's to where it's like, okay, is this pure setup now, or did the damage make the car faster? It's weird. It's almost very weird on the 148.
It's been slowly building this stint as well. I did see a comment, I think someone had sent over to me that apparently there may be a new specification Hyundai that's out on track, but no, again, remember, Team Hoisingveld have got the same Hyundai Veloster that everyone else, W2 ePro GP, for example, have, and there wasn't much in terms of a BOP modification to really touch on for these cars. If I recall, coming into the round, it was what, 0.5% of power yoinks from the Veloster, a percentage of fuel as well, but a rather minor adjustment in the grand scheme of things when you look at the bigger picture. Officially now, again, 4 hours into this 12-hour finale here at Barcelona, and the clouds seemingly covering the track once again. It's been a fascinating ride so far. So glad you can join us here on RaceSpotTV. And JP, look at the track temperature. Last time we checked, it was what, 35 degrees Celsius? It's jumped up above 40 for the first time since we've looked.
Yeah, that temperature back to near 110 degrees Fahrenheit, and all that happens just by the sunshine. This track, in this sim in particular, the more sunlight on it, the more hotter it gets pretty quickly here, because, well, that's how sunlight works. But when it's cloudy like this, well, you're taking away the sunbeams, you're taking away the heat rays. In turn, you're taking away temperature that is going to the track itself. Is it going to go directly back to where it was now that there's a bit more cloud cover? Not exactly, but it does provide that unpredictability that really is to where you can't. Oh my goodness, what a sin, and that was bad.
It's not the first time Jürgen Franks had a bit of an issue. We'll have a slowdown to boot as well as he takes a bit of a straight line. I don't know if that was necessarily the wisest, but clearly a bit of a hot head in reaction to, well, this. Yeah. Take a look at the replay.
He tried to go on the Sen, had to back out of it because of the traffic, and the traffic just forgot he was there. Like, yeah, that's the Zenith machine that just arced it down into him, thinking, I'm not sure.
And
I don't think he realized there were two of them.
Team 75 comes in as a result. 07 Racing Mercedes, just to clarify, but race control's been relatively quiet. Gonna have to take a look at that one. And here we go, klaxon goes off. In comes Jürgen Franken. Gonna hand over to Marvin Strell. Wonder what race control's gonna make of that one.
Yeah, apologies there. This is what happens when you have, what did I talk about, spotters in similar liveries? We just had that happen. But in all seriousness though, they're gonna be very frustrated there on that contact because it's, one, I think it was near their strategy window regardless, but two, they felt like there was the chance to pass and had already backed out knowing that 3 wide with the traffic wasn't going to be the smart move, and the traffic still does that. I think that's going to be looked upon pretty harshly at some moments.
I'm waiting to see race control's decision, or at least investigation, pop up on the sheet. Hasn't done so just yet. There is one thing that is being, I think, looked at right now. That is between the 24, that's the other Team 75 machine, Kerem Havers, and the 943. So I think we saw that one on the replay. Altus Esports. I think Jordan Caruso may end up in a little bit of trouble for that one. He is now also 4.5 seconds off the back of Luca Alper in that Scherer 905 machine. Just taking advantage of that lighter fuel load, JP, to just stretch its legs now. Less than 2 hours to go until that halfway mark when we pay out those halfway points as well. I think it's setting up quite nicely right now with a couple of different strategies in this 992 class. At some point, I have the feeling Scherer or Altus have got to gamble on a 2-tire call, which is something that the Valkyrie 977 team have done on this most recent pit stop call.
And I can see that. Do you know which side of the car they put the 2 tires on is my first question.
It would have to be the left. There's no way they...
Has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted the confirmation there before I made the point here of that makes sense. If the left side's burnt a ton more than the right side's, you can almost do a 1.5 stint. And that saves you a little bit of time in theory, potentially, I think, for the pits here. But it's not as much as compared to the no stint. That being said, absolutely could see that happening because it's almost the Band-Aid solution to knowing if you were to keep the double stint, you're blowing a tire. Just replace the lefts. You still gain that time.
Again, we'll wait to see if before the halfway mark, a team thinks it's worth it. Timo Hayden comes in to the Impulse 457 after their car came into pit lane and the driver change is underway. Promotes Zenith to second in class, net second, I guess, in some ways. And Rivano in their Mercedes, directly behind the McLaren. As they rumble down, you can hear that naturally aspirated Mercedes engine, the roar that it sends out, and switches it back on the touring car machine. There's a GT3 car in the mix as well, and with 3 wide, Zenith Esports breaks away through all of this. Big gaggle as they head over the top of the long right-hander. Touring car was doing nothing wrong. GT4 was doing nothing wrong as well. It's just the aggression in traffic, and Beckham just here almost runs into the rear end of one of our championship contenders. Zenith Esports having to give a little bit more room than I thought they realized. That
got a little bit near touch and go, but good response by Jasir using all the brakes to make sure there's no contact. I was going to say some nervous moments there for the race for Cat Machine 2 amongst the curbing. They've seen themselves bounce a lot along the curbing today in their car. Still, that's setting up a lot of drivers trying to overlap and find ways to pass and use each other as picks. And, well, people don't like being used as picks here. You see the blinking lights saying, I want to go. Let's go near 3 wide, in fact, for some.
Race controls had it say, by the way. Oh, and it's a big one. Back over to Jordan Caruso in the Altus Esports machine. And it is a 5-second time penalty. Remember, contact with a faster class car with Kerem Havers in the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC machine. And that could end up being costly. Let's look as well at how the points are shaking up. Scherer Esports have the lead of the race. They also have the lead in the points. They would be 6 in front of Valkyrie, who right now are in 3rd. They would be even further in front of Altus. An 8-point advantage between the cars running 1st and 2nd on the road. The only thing that will have Altus feeling a little bit disconsolate from that penalty, JP, is the fact that you put them back 5 seconds on the road and they're still in 2nd spot.
Yeah, that's why it was kind of like when you said a big penalty, it's like 5 seconds is not big. They've closed 5 seconds a couple times. I don't think it's going to cost them points. I don't think it's going to cost them anything really massive unless they cost themselves here. It's just get the penalty served has to be the mindset once you go to the pit strategy pretty soon. And then let the cards fall where they may. I don't think there's any massive risk at all, and based on what we've seen earlier with the intervals, of them really losing past 2nd, even with the penalty.
See what that means, but Cherry Esports are doing what they need to in terms of trying to win to grab the championship. Altus Esports going to try and do what they can as well. Back into what is one of the rare fights that we've seen in this touring car category, not being a class that we focus too much on. And RD Simsport, James Holman in front of Entropic PFBR, running their way through the corner. That is Pikes from Beach Racing, by the way, who we did see in VCO Infinity. We ride on board with Martin Kadalik, who did actually win a race for Pikes from Beach Racing as well. A little bit further back in the queue than I think either of them would have maybe expected to be. Entropic came into this round of the championship 3rd in points. RD Simsport 4th. I guess they're fighting over results at the end of the season.
I mean, pride is a major thing. Having good results is a great thing. Better yet, you can really market yourself or say to a group, hey, we were one of the top teams in this championship. Do you want to join for next year? Or better yet, can we build for next year? Very interestingly, they've gone with the let's protect each other with all this traffic strategy rather than try and make a pass. Everybody's getting queued up behind him in some of these circumstances because of all of them bumper to bumper. But it looks like Martin Kadalik is saying, I'm not going to go side by side with all this traffic. I may as well try and at least survive with the pink machine.
Now, would that livery have been approved, JP? Because it's the same color on both sides, but it's a different pattern in NASCAR world.
I believe, yes, correct.
Okay, I was just checking. Anyway.
I believe the pattern, well, that's actually a good question too, because I think it has to have some form of uniformity because, well, the car's now symmetrical in the Cup Series.
Moot point. We don't like that rule. I'm just saying, that's the one rule in NASCAR that we definitely have to change, alongside getting rid of stages, but I'm never going to win that fight, so I'll stop. Tristan Iglesias back into the Simufy 14. Ricardo Rico jumps into the Drago Racing 69, so it's driver change time, and JP, I think that's going to probably mean as well, it's time to figure out what the speed from Ricardo Rico is in comparison to Tristan Iglesias.
Yeah. That's something to add up upon right now. Iglesias, for reference, in the Simufy card, yeah. But if you are talking about the math right now, I believe they've already gone for service year 2. Just double checking on my numbers. Yes. Yeah, Iglesias, for reference, is still 8 seconds back. They have continuous maintained an 8-second margin. If you're in the Drago Racing camp, you're giving a round of applause right now to the whole group right now, especially to Manuel Troncoso on how he maintained the gap, if not grown it. Ricardo Rico's got a lot of pressure now because this is going to be the true test. Can the car now hold with a different driver in it?
It's the first time we've seen Ricardo Rico. Tristan Iglesias, of course, open up that race. It's very, very fast. Let's see what he can do. Dino Lombardi. Oh, what's happened to Altus? I just got word on my screen. They have had to tow back to pit lane. Has Jordan Caruso had a technical issue, or has there been something else? We will try.
Yeah, he just had a tech issue in the pit box, or just before the pit box. Dino Lombardi, thankfully, I think was right there at the time of the tech issue. I don't think they'll lose much.
Wow, that's incredible, but another potential game-changing moment I don't even... Altus weren't scheduled to come down to pit lane as far as I could tell, so that's...
Yeah. Need a double check in terms of placement. Pardon me, Arjuna.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, in terms of the placement, to correct myself originally in terms of that, I think it was trying to rush there, Dean Lombardi, to be able to get into the car there because of the tech issue. Caruso, you're right, I think was still trying to stretch it on the strat. Just getting the exact placement down on that. Believe they were just on the front straightaway, Arjuna. At the time of Jordan's tech issue, it just took them 30 seconds to get the driver in.
Frustration, I'm sure. See what happens. I never actually even saw the message in sim that Jordan Caruso got booted, so it's a weird one, that is for sure. Sherra Esports already had a comfortable lead up front, and now that is solidified. Let's go back to touring car momentarily, because I can't quite believe I'm saying this. Team Hoisingveld have pitted, Impulse Racing yet to have pitted. However, Team Hoisingveld are still our race leaders.
And again, with damage. And that's the wild thing to me is, well, the car's not really reacting to the damage of anything. Now it's Marcel Ty that's going to have to get a feel of it. I'm noticing Marcel Ty, now that he's jumped to the car, is off the extra 2 seconds in there. So it's going to take him a few moments to adjust. I think Fabian adjusted to how the car was feeling quickly. Marcel's going to need to adjust fast to get the same feel now with that impulse machine on his bumper.
I still don't quite understand these touring car pit stops either, because it was another shorter pit stop from Marcel Ty, but I'm assuming that you're probably going to do a full service, right, if you're going to do a driver change. So he's probably put 4 tires on. It maybe is just not full fuel. That could still get him, though, to the halfway mark. Maybe that's what they're thinking. These cars can do 90 minutes on fuel. He might have just filled up for 75 or so. Around the outside, can the Honda Civic retake the lead? There's going to be contact between them as they try and funnel through the corner. Ty holds on, but I did not expect that. Cars off sequence coming together.
Touch bit messy there. Marcel Ty was trying to get the pinch off initially there. I think right now, at this point, it's quite simple. If you're jockey, you have to pounce, and that's why he's pushing so hard. He knows that this Team Hoisingveld machine with the driver change is very much vulnerable, with Marcel Ty not used to how the car's feeling with the front nose.
Might just be that fuel load as well, because 154.384 last lap. I know Ty is having to defend, but that's, what, 3 seconds slower than he was doing before he came down to the lane. Inside for Jotunheim, and can the Impulse 122 get it slowed down? They've got Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they've got GT3 machines behind, trying to make it 3 wide and slice and dice on through at the top of the long right-hander. The Civic's still on the outside, and I tell you what, he judged that well, recognized where the traffic was going to go, and will cover the inside and force one more Porsche to split them up the middle, and a new race leader. It's Impulse up top once again.
Nicely done after some of the RG barginess. Took about half a lap to get it done, but now this is where you need to run. At this point, you know that Marcel is struggling. Build the cushion. Build it up. Build it fast. Because if you build it fast, then you have a strong chance here for the long term to be able to at least build up a buffer. You mentioned the pit stop strat is good. That's going to be the major difference marker later on in this race. And in theory, if it is towards, say, the shorter pit stop for the fuel number, do they then take Marcel out of the car and put back in the main driver, or do they risk Marcel in just a bunch of shorter stints? That's a lot of question marks now for Team Hoisingveld, now that they're seeing the pace just fall off a cliff.
It will equalize eventually, I would assume, and that Impulse car may be at most 15, 20 laps away from coming back down to pit lane. I say only 15 or 20 laps, then I realize they're doing lap times around 2 minutes or so, just under, and so, you know, that is still a decently chunky time amount of time away as we close in, and I think that is where, again, that slightly shorter pit stop for Hoisingveld is to try and get them to pit lane. We'll get a pretty good sense here, though, because Wave Italy and Damien Owen Harris come in from 3rd position. I would expect they're in, what, 7 laps after Hoisingveld. They could afford, if they're going to try and just get enough fuel to go to the halfway mark of the race, it could be as short as a 40-second pit stop. They may decide, though, given where they are on track, to just top the car off, and after 50 laps on track, new tires for them as well, and roll back out onto the racing facility. Not the only car to come into pit lane. Team Hoisingveld, one of a few cars going long in GT3, JP, not as long as Seybold Esports.
Yeah, we talked about the difference on strat here. Again, it's a race for the top 5 essentially for them at the moment. Give Roberto Ferrari major credit. It seems like whenever there's a major strategy like this, who do you call? Roberto Ferrari. And even though he's in a BMW and not the namesake of his car, in terms of his name rather, but he just seems to have a knack for getting it to do what the team needs it to do. The car, I mean. Stretch on gas, think big picture, try the different strat, see if it sticks. If Roberto Ferrari's in the car, it usually sticks more likely than the other drivers. No offense to them.
He, I think, is aiming to try and get to 37 laps, so that would be maybe 2 laps beyond this. He still leads by around 3.5 seconds from Drago Racing driver of Ricardo Rico. He's attempting to be hunted down by Simufy and Tristan Iglesias. I'm saying attempted very specifically because it's an attempt that's not working particularly well. This time by, another couple of tenths bled off, and you'll be able to see lap on lap, gaps basically holding steady. I think that Drago Racing Ferrari, the temperature as it is, maybe at the start of the run holding on a little bit better. Once again, just a reminder, JP, we're in the midst of the peak afternoon heat. From here, our expectation is it only goes down from here.
Yeah, and especially more so an hour or so, I think you can argue. And this was the question I kind of put myself towards was this track going to drop with the cloud cover previously, or was the track temperature going to remain? Because here's the major thing. Part of the system, at least from the understanding I've seen over the years, especially in the weather system with the new sunshine, is the more cars on the track, the more heat essentially gets retained, and there's a lot, and that changes at the various portions of the track, obviously. But in terms of the average we've seen throughout the track, that seemed to have held steady with the just about every car still in this field, maintaining the energy, so to speak, in the track, even when the months the clouds have come out on the racetrack. So it's not to where there's been a calm period for the track to even cool off a bit. There's been a car there to put some, so to speak, energy back into the circuit in that portion of tarmac.
One thing I learned a couple of months ago, basically right around when the iRacing weather system was about to launch, was that our weather graphic that we show on screen, that track temperature is measured at the start-finish line. Now, what I don't know is which side of the start-finish line it is, because when we started the race, we were talking about how the main grandstand was actually casting a shadow down onto the start-finish line, but it wasn't the entire track covered. So depending on which side the measurement was taken, you could have a drastically different measurement. And so it's one thing that, you know, as much as we often say that in sim racing we have all the data available to you, etc., 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 that's one of the rare things actually where ultimately, JP, the sole word that you rely on is the word of the driver. What they're telling you that they're feeling out on track, because the track temperature that you see at the start-finish line isn't going to be representative of the entire lap, and the driver ultimately is going to tell you how much grip you really have, something that's quite important to know if you're jumping in for the first time for the day, for example.
Exactly, and that was kind of the point I was making too, and that is the differences. I remember having the conversation, especially when they started the dynamic sky system with Randy Chenoweth in particular from around 2020, where he basically mentioned it was using that temperature gun you mentioned for that spot. It was a whole debate back then, but it's become to where since the rain system, I've noticed a lot more the temperatures are higher by about 10 degrees on average, because especially on the oval side is where it's more noticeable, but on the road side too. Previously, a temperature like this, you'd be at 100 degrees. In real life, you'd be at about what we're at now in terms of Fahrenheit, 111, 120 degrees. They've upped that balance, at least I've noticed nuance-wise, under the radar, to, well, make it more in line with what you see in real life temperatures. It's a small difference, but it means less grip in general.
Sable Esports down onto pit lane, 37 laps for them. Roberto Ferrari has done a great job so far, but Patrick Silva's going to pick up the slack from here, and we'll see what he's going to be able to do. Probably going to be spat out back inside of the top 7 or so when they rejoin the racing surface. Had 50 drivers take to the green flag. Of the starters, only 4 retirees. Really haven't had many of them as well. The last one 60-something laps ago. Carlar Esports, Impulse Racing, WSR Esports Butt Kicker, and Wave Italy Racing. 2 of those, the GT4 entries, 1 touring car, and 1 GT3. Crazy to say that in many ways, but we're not even halfway through, and that's what a race of this length in some ways encourages, JP. You've got more chances to try and fight your way back in. Second thing is, when you have points that are paid out halfway that are as many as the points paid out at the end of the race, it's almost like a double dose. Even if you don't have the greatest finish halfway through, you've got a second chance to try and get back up slightly later on.
And that's part of the endurance style in general, is you have time. And I talked about that earlier in you have time to maintain, or rather close back up. It's just how you do it is the huge thing. It's the execution of the plan. And you can only really execute in the moment itself. That's the tough balance, I think, in terms of what we're seeing here in terms of the strategy roulette, but more so in terms of getting things played out. Like Tristan Grace is right here. Just lost 3/4 tenths just because you reach a touring car. Those are the variables that make it very difficult to be able to calculate things long term. You have to be able to map things out per se in terms of the roughness beforehand, or at least with the team manager to know this is what I need to do in the car. Let's go and do it.
2-driver lineup for Simufy. Expect them to go back and forth. And I would not be surprised if they do it in such a way that Iglesias gets the run to the checkered flag. He has been a standout in the Porsche going back now to 12 months or so, and this season his qualifying efforts have been stellar, but I really think last year is, midway through the year he figured something out in qualifying, consistently up towards the front, and has done a very good job. That was very, very close though between the Door GT3 car that slid through on Fraser Williamson in the Movano entry. Zenith's McLaren, again, a little bit of a breathing room now, built back up by the moment of traffic. But I've got to say, we've had moments like that, JP, but everyone's been able to do traffic interactions, except a couple of things at the long right-handers that we've had on turn 4, turn 7 as well. But the traffic management interaction has been pretty good.
It's been a B+. That's pretty good grade, after all. But it's been mostly cordial, unless someone's in a battle, of course. You're more focused on your own battle in those cases. It's just been to where it's, you can't really play massive defensive traffic. It's the type of track with, you have a fair amount of space to let cars go to. And you also have it's expected to at least reach it here. It's just today, people are reaching the traffic in a lot of good spots, not perfect spots, to where it's not easily massive contact, like say the hard braking zone in turn 1 at the 90 at Watkins Glen or something like that. It's a lot more flowing in terms of what you can do to get around.
Well, this is the final round of the 2023-2024 24-Hour Series Esports Championship. Don't forget, there is, of course, a little bit more to come in the run-up towards our next season getting underway. If you are feeling it, there are the Creventic Endurance Series races. We had the first one, what was it, April 27th, so what would that have been? Last weekend. That was at Mugello. The 3 classes of competition, the Porsche GT3 Cup, the GT4 machines, and the touring cars. But a couple more options in each of the classes. So you get more choice of manufacturers, but we get rid of the GT3s at the very front. Now that is a full 12-hour race, 3 more of them to come. June 29th at Misano, and then technically after I think our next season will probably get underway. November 9th and December 14th, we'll head to the Autodrome Algarve, to the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for the final rounds in that championship that's open to anyone, JP. All you've got to do is, well, if you want to finish, find a teammate and go and race. Although I remember the first year that series happened, it's an iRacing official series, we had some broadcast coverage of it, and we had some touring car drivers that decided they wanted to try and solo the entire race and quote-unquote won, except they got disqualified for being solo.
Well, there are forums, Discord, Twitter, your next door neighbor, mailboxes, written notes, paper mail, pigeon bird, several different methods you can use to find a friend to be a teammate with. But, hey, what can you say? A chance to win in a special event takes a lot of work and takes the chance to be able to work with somebody. Why not? If you don't have a friend, find it from your nearest neighbor.
Or do what I did and put a post on Reddit, and from there get sent down a journey that sees you create a team with someone that you find from Denmark. Then you go down a journey with said team and said person from Denmark that sees you at Daytona at the start of the year, watching the 24 Hours of Daytona with said friend. Basically what I'm saying is, JP, make friends in sim racing. It's a good thing.
Yes, yes. You never know where you're going to find them. You know the wild thing to me, Arjuna, is I've become teammates and good friends with people who've gotten into crashes. Somehow, at least in the experience to me, is you get in a crash with somebody, you get to talking, a few months later, you end up on the team.
I've heard some stories like that. I've never actually experienced it, but it sounds quite funny. I was giggling and smirking for a sec there because early in the day, this Aston Martin had lost its entire front end. They've managed to find a spare one behind the shop, so they've managed to get the front end dinged back into shape. But for Steen Ledger, it's not been an easy day. He was the one that was driving when they, I don't know if you'd call it a Tony Hawk style move, but there was a attempt at a grind that went wrong, and the front end sheared off, and since then, it's been a bit of a struggle sharing that car with Jesse Tekela and with Justin Rem, as they sit in 7th and continue to work their way around. That's one of the teams that continues just to pick up drivers. We talk about making friends in sim racing. I firmly maintain that if you want to be a successful sim racer, no matter at what level, you need to be friends with the rest of your teammates, mainly so that, JP, you'll enjoy driving the vast amount of hours that you need to be successful at this level.
That's the very positive way I've heard of that exact message. I've also heard the negative way to flip that, but I won't reiterate that message because it's very negative compared to that message. That's the one, though, to where you have chemistry. You have teamwork chemistry. You have the ability to be able to work together as a cohesive unit. You're not going to be able to build as fast of a car when you are having absolute shouting matches with each other, trying to say, this is what I believe in needed for this car. No, I'm going to put Max Packer in it. And then you get nothing done, or you have this.
That's a very precarious place to be stranded. Unfortunately, finally, I think that's the RaceR car. Can't quite tell. It's hidden by the bridge. Yes, it is. That's going to spin itself around and be able to right itself, pointed in the right direction. I'm sure we'll grab a look at what happened. In the meantime, fight for what is now your lead in GT4, because SimRC have escaped down on towards pit lane, and that McLaren of Jaume Torres having to be very defensive down through the apex. Movano Corsa, Fraser Williamson on the attack, on the offense, and these drivers surely into pit lane as well in the next handful of laps.
They've almost stayed bundled up like this the whole time, and in most races we've seen it quite simply. It's almost by design. You're used as a fuel-saving device. Right now, Williamson almost, I feel like, has been utilizing the Zenith machine when he's close enough as a fuel-saving device. How long you utilize that, though, is a match of question, because we're already less than 90 minutes away from halfway to the race. There's been a lot of talk about the halfway mark for the point standings as well, to say the very least, as well for the series. eventually you're going to have to leapfrog the car if you want to get yourself some extra points.
And I think there are some drivers who have just come into the pit lane for GT4s who are going to be a little bit short on fuel. There are some drivers who are out on track still that will feel a little bit more confident. JP got very scared by your race leader carving his way through on this GT4 battle.
I don't think Drago realizes how close they just got to getting turned by Fraser Williamson, because they straight up missed him by a couple inches from being turned off the left front fender or left rear fender of their Ferrari. That would have had a major change. That's why I went with the O there. That nearly caused a crash for the overall lead.
It was well judged and executed, though, in recognizing they had the speed. GT3 and GT4, you know, lack of downforce that both the GT4 has and the increased corner speed that the GT3 will carry as a result of the downforce that it has. Kind of the benefit. This is the look from up above. You can see brake lights actually went on a little bit earlier there from Fraser Williamson, recognized quite early that the move was going to come. And you just ride here and you'll see how close it really was.
Just right there, just enough, and even then Drago was having still on the brakes at the top of the arc. That's why I think also was so close. They were still trying to give each other a little bit of space. It was almost to where they nearly compelled themselves to contact while trying to let each other go.
Compelling into contact is something that the traffic tends to do more than anything, but over the course of the day, it's been rather clean. Front of your 992 class, it's Scherer and Luca Alpert with a 45-second advantage, and that is on merit. Although they owe us a pit stop and should be down onto pit lane soon, they should be able to get to the end, though, of this first 6-hour block to when the points are going to be paid out. That will be their priority. Mateo Kuzner for Visceral has just passed the Valkyrie machine. Joe Vergaard, Godestad has been piloting a car with two tires having been changed in the most recent trip down pit lane. But so far, that's been a pretty decent job. And interestingly, JP, Movano Corsa in, Simone Passoni taking over as Zenith Esports still out there on track in their McLaren.
Just like the last time, it seems the McLaren at least able to get at least a lap further for the time being on Strat. But it also gives them a chance to have a clean pit lane instead of, say, you dive into the pit lane, you have to check up for somebody, or rather, you have fears that you're going to get rear-ended by somebody massively sending it. Allows you to be able to quickly and efficiently make your way through. And we already know how many Damascus no more so for his racing on the platform of the years in the Miatas as one of its top drivers there. He can still drive pretty solid in this car, after all, we've seen all throughout this series.
It'll be interesting to see where Passoni comes out in comparison to Corentin Gunes, who's just fired it off through the opening couple of corners in his Aston Martin. That more regular Sim RC livery, of course, the Bumblebee yellow, black, and red highlighted colors that we've come to know and love. Always great seeing their Team 75 collaboration as well. There goes Impulse in their Mercedes, so a bit of a illustration, a 16-lap difference in terms of when they come down pit lane, and it's been a bit of an undercut overall for the Impulse car that now has, what, 4.5 seconds of a gap. So keep that in mind, timing.RaceSpot.TV, if you want to try and follow along. Surely the Zenith Esports car comes in. Yes, here it comes. Into pit lane, this time by.
Yet right on cue. Quite simply. Corentin Gunes, though, keeping an eye, though, I think what he's going to put on now that he's in the car in the midst of that 476 machine. I think that's a chance now with Gunes into the car for that car to run, because that's where a lot of the cushion was built, where he consistently put himself at the 149 ones, while it was more so towards the end of the run for Isaacson 150.4s once the track temperature picked up. Is it going to match? No. But is Gunes going to be up there to get him back to the 149 bracket? Possibly.
I'm waiting for the temperatures to cool off as well, because we've seen balance of the car shift as the temperature has risen. How does it shift back as we see the track cool off? Now, it's a long time before the McLaren's going to be off of the limiter, but I do think it's going to have a healthy advantage here because it's a slight short fill from Jaume Torres. He's stationary for only 40 seconds as compared to the almost 60-second full service that the rest of the class has tended to be doing. Interesting call, JP. Is that going to mean that his next pit stop ends up being a little bit longer? Is he even going to be able to get to the halfway mark? I think that's a bigger question.
That is actually a very good question right now in terms of this. Looking towards the numbers here, I think in terms of the impulse car, absolutely not going to make it to the halfway point before their stop, obviously. But in terms of the others here, I think you can argue that they're going to be able to get towards it, albeit going to be close once they make the next service stop. It's borderline, is what I'm trying to say, Arjuna, but I think it's a comfortability where, again, these teams have done the math. If you haven't done the math, find a mathematician or a calculator to make sure you get that said math down beforehand. They plan this to a T beforehand. If you're in this, especially to the spreadsheet side, in some teams, I've seen them use that to add up the time.
I'm just trying to do the math, which again is a dangerous thing, but if we've been doing roughly around 30-35 laps in that GT4 class, I think it's somewhere in that sort of ballpark. Their lap times are just around 1 minute 50s. That is about an hour or so. So there's no way that any of them can make it to the end. Has Jaume Torres done something different where is he going to try and pit at the same time as Impulse Racing? That's the closest sort of thing that I could foresee, but you know, it's not normal, and that's what we like. We like abnormality. We like it when teams do something different on strategy, not because it confuses us, but mainly because it adds a little bit more intrigue as to, well, what all is going on. Let's quickly, though, see if we can have a quick chat with a driver and ask about how that opening stint went. Joshua Meyer joins us now. Josh, late call up for you. Talk us through how the opening hour went.
It was very stressful, having only been called up to race basically yesterday. But it's been really interesting seeing all of this, not from the race control side, but on track this time.
And what are you going to be up to for the rest of the day? Are you done driving or are you back in the car?
Oh, I will finish the race, so I have a nice few hours until midnight.
Well, are you going to get any rest or anything, or what's going to happen then as you wait to jump back in?
Probably check in with race control again and then just keep an eye out, especially with the halfway points. Maybe we can still snatch a position here or there in the lead up to that, especially as the racing will probably become harder closing in on that stage.
Well, enjoy your time off, and best of luck when you jump back into the car.
Yeah, thank you. You guys have a nice Sunday too.
Great to be able to catch up with a driver that, again, on short notice had to jump in at a track that, as much as it's a draft lock, you do have to be quite careful with how much you're pushing the bounds of the track. They've been keeping an eye on track limits. 15 different teams so far have been given their first warning for track limits. So let's keep that in mind. 15 of the, how many teams are still left out there? 46 running cars.
Yeah, not a single DNF since I say that. Yes, we haven't had a single DNF. Just had to make sure that we didn't have an extra car just disappear in the middle of the point once again. But it's a track where it's very hard to destroy your car compared to some of the others because it's more of a twisty and windy one rather than a hard brakey and sendy into a hard corner type of track in terms of the flow. But to get to the point that you were mentioning before, in terms of the pit cycles for the GT4 class and what could be happening there is, it's quite simple. Do you want to prioritize what you get at the half or at the end of the race? And that's this discussion that happens in real life, especially too for crew chiefs. It's a discussion that at this point, you have to almost happy with your driver or whoever your team boss is to say, What's the best course of action? Should we go for this, or should we bank on being there in the end?
7 hours and 18 minutes left to go, and an hour and a bit's time. Don't forget, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, the stream unfortunately will cut off for a couple of moments. If you're watching on Twitch on the VCO channels, it will kick back on in a couple of moments' time. If you're watching on YouTube, though, you have to make sure that you are then watching on part 2. It should automatically kick you over, but that's a should, not a will. So we will just remind you in about an hour's time as well. If you're watching on a TV, have the remote handy and make sure it hasn't been buried under any sort of cushions if you're trying to follow along with your particular team and driver heading off into the back half of the race. We'll also at the halfway mark be able to give you a confirmed update on the point situation, how it's all played on out, once race control sends us over the final totted up values. Haven't had too much for them to actually look through in terms of incidents, so I'm hoping that won't take too long. It has very much, though, let's be real here, JP, stalled out right now. There is not one car within 2 seconds of the car in front right now. The closest group is 4 or so seconds in some of the GT3 battles.
That's kind of stunning to me, then, again, because you normally, like, especially expect to see a couple. It almost leans into the argument I just made on the track characteristic, where while you go 3 wide with traffic, that's not great and that's not smart in terms of your sends. At least they all survived. I was about to say, this is a track where it's not draft dependent, it's more so driver dependent because of the flow, and if you do have draft, it becomes almost a locking mechanism than a pulling mechanism to be able to help you pick up passes. It's not quite a shock to see that here at Catalonia.
Where else have we had finales in the past? This, of course, has become a bit of a staple, but my mind's not working that well. I mean, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, and I've already been up for about 5 hours, which is never a good sign. But I find this an interesting challenge for the final race of the season. Let's even just talk about the rest of the races that we've had, right? Spa, Sebring, Silverstone, Monza, and the Nürburgring. The Nordschleife, it's you know, its own unique kettle of fish. But without painting with too broad a brush, Spa, Sebring, Silverstone, and Monza, you know, they're all pretty regular. We race around those tracks quite, you know, frequently. They're quite, I don't want to say simple from a multi-class perspective, but I feel like they're a lot less complex, and there's a lot less uncertainty than you have at a track like this, JP, where, you know, we don't race here as much in the sim racing world, if we're being honest. It's a little bit more weird in terms of the slow and the medium speed corners that we have and the specific classes that we have on track as well. It just makes for one of those season finales where, you know, right to the very end, hopefully, there will be some intrigue.
And that's part of the key here, right? They have had the changes that were touched upon already by David because of, say, the trend to go back to the historical layout with the corners and final chicanes, take out the little safety cut in 13, 14, 15, make it high speed. This section towards the front straightaway, should say, for that part. It seems to have opened up a bit more of the opportunities for the front straightaway for sends in other series so far we've seen throughout the past couple months with this track layout, especially Arjuna. But today it hasn't happened as much as some people may have expected in terms of, because just of every other part of the racetrack being Barcelona.
And still waiting for, I think, that off-track threshold to really be a factor. But remember, if it's the same threshold that they had for the 6-hour races, they all kind of have been driving to a certain limit in terms of how much aggression and liberties they will take. Now they've got to rein that back slightly, and already half of the off-tracks being used by some of the teams. They've gotten their first warning. What's going to happen as they continue to bump up against the limit? I saw that Sherra Esports are working their way through the pit lane sequence. Off and away comes Luca Alpert, who stays in that car. Remember, Raphael Renhofer did a good 3-odd hours at the start before handing over the keys to the 905. Emerges in some clean air. and emerges still third on track. Of course, the issues for Altus have slightly dropped them back in contention. Share Esports doing what they need to do right now, JP, staying out of trouble.
I think every team has that simple goal, right? But they've had the strategy to be able to try and go different on the fuel, get lighter fuel, push away, encounter that. Well, originally with Altus, now they are really in a very comfortable spot because of the implosion of the Altus grouping. That leads to an honest question on how things play out now with Visceral, because we've already you already talked 2 tire calls, and remember, Vince Peters, one of the drivers for today, is actually also a team principal there, so he could probably make that same call again for him and that entire grouping to try and close up the gap again a little bit more, because it seems to be working out very well to where it's 9 seconds and holding stagnant compared to the lighter fuel, at least, to Share Esport.
Share Esport, though, do have the knowledge that basically, even though they have been doing 4 tires and paying the extra price, just continue to steadily march away at the front. And once the pit stops will cycle back around, expect Visceral to drop back down to second. That Williams Esports Academy car that runs in 4th is also yet to pit, by the way. So basically, the only teams that have pitted, Scherer, Simufy, and David Bosga, who's down in 8th position. And that is it right now. Of course, in this class, no retirees. It's 11 started, 11 left running, albeit the field getting split up now across a multiple different laps. Great to see, though, that teams are willing to stick around and to try and persevere. We're coming up towards the top, though, of yet another hour. I tell you what, instead of hearing JP and myself blabber away, nothing wrong with that in many regards, why don't we enjoy the sounds and the sights of the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. We'll jump on board with the Williams Esports GT car. Sota Muto's on the charge, and let's see what he can show us in terms of sights and sounds here today. Oh, love the sound of that naturally aspirated Mercedes as it punches its way around the circuit to Barcelona, Catalonia. Welcome back to RaceSpotTV, though, and, well, the 12-hour finale of the 2023-2024 24-Hour Series Esports Championship. Arjuna Kankipati joined alongside by Justin Prince as we work our way towards the halfway mark when halfway points are paid out. A pivotal point when it comes to talking about the championship picture, about what needs to be done in those final 6 hours. Let's work our way through one by one each of the championships. And I guess, well, we were following along in the GT3 class. Let's talk about the GT3 class first and foremost. Drago Racing lead by, 16 seconds from SimUFI and BS Plus competition. And JP, as it sits right now, Drago in the hot seat. It would be a remarkable 4th win in 6 races if it finishes as this. There's still a long way to go, but they're trying to win the championship in style. And of course, when it comes to the points difference, it's not that much between them either, is it?
Yeah, I was about to say, having the mic unmuted is a very good point to be able to make points, but you know who's unmuted their mic and said, "We are fast"? Ricardo Rico. Because since the driver change, they're maintaining it at 8 seconds. They've nearly doubled that since the pit stop window. Rico is absolutely on the charge here to build as big of a buffer as he can for the rest of his teammates.
And first time we've seen him in the car, we were kind of wondering where he'd stack up in comparison to Iglesias, who is, well, as I've been saying, maybe the fastest qualifier in a Porsche GT3 car right now, and amongst the fastest in race trim as well. Just been pulling away. Maybe in these conditions, Ferrari just suited a little bit better, and it's conditions as well that, you know, as much as the championship is maybe cooling down, track is starting to cool off as well, JP, as we start to work into the evening, and once eventually we get to the night, it could be totally different.
Yeah, we've reached that cliff, as you mentioned, but also it reached that point in the past 20 minutes, or about a few minutes ago, was as low as -10 Fahrenheit, or down at least a couple Celsius total, since the peak at around 2:30 in sim time. So over the course of 40 minutes, things have started to ice off a little bit in terms of that, but also that means more faster times once it gets back under, say, 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
I would love to talk about the 992 championship situation, but we still have a pit stop that's kind of still cycling through. So let's jump first to the GT4s, and then we will jump back over to the Porsche Cup cars. But it is SimRC that leads, the Bumblebees stinging out front and leading in the championship as well. Zenith Esports second on track, second in the points. Slightly different strategy for them, but we are expecting every single car to require a pit stop before we reach the 6-hour threshold. So there is still the chance for the ordering to jumble around slightly if there is a little bit of a shift. 11 points the swing, though, for SimRC. And the 20 points you get for leading at the 6-hour mark is the same 20 points that JP you would get for winning at the end of the race. And so by that mathematical equation, SimRC, again, it's not done and dusted. They've just got to try and stay out of trouble.
And an interesting thing when looking towards the previous champions, SimRC for several years when it comes to 24-hour series esports era hasn't been known more so as a top TCR team. Of course, switching things up with GT4 this season. They won the Touring Car Championship twice in that time since the start of the 2020s. You know the last time they've won a championship, when you go back to even the history of prior to the 24-hour series sanctioning body, they've won, the last time they won in a non-touring car for a title, 2015-16 in this series. So a bit of a change up from the touring car class to be able to get the speed in GT4. We've seen the speed in other series. They just haven't broken through in other car types in a long time to win in, say, GT4.
Yeah, both Corentin Gunes and his traditional touring car counterpart, Kieran Harrison, have kind of been switching things up. We saw them start of last year for the first time in a prototype for the 24 Hours of Daytona. From there, it's kind of been interesting to follow their journey in many ways. And Yeah, they continue to be fast no matter where they are, if we're being completely honest. Team Hoisingveld took touring cars in the TCR class, leading by almost a full minute now over Norbert Leitner in the Impulse machine. Now, Impulse have made what will be their final stop before the halfway mark of this race. Hoisingveld will owe us a pit stop. Does not matter, though, whether Hoisingveld lead or Impulse lead at the halfway mark. Impulse will hold a slender advantage going into the final stages. It's two different manufacturers being represented here as well. It's Hyundai Veloster versus Honda Civic Type R, and at least as it sits right now, I get the sense, I get that inkling. Strategy all the way to the end, a championship on the line. JP, I'm only slightly disappointed that we're not going to be commentating all the way to the end.
Yeah, especially since for both of those teams, and this is also a wild thing, they have not won in this car type for the championship in their histories in the series yet. And that's the wild thing about that is they've been, both Impulse and Team Hoisingveld, along with SimRC, in the conversation for each of the championships for the past 3-4 years in this car type. They've just never gotten the job done. And now that things have changed in terms of what you said with SimRC with changing it up, it changes the conversation, and now could get wild depending on what happens the rest of the way. Impulse, after all, has a lot of people swarming around it in the traffic. Can they prevent the swarm for causing a storm that causes Impulse moves around them that would see them shoot back down behind Team Hoisingveld?
Remember as well, when it comes to race victories, Impulse have had 3 this season. Team Hoisingveld have had 2, also paired with the 2 second-place finishes, but a little less consistency overall from Impulse, as much as Hoisingveld last time out at the Nürburgring Nordschleife finished down at the very tail end of the running cars. Not ideal for them, but set themselves slightly on the back foot, and they're doing all that they can here in their championship hunt to try and fight back. Let's talk now about 992s. Pit cycle is actually not completely done, so everything we're going to talk about slightly still up in the air. I think the one thing that we're quite certain about is for Scherer Esports, the lead in the championship is theirs. The speed on track is clearly theirs as well. It will now just be really the question of the battle for second in the championship. Altus Esports have had a tire blowout, a technical issue, and through all of that still find themselves sitting in second place. We'll be down to pit lane in the next 10 laps or so before we get to the halfway mark of this race. I think, JP, in that battle for second between Valkyrie and Altus, it could very much come down to the wire.
And it's a tight wire that they're trying to walk on because I believe you already mentioned it there, but want to reiterate, just in case, they haven't served the 5-second yet. On top of that, on top of the tech issue. So there's a lot to be balanced with right now. But in terms of everybody else here in the race, Valkyrie in all this has had a stellar campaign, you can very much argue, because they're a team that this season has really punched their weight above where they've been in the past, where they've been a few spots lower on the runs in some of the championship fights this season, and especially this race. They've really done what they've needed to do to be able to punch their way higher in the standings here this season.
And it's the same drivers that they've been racing with for the most part that just continue to develop. But 2 second-place finishes, a third at the most recent round at the Nordschleife sets them up very, very nicely for this season finale. We're only 2 points back from Scherer Esports coming into the start of this race. It goes to show just how crazy a season it has been, and only touring cars really have we seen a dominant points breakaway at the front of the championship. GT3 pit stops have been trickling on through, by the way. Maniti 78, the most recent taker down to the pit lane. It's Nicholas Lash that's jumped into that car. As the sun continues to set, the track continues to cool. Your race leader continues to fly scorching hot. Another blistering lap time, 1:42.929. Not many drivers being able to jump down into the 42s right now. He gains another couple of tenths of a second over the drivers trying to hunt him down for second and third positions. Top 3 split by 20 or so seconds, and then a 40-second delta to the rest of the cars behind. These 3 drivers, these 3 teams have been at the top of their game so far.
been a fun race to watch as a whole. You have to think about as well. I've been intrigued in terms of a lot of the strategy play because we've seen all three teams overlap before in that battle with GT3. That's kind of really changed since then, though. Obviously, Drago's run away, but BS Competition, they've faded away a little bit, where they had the advantage for a bit, had the better pace for a little bit, and then all of a sudden, again, this is even before the driver swap, the car just seemed to switch back on for Simufy to say, okay, we've lost some rhythm, we lost some momentum. Let's wake up, regroup, get back to where it worked before on the track. And that, I think, is where you're seeing the buffer continue to swing Simufy's way now by 5 seconds, even with all the cars in between them and BS right now.
A couple more teams are starting to get their first warning for exceeding 25 off tracks. So one by one, race controls going down to the respective team rooms and letting them know that information. So keep you abreast. I can tell you that at the front of the field, Simufy just got its first one.
Oh.
What was BS Competition really thinking there? Up the inside of the Sabolt GT4 machine that's running 5th in class, they got glued together. Somehow they got unsuper glued together without any damage or body parts going flying.
Yeah, that's quite simply the terminology on the sim of watch the glue, right? That's a common terminology now in the race control circles. Just quite simple. I think BS Competition thought faster car, it's their corner. Sabolt was also probably in the mindset of they can wait the next corner. There's a straightaway after all after. And that's almost the problem. In the heat of the moment, you want to go as fast as possible. You're not thinking about the next corner or waiting 5 seconds. You're thinking, I've got to go now, 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 like the meme says.
Let's take a look at the replay, and there was a bit of a shove there that actually probably cost him some time because he wasn't able to get onto the power. And then Norby Kish, who does race trucks for a living, I'll be fair to him, he was alongside and then maybe just overly slowed, and that's where they got glued together. Okay, I want to look from up above. That may tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, I need to see that too, because it's, you mentioned the bump, that's the I want to go right now point, but you are right, he did have the angle. I thought he had the angle at first. Yeah, the Sabolt car arced it down more than anything.
It's almost as though the GT4 thought the GT3 could get through the corner faster, and the GT3 car did not agree. Now, Drago racing into pit lane, followed in by BS Competition. It's going to be new race leader as Tristan Iglesias is at the front of the field now for Simufy. But 1 lap earlier for Drago Racing. I think that's what Simufy would want to see, given that they were a little bit earlier on the stops, slightly earlier in the race, being the ones punching the hole in the front of the field. You can see the BS Plus car drop into line behind, rise up on the jacks. All is already. Ricardo Rico has sat there for 30 seconds. Tires are done, and JP, he's just ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, already, quite simply, 30.5 seconds. That's a massive buffer in the first place, just off and away. That is an interesting difference for BS Competition, though. They were in sync with Simufy on strategy for most of the race. It's pretty clear now with the temperature starting to shuffle a lot, they might have burned up a little bit more fuel as a whole, with the speed starting to pick back up a little bit.
Could have also, I think, maybe a reaction to that incident, saying first chance they could bring the car into pit lane to get it assessed. Let's see if there was any lasting damage. Norby Kish stays in the number 89, though, and he's going to emerge quite a ways behind Ricardo Rico, who ended up back second on the road. Such was the advantage. And we just wait for Tristan Iglesias to head out of the final couple of corners. He's behind a 992 Cup car, so he'll have a bit more downforce, but that car a bit faster in a straight line with the amount of raw power it has. Now, does he peel off to the right? No, he's going to stay out there for at least another lap, so it's done a very good job of saving. One thing that the pit stop time told me from Ricardo Rico, 38.9, that was not a pit stop that gets them to the 6-hour mark. That was effectively the pit stop length, JP, they've been doing for the last couple of stints. They aren't trying to maximize points at the halfway mark. They're just trying to ride as they are.
That's exactly to the viewpoint. what I talked about earlier, right? You strategize for the half or you strategize for the race. Quite simply, Drago's strategizing for the race. So why not? Why not compromise? Why risk the compromising up the finish of the race? Just plan things out for the whole 12-hour. Wherever you are at 6 hours, you get the points or not. Simify is really pushing it, though, with 3 wide again.
Yeah, that's, I think, the sign of someone on low fuel and not wanting to back out, especially recognizing that Simone Pisoni, isn't it, in the Movano Corsa machine that he was quite aggressive in working his way through on. The Havu 992 car going to now have to try and do the same. Watch below, though. Drago's coming up to the back of a GT4. That's the Aston Martin for Grid and Go, and the Valkyrie XP car that runs up at the front of the 992 Cup class. So this is the thing about traffic at this late of the race, and we're only halfway through. Again, we haven't had a retirement for now 90 full laps. 46 machines are still circulating around track. You never, JP, get a chance to breathe.
It's been that way since the start. It's worked like that way with the track temps we talked about. It's worked that way with the traffic management. But Simify, on schedule, pit lane, pit box. And again, the math is still checking out here for by the final hour to have the pit stop with about 35 minutes to go. They're still on the same strat window as long as they don't adjust the fuel tank for the halfway point.
So there comes the Simify machine. Where is Drago Racing? They're going to surely, there's no way here that they have a chance of holding on here, but we'll keep an eye on them and never say never, I guess. What's going to happen as Ricardo Rico heads through the final corner. Tristan Iglesias has been stationary for about 20 seconds, so unless he wasn't going to take tires, there's no way he's going to emerge in the race lead. I think maybe it also goes to speak to the speed of Drago's Ferrari in particular, as to the fact that they have come out in front, JP, of the Sable Esports car that is actually yet to come down pit lane for the most recent time in this stint. So such a dramatic lead, and Simify not going to be far behind. They have very much been pushing the tempo at the front.
Remember, Rico is a former World Championship racer as well that joined the team as one of its big hirings last year. It's been rapid pace since he's been in the car. That says a ton about the performance and the speed as a whole when it comes to Rico, with how quick he's carrying that car ahead. His whole team's probably going to be very happy with how things go by the time he jumps out of that race car. It's going to be extremely difficult for any of their classmates in that car, I should say, to lose that time unless they're a full second or two off the average from prior to Rico in the car.
I'm wondering if this is what they thought it would bring them. Is it going to be a net positive compared to where they thought the strategy would place them? As much as you have a plan, once you get into the race, who knows what the weather's going to do? It's all dynamic on iRacing. We've seen the cloud cover shift from partly to mostly cloudy as well. There's all these different elements that then have to be factored in. And the big teams often have helping hands, actual engineers and spotters that can get them dialed in to the respective fights that they have. Going to fight for fourth in your touring car category, W2 ePro GP. The last time I commentated on them in this championship, they had a much longer team name, but we've been able to get them to abbreviate it, so it's actually readable on our graphics tower, but also by the commentators as well. The Entropic Pikes from Beach Racing car, though, breaks in the grass momentarily. A loose touring car is a fast touring car, and these are both two fast touring cars right now.
Yeah, this is one of our closer battles starting to build up to. We've seen some interesting team dynamics. Look at that crossback, though. A bad corner for the 137. Perfect slice for the 121 to get through.
One mistake, easy as you'd like. Martin Sirotek up to fourth in the entry pick by Pikes from Beak Racing machine. And not on the beach just yet, but the season's not far from being complete. Beach next on the agenda, surely. Jonas Wanner for the Door Esports in. So is Lucas Prada for the WSR Esports Butt Kicker crew. 45 minutes to go until we reach that halfway mark. And those points are paid out at the halfway stage. This is where it gets just really tense in some ways for some drivers and teams that know that a technical issue stands between them and a potential solid lock on the championship. Again, if it finishes as it is right now, if BS Competition were to get to be behind Sabolt Esport, all that Drago would need to do is find one solitary point. As it is, Sabolt will have to come down pit lane. BS Competition will slide up and grab 2 more points as a result of that. If Drago lead at the halfway mark, it's pretty simple. Stay out of trouble, score some points, and a championship would be theirs. They want to do it in style, though. 4 wins in 6 races. What a statement that would be, JP, and what is such a strong GT3 field.
That'll be a huge statement to the strides the team's been making for the past 2 years, especially. Because it takes years to build an outfit that turns into wins. You can put together the most talented people in the same room, but you still need time for them to click, build chemistry, and also build resources. It's not quite as simple as, we're going to take the same resources we used before, and no, that is not going to make you friends, and better yet, that's not how the teams work. You can't just rely on the old tech. You build upon the knowledge and build the new tech using the knowledge base you build. And what we've seen from Drago, especially with their step up World Championship-wise and in the league scene, the past year especially, has showcased they are there. They're in the window. They've been trying to build for a while and testing and fine-tuning to get here.
And as much as we're singing their praises right now, it's just come through on the race control sheet. The second warning that Drago Racing have had for contact while lapping another car. And based on the times, the first one I don't think was Ricardo Rico. That would have been Manuel Troncoso behind the wheel. This one, though, definitely was during Ricardo Rico's stint. So just keep it calm. Keep it calm, guys. Also a warning for Sabolt Esports after the contact with BS Plus competition. I think I'm happy with that, JP. No one really came off the worst there. There was a lot of glue, but maybe Sabolt's did turn in when the BS car was tight on the inside.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of, well, I was going to say sim, but the glue stuff now happens in real life too. You still have the way to get doors stuck together in real life. I've seen it happen myself in broadcast. Now, in regards to the Drago situation, that's now going to really emphasize the need to stay out of trouble. I don't know what you get towards if you get past the 2 warnings, but they are risking it.
What's that saying? Once fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, blah, 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 whatever it is. But yeah, once you get to the 3rd time, it's suboptimal. And definitely don't want to put yourself in the crosshairs of race control once more. Give yourself a wide berth. The camera angle there doesn't look like a wide berth, but I promise you that was not as dramatic as it may have seemed for quite a while. It's probably going to be 5 laps or so, by the way, before Sabolt bring that 91 BMW down to pit lane. So that's a good 15, 16 minutes or so. That's going to take them beyond 6 hours and 30 minutes left in this race. They are very much looking like they are on the cards for cutting out the pit stop at the end of the race. See what that can do in those closing stages. Back over to the 992 Cup cars momentarily. Let's just go check in with Altus Esports. I think Dino Lombardi on the 38th lap of his run, not far away from owing us a pit stop. But this is where we've been talking, JP. As we get to this point of the day, when the sun starts to drop, the temperature starts to fall off as well, is 2 tires a little bit more of an option than it was in the peak of the sun brightness?
It's still an option I think you need on the back pocket. If anything, you just don't want what's happening in that Porsche 992 class especially to happen, because already starting to see some of the evidence showcased from previous that David submitted along. Yeah, quite simply, it's going to be the left rear that's going to be the concern if you tried that to go no stint or double stint. I think the 2-tire call is still an option for some teams in a pinch in the late going. At the halfway mark, if you want to be there for the end of the race, I don't think you play it now. If you if you try it this early, you show your hand too early, if you get what I mean.
Yes, but I guess at the same time, if you are capable of doing it every other stop, because, you know, one stop has to be 4 tires, the next stop is 2, the stop after that has to be 4 again, and so back and forth you would bounce. If you feel confident, which I don't think I would, but if you feel confident, and maybe you think you can do it. Interestingly, or maybe not interestingly, as expected, it was a short pit stop for Zenith in the McLaren, trying to maybe get some track position. 24 laps into the stint, they come into pit lane 40 minutes shy of the top of the hour, and it is going to be a driver change. Maybe that's kind of what was going through the thinking. Let's get Alexander Peregrina in, and let's try and get him unleashed in this middle part of the race.
Remember, Peregrina still had the solid pace. They've been pretty solid together in terms of the averages, as we touched upon earlier on. It is a change to the strat a little bit, though. A bit of a change by at least, correct me if I'm wrong, about 10-15 minutes here. Because remember, they went in the lap after Movado on every other cycle. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes. No, you're right. And again, it was such a short pit stop that it caught me by surprise a little bit in the previous cycle that we had. But maybe now it makes a little bit more sense. I'm going to keep an eye on that car. It is another full service for them this time by. And so Peregrina off and away. Find out how that works in terms of an undercut. Tires and fuel done at the same time in this GT4 class. So expect that to be swapped around. Sabot Racing are still on track, but now we'll start to look in the rearview mirror because here comes that Porsche that's flying. Tristan Iglesias has got himself back up to speed. He's starting to gain in some ways on your race leader as well. And the sound of that screaming Porsche greets us as he dives his way up the inside of a touring car machine.
Yeah, some tight windows again. But this was to where we touched upon this. How would they cycle? Well, there's the Sabot car right there. 16, 17 seconds. I think it's starting to plateau now, finally, between Drago and the rest of the field. How long that stays the case, that's up to the field at this point. Am I right?
I'm. How many cars do we still have out on track? We still have no more retirements. 46 of the 50 cars that took the green are circulating. The points paid out halfway through a benefit, of course, that sees them stick around. But also, remember, not everyone just fighting for the championship itself. The reality is that, you know, some teams are just looking to make sure that if they're not fighting at the very top of the championship, they are here locking themselves in for next year's season without having to go through the mad scramble of a pre-qualifying format. It's a pressure cooker of a format as well, where you have to set 10 consecutive clean and valid lap times, usually at a track where running within the confines of the track, Justin, easier said than done.
I don't know if it's necessarily just getting the 10 clean laps in a row. That's the tough part. It's more so just the competition of being the best amongst those, trying to do the same thing. You don't want to put yourself in the repeat situation of, okay, we did a good time. Oh, wait, it's not good enough. We're out of the show. We're on the reserve list. Oh, no. It can be a battle to get into a series like this because of how much talent is in the series in general. It takes a lot of skill to make it through as the best for a quick qualification format and have the speed to advance amongst it. I think it's more so the concern of being the ones to advance than it is to get the clean lap.
I'm just trying to remember where the pre-qualifying session was done this year. It was at, scrolling through the rulebook, Motorland Aragon. Oh, that's an interesting one. Not one that many of the drivers probably would have done many laps around. I remember that Donington has been a staple of pre-qualifying in the past as well, with its terrible double hairpin layout, which also means that fast chicane off-track's pretty brutal there. But yeah, top 5 in terms of championship will secure an invitation effectively for the next season, not have to go through the pre-qualifying format, and who knows what tracks we've got in store for us next season, given that we've had a handful of new tracks added to iRacing. that are being featured, of course, in that Creventic Endurance Series, so could end up taking center stage for us here as well on RaceSpotTV. Pit stop, though. Altus Esports first in the penalty box, 5 seconds and counting. Off and away, they now get into the actual box to serve. Well, their full pit stop cycle should be a 65-second stationary stop here now as they wait to be released once more.
And now it honestly is still the question, when do they try and serve the penalty here, or when do they try and indicate it? Going to make sure and keep an eye on that. They believe they are now in the serving category is the confirmation. They've now served it. Correct myself there. So now, where the time cycles is going to be the huge part of this for the lawn picture. They're obviously not in the conversation for the win right now at the 6 hour mark. In 6 hours, where they match is the huge one.
Yep, they were in that penalty box. We saw that shot just before. And so now again, about 65 seconds, that's what we are expecting. It could be 51 seconds potentially if they are doing just 2 tires, which might not be a bad idea, but I can tell you that the car's still up on the jacks and getting all 4 of the tires swapped around there as Dino Lombardi just waits to be released back out onto track. Patrick Selva should be, well, amongst the next to come down onto pit lane, but once again, remember, 37 laps on the stint. He'll be in at the end of this lap if all holds true. And there is that Simufar machine directly behind. Pace is picked up from Selva in these closing laps as the amount of fuel that needs to be saved, not as much, of course, lighter car helping him out as well, should end up dropping back directly into a bit of a battle. So that's going to be interesting. Do they decide to slightly short fill him here, JP, to avoid being just between WSR Esports Buttkicker and Door Esports, who are right now 8th and 9th positions?
I think for Sebo, and they tried things. They've tried the strat. They tried different plays. It was looking great early. Now, though, this is what I was talking about. I mentioned with Ferrari, it works great. With some of the others, they've had the struggle of maintaining what Ferrari puts on the racetrack for them as their gold standard car or driver. Look at the interval alone. They're losing time. Every time they try and get back to the gas. That's how the big difference is on how comfortable Ferrari was in the apex off compared to Selva right now is apex off.
Our lap times as well are starting to get down to around their fastest lap threshold, so might end up seeing new fastest laps being punched in. End of lap 37, as expected. Seybold Esports number 91, the BMW piloted right now by Patrick Selva, has made its way into pit lane. It's going to be passed by BS Plus Competition as well, who will take over the mantle as the best of the BMWs and regain that spot on the podium. But 31 and a bit minutes still left to go until the top of the hour. It's a very, very impressive showing so far from Seybold. The fuel saving only going to get more difficult from this point forward, though. For Altus Esports fans, they will take some solace as well in the fact that Dino Lombardi was flying in the first stint. He built up what was an almost 60-second advantage before they had brought those cars down to pit lane. We're keeping an eye on him on the timing screen. Team Hoisingveld have come out of pit lane. Unfortunately, they still find themselves in front of Impulse Racing. We thought we might have a fight on the run to the 6 hour mark, but unfortunately no, JP. Hoisingveld playing this to perfection.
I think Marcel Tai, if anything's now finally gotten used to the car in the field, because it was looking like a struggle bus earlier on. The times actually flipped the opposite way now to where he's a second quicker. I almost wonder, based on what they did in that pit cycle or whatnot, what had a more bigger play in it, if anything else now. Especially since Ty has just found the gear again, or at least maybe the gear that was left on the ground of the last driver, put it in the car and said, let's use the extra gear again.
See the lap times, how they battle on off, but I don't think it was a full service for the Hoisingveld car, so it's not loaded up on fuel. Sister GT3 machine up the inside as Jan Sentikowski back in that car is 1 lap down and riding in 13th position, while TCR leads GT3 in a bit more of a tough fight through the course of the rest of your day. Once again, we're in that awkward situation where there's no cars really within a second of one another. The closest battle is for fourth in touring cars, Entropic PFBR and W2 ePro GP still relatively close to one another. But we do officially have our first of the track limit penalties. Now remember, the limit the same as the 6-hour races. We're not even 6 hours in, and JP, Obsidian Racing, find themselves with a 25-second time penalty.
Well, that's a magical time to say the very least for them. Now, they've had a bit of a rough one, as you can tell with them on the 12th of the pylon. But to have that to add on top of it is going to be extremely frustrating for the entire team as a whole, to where you're going to lose tons of time, you're going to lose the strategy gate. It's going to cost them long term to the point where it's going to take the whole race just to recover 25 seconds now.
Are already, unfortunately, down in 12th, but it's been that sort of a day, it would seem. Where is everyone else on the threshold? It's going to be increasingly uncomfortable for some. Remember, we have, 46 still running cars, and I am counting a total of 24 teams that have been given a warning, and Obsidian Racing actually were the 8th team to have gotten warned, so there are 7 other teams before them that got 25 incident points before Obsidian Racing were able to reach that threshold. There's a couple of places around here in particular where it's possible to be bad with track limits, but these drivers are getting their reps in, that is for sure. At some point you'd expect that they're able to hit their marks, especially without that chicane. In many ways, JP, that chicane was terrible for racing. It was terrible for track limits because it was really difficult sometimes to try and time the turn in for both parts of the left and then the right. It caused sometimes chaos for drivers trying to make their way down to pit lane. Basically, there was no redeeming thing that I can think about the chicane, unless you can sway me otherwise.
Well, if you're talking about the chicane I'm thinking about, absolutely. It was safety. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's the reason. I think that was the main reason.
But we can apparently not use it now in the real world, so clearly it was just laziness, not safety really, because they could have made the track safer. They just didn't want to.
Yeah, it's kind of intriguing to me where I think a lot of it, the argument from back in the day was faster speeds means more dangerous car. But the technology's caught up to the speed in most cars to make it safer to run faster speeds and still have a safe car. So I think that's kind of made the point mute of taking away some of those sections, well, in the areas you can at least, to where you don't need that to exist as much anymore because, well, the reason for it has been brought up to the standard needed to run the speeds to have the same safety, especially in the series that it was mainly designed for.
We see often these changes in tracks. There's been some popular changes, some unpopular changes. It's definitely a popular change, that is for sure. I'm keeping an eye on the sheet now. I'm expecting another track limit penalty, though, coming in very, very shortly. Just hoping it's not towards the front from one of our contenders that's been running relatively well. That would be a bit of a shame. A couple more drivers down on pit lane. X-Racer and Yoni Hagner behind Steen Ledger as we watch them right now on track. 07 Racing, their Mercedes GT4 car is down on pit lane. Look how much damage there is to the front of Steen Ledger's car. Crazy thing, at one point, they had no front end. Still holding on to a relatively decent finish, and the lap times, maybe more impressively, not always that impacted.
Yeah, Steen's got the good recovery for his team down here, but he still has a lot of cars looking to go. The X-Racer machine looking to channel a little bit of Speed Racer from the Number X machine to try and power some things down. There was a Racer X car in the Speed Racer universe, was there not? Correct me if I'm wrong?
Yes.
There should be.
X-Racer is a really fascinating crew, though, that we've seen increasingly branch out of where we first saw them start on iRacing, which was in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. I'm be honest in saying, not quite sure what they are, except that they're usually quite quick. They have a bunch of fins occasionally that show out for them, and always keep an eye for their very, very distinctive livery, whether it's on a Mercedes. We've seen them run GT3 cars in the past as well, BMWs in particular. So always keeping an eye out for what they're going to do, as they have to watch up the inside as Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. The blue highlights on Marvin Strel, who runs in 4th position. I mean, look how patient he's got to be here. This is what multi-class racing with 3 different classes is really all about. Finally gets up the inside. That's probably cost him, what, at least a second and a half just through the opening couple of corners.
Yeah, that's a little frustrating. You choose the outside, there's a touring car there. But it's part of the luck of the draw, you can argue. Just you have to pick a line. You can't really change the lanes middle of the corner. But still, it's going to cost them time, but not the race. That's the big thing. It's not going to cost long-term time. If you have a good car, you can gain the time back.
It's just about not letting these get to your head necessarily. I saw on that last lap that for Ricardo Rico, he did a 142.561 compared to a 142.641 for Simify Esports. 143.3 for BS Plus competition. So again, just getting caught up in some of the traffic. Probably Drago and Simify have already ended up pitting over the course of the handful of laps that they've already run previously. Check back in with your race leader and the battle that's going on in terms of lap times back and forth. It's 4/10 slower this time by for Tristan Iglesias. 23 minutes until the top of the hour. Drago Racing looking very, very comfortable. Same thing can be said, I think, for Scherer Esports in the 992 category. But right around when we thought, JP pit stops for GT4 leaders, SimRC into the box.
And this is going to potentially decide how things play out the rest of the way for GT4 here. They try to go on the normal strat, I think. Now, where do they cycle? That 401's in front of the very least for the time being as they try and see how long they're in the box. They're going full service, it looks like.
It's a lengthy service as well. Remember, 58.5 seconds to load the Aston Martin up with all 100 odd liters of fuel that you pack into that car, I think. And now just waiting, waiting, and waiting. Off and away without too much fanfare. It's a 58.3 second stop right around on keel and on sync with the rest of his class. It's dropped back behind Seybold Esports, who will have to come down pit lane. But there you can see the traffic that Gunez will feed out into. Vulcan Sim Racing's GT3 car will slide on through. Can't afford to go beyond that white line until you've passed that blue cone, and it's a tidy pit exit, and now just slowly back up to speed for the 476. We'll look at some fighting once again, because it's not often that we've got to see it. And it's between 2 Mercedes, Justin, Door Esports, WSR Esports, butt kicker, 8th and 9th positions.
Yeah, everyone getting themselves grouped together in this grouping. But Door has really made themselves acquainted with some doors today, but WSR Esports butt kicker, with what we've seen from them all year, have the pace at times to open doors and drive through said door. Now, puns aside here, it's been to where, in terms of the pacing side of things, we've seen doors almost seem to slip further and further back towards the 16 car to open up this opportunity for this battle before the halfway mark.
Yeah, and 2 Mercedes, you'd assume that it'd be pretty much equal in terms of pace. Not expecting there to be too much differences in the amount of downforce they're running either. Probably both needing to compromise in similar ways to extract speed through the slippery corners, but also be fast in a straight line when you don't want that drag weighing you down. There was a bit of an issue through the final corner. Not quite sure what happened, but so the Impulse Racing machine was marked as stationary for quite a while. That's Olympus 992 behind and bang into the wall. Now that's a very, very uncomfortable place to be spun around. Why did it take a full 30 odd seconds for that car to rejoin the track?
Yeah. Well, first of all, why are they going the long way to the sand trap? You know what I think they waited for? Just a gap.
This is good.
Because yeah, just wait patient. You're at the edge of the runoff area. Any mistake from anyone, they shear your front nose off and they crash hard with you, and you get the fault for being there. There's the gap. There's the relative box to help you with it. You have to wait. But, yeah, just got to tap from behind.
And when it comes to the rejoin as well, something David was mentioning, the relative box only shows you a handful of cars. The spotter in your ear may be able to give you a lot more insight and a lot more useful. A little bit of contact, big consequences, and I'm sure Race Control is going to appreciate that in what has been a quietish day for them. We're up to how many incidents so far in about 6 or so hours of racing? Race Control reviewing the 40th incident of the day, 6 of them, 7 technically, all before the green flag for the race actually dropped.
I will put on an exclamation point to that point, though, too, you just made. If your box says less than 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds, you know for certain you're about to come out in front of a car on a rejoin, if not close to. If it says 15, 16, 17, 20, 50 seconds, you have a lot more space from the rejoin for an incident previous. It's, if you don't have the spotter help, it's, you have to know the numbers. You have to be able to judge the numbers, because the numbers on the screen on your relative box are relative to if you're at full race pace and not if you're a parked race car.
20 minutes or so left to go until the first allotment of points are ready to be handed out. It does seem as though, for the most part, though, it's quite set and sedate as they continue to run their way around. Maybe you get the chance in that back half to talk to a couple more of the drivers. You got the chance to talk to Joshua Meyer in that Miniti 978 car, excuse me, racing in the Porsche 992 category. But I'm sure plenty of the other drivers probably in a similar sort of situation of just waiting around nervously in some cases to jump back into that car. Your race leaders onto the 197th lap of the race, an estimated around 420 or so, all as our conditions just continue to cool on off on the surface of the track, and we get closer and closer to what will be some nighttime running. 6 hours left to go. What's the virtual standard time? If you're wondering, right side of your screen, 4 p.m. This race, Justin, going to end at around 10. I know we're racing in the summer. It's the early stages of May here, effectively, but even if the sun sets by 8 p.m., that's a good 2 or so hours of solid darkness.
And I'm curious about the lights, because I had the legit question, does this track have lights? Because there was a track that we had go to dusk, near to full darkness for final practice a couple days ago in RaceSpot. Answer is not really in portions of this racetrack. The front straightaway, yeah, you have to rely more so on the marks in terms of that for the in-sim time and for the in-sim marks from that point forward here. Once you get to that part of the race, you have to know the marks. It's less reliability on the sunshine to be able to see. If you don't have the ability to see your marks, you better put in the practice time, let's put it that way.
So watching, of course, Door Esports and the World Sim Racing teams battle for an 8th and 9th position, just working through traffic, of course, in and amongst themselves. Bit of a jump on the anti-cut curve on the inside as they rise up. Seen plenty of moments of drama through this corner so far today. Fortunately, not too much between these two as they head off through the Wave Italy Honda Civic Type R. It's a brief, momentary look to the inside from Lucas Prada. Dennis Wanner had the move covered, though, and very much closed the door off as they got onto the brakes and then got on through the left. It's a lot more of a less heavy braking zone than the old layout that sometimes we would run with the tighter chicane at the end, and also the heavier hairpin that would be used, but does still present a passing opportunity if you take advantage. Now, though, with no toe down into the opening corner, is Door Esports vulnerable? Can Lucas Prada pop out of line at the very last possible moment and get on the brakes deep? No, he does not. He decides it's not worth fighting for. Maybe saves a bit of fuel. Look how close they're keeping each other. I'm not sure it's the wisest thing, if you're able to stay this close through the corners, to continue to wait behind.
Gotta think fuel save comes to mind when you're this close and boxed in. It's pretty clear, though, with the couple of the showing of the noses already, the WSR machine wants to make the pounce, wants to make the cut. But the problem is, it's not enough of a speed differential to be able to make a full overlap in most parts of this track. They need the Door Esports machine to make their own mistake here, and they haven't slipped up yet, although they've been a couple times close in that machine in front.
We ride on top. Hear the underside of the car crash into the curb as they mount it. These machines all very, very specific in the ways and places around the track that they can use the curb. Watch here, for example. Even though these curves are a little bit more flat, they're only sort of mounting the very inside of it, getting a bit more of rotation, but then go all the way out on the outside to open up the corner. We've seen some drivers then be too aggressive in cutting in through the penultimate corner, turning in early, slight dab of the brakes, bleed off some speed, and then back on power. A long run into turn number 1. There's once again a bit of draft in front that's going to help Jonas Wanner pop out of line and hold on to the spot for the time being. But still, this battle keeping each other close and honest. The closest fight that we have on a track right now, W2 ePro GP and the RD SimSport crew, they're 1.5 seconds apart from one another, but fighting very much at a bit of a premium right now to find around the track. It's hard to find those opportunities. I wonder if after the 6-hour mark, teams, drivers will feel a little bit relieved, JP. There will be points paid out, and they can start pushing once again for the second half of the race.
There's still 6 hours to go for the second half of the race, though, so I think it's not going to be relief. It's checkbox done. Let's get second half of race done now. Quite simple as that. Get the race focused towards the full 12. Do 6, then get the rest of the 6 hours done. I know that's counterintuitive, but at the same time, that's kind of the method, right? There's no way to take a quick sigh of relief so you can push again. If anything, you still have to plan it like a 12-hour race. You're just at the, okay, it's halfway there. Let's finish out strong.
On board, over the left shoulder or so. It's an interesting camera perspective in this Honda Civic Type R. Now, this has got that racing dash in front of the driver. One thing that, JP, I was not quite aware of, but now that I am never going to forget about, is the fact that if you look at the McLaren GT4 car. Here, I need to break out my yellow pen tool. Give me a second. Windows, where is it? There it is. So it's not the best camera angle to show it, maybe. But there's this is the main dash, right? That's the racing dash. There is then a regular dash behind it. Here, I'm gonna break out a blue pen that you'd see on the regular road car. iRacing actually is still animating all of that, so if you found a way to magically hide this, you've got not one, but 2 dashes to tell what RPM you have.
I honestly seen that on social media through Reddit when it first came out too, because people are confused. Why do I see a random animation behind my actual dash? And realized there's another dash. Yeah, right there. You see that little edge of it right there. I almost wonder the thought process of why there's 2 dashboards, or what the fuel one is fully, in terms of, depending on the series, if you take it on and off, I should rather say, in terms of the car. But it is a high level of detail that a lot of other places might not touch upon.
Again, the dash in front's the racing dash, the one that, you know, the teams get installed for them when the cars are manufactured, with a little bit more insight. I think the one behind is just the regular dash that's not being hidden and covered up, which I guess in most racing cars you would totally yoink out the interior because weight is so important. I guess the only thing I can think of is GT4, you know, meant to be a slightly cheaper cost of car. It's cheaper to not pull it all out and to just install on top of maybe. That's about as far as my logic will go, and probably for the best, because there's only 10 more minutes that my logic has to function before we'll hand it on over to Ewan O'Leary and to Lorenzo Bonder. Just a reminder as well, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, the stream is going to get interrupted at the 6-hour mark. The Twitch feed will restart automatically. If you're watching on YouTube, we will try and have it so that you get bumped on over to part 2 automatically. But if YouTube does not do that, you will have to get up, maybe grab your TV remote and manually flip on over to part 2. Race control, by the way, a couple of things have come in terms of penalties. And these are penalties that JP aren't going to actually have to be served until after the halfway point of the race. So these are not going to end up being factored in. And that's a very important thing, because you watch Zenith on track right now. They sit second. Well, another penalty has just come on through. 5 seconds for them for a bit of contact.
Now that's a little bit unfortunate. Going to cost them in terms of the battles we've seen them fighting hard in. 4th, second for GT4 all race. Now, maybe we'll see how things are settled in here. In the long term for the second half, obviously you don't serve that before the half. But I will say one more thing. I've been trying to look into that secondary dash. Apparently the supercar version rotates. Did you know? That customer dash you were saying? Apparently it's a rotated dash from 2017 in some of the cars that used to be able to flip that dash and show a strip of it instead.
Interesting. I find these cockpits quite curious, how they're all packaged and really designed to get the most information to the drivers. That's definitely something that you look at some of the prototypes, for example. I know we don't have any of them racing here, but you look at the interior, they are so tightly just packaged. They feel just so claustrophobic, and they have to do it in such a way that they have all the electronics routed and whatnot, and it does not make for a comfortable experience. I guess driver changes as well, a little bit easier in a GT3, GT4 car compared to the prototypes, although I'll tell you from personal experience, getting into one of these Porsche Cup cars that we're watching right now, definitely not an easy thing. 50 laps into their stint and 8 minutes before the top of the hour. Damien Owen Harris brings the Wave Italy racing car in, and will this see them drop from 3rd? Entropic PFBR could find themselves cycling forward and gaining 2 points in the championship.
It's going to help them in a tight battle, right? So this is to where it's a lot of that conversation for halfway. Already race control confirmed to teams. There was some questions on that. The rule book already states this. Full points first half, full points for the second half. So it's basically the 2 6 hours combined together. And right now this really helps teams like the 121, where they seem in solid position to start off the second half of the race, get rewarded for it for their first half efforts.
It's always uncomfortable hearing that noise as they grind over that sausage curb, but out through the final corner. They've got the MA70 machine behind, but that is laps down, let's not forget. Finally, Gonzalo Fabi's rolling off and away for Wave Italy. Now they're relatively close to the front of the pit lane. Won't be enough for them, though, I think, to hold on. Already off and away go Entropic by the Pikes from Beach Racing crew. And Martin Siratek will indeed grab what is 3rd. Now Gonzalo Fabi has got directly behind him both RD Simsport and W2E Pro, so he better get turned on pretty quickly, turn himself and the tires up into their operating window, and that's a look at the points. RD Simsport going to try and close and grab 2 more points in their own little fight. Look how much more speed they have on the run into the braking zone.
Yeah, a lot of tempo for the RD machine. We've seen them really find a gear here. Wave Italy blocking hard and aggressively for the halfway marks.
Remember, these cars laden up with fuel can be very, very heavy. There's some contact. Williams Esports Academy, not the best decision maybe from Parker White. He's forced a long way around. Drago racing in the grass. Your race leaders avoiding action. All of this has kicked off some chaos with 6 minutes left to go. And they'll be 3 wide potentially on the run up to this long right-hander. The Falcon Sim Racing Mercedes squeaks its way on forward. And now watch Wave Italy try and park itself on the apex one more time into the hairpin.
Pretty clear, full defense is their name of the game here with the heavy fuel. 3 wide on the set.
Oh, W2 sent it. RD Simsport made it work. Gonzalo Fabi's going to lose 2 for the price of 1. It's great to watch, but you can really see visually tires and weight, just how important they are over the balance of this car.
And Wave Italy has been up and down on the board all throughout the race today. Those two pretty much said, no, we want to battle ourselves. Please go by. Oh, and my goodness, that car's nearly spinning. It's just about in the sand.
Oh, good car control. And again, a loose touring car, a fast touring car. That's what you expect to see. The sawing, the hands at work. Not necessarily, though, that dramatic. Poor Wave Italy, if they had been able to shave maybe a second or two off of the pit stop time, maybe taken a bit less fuel, who knows, they could have had a bit more of a gap. 5 minutes then to have held on to their spot and their points at the halfway mark. W2 slightly wide out through turn 1 as the Impulse Porsche Cup car puts a lap on these touring car contenders. We got some madness in the build up to the halfway mark. Oh, I guess we had to ask for it though, Lorenzo. Oh, sorry, not Lorenzo. Oh, Lorenzo is about to start commentating, and he's watching his teammates at W2 Pro, and I can't imagine how scared he is right now.
From my understanding, he blew a tire, so there's that. I know he's trying to focus off that. Apologies to Lorenzo for bringing the focus back to that. Now, it's been a crazy time, though, to say the least. His team's done very well to be able to get it back in the top 5. They are absolutely cheering up on the stand, I think Lorenzo especially.
Yeah, no, that's why I got distracted. I saw his messages coming through, and I was like, ooh, I'll say the wrong name after being up at 2:30 in the morning. It's 9 o'clock. It's about time for me to go off and relax. JP, it's been an interesting couple of hours. Been dull moments, let's be real. Periods of lull, but right as we're reaching that halfway mark, right as these points are about to be paid out, we got some championships taking some major swings, teams taking some confident steps forward, and 6 more hours of racing still left to go.
And it's going to be an exciting second half of the race for some of these groupings, especially in the mid-pack touring car. We see very tightly to get compressed together. A lot of the classes have big separations still, but the championship conversations and the strategies to set them are going to be the major focus point here for that second half of the race.
Remember,
that's going to be a major talking point.
And just remember as well, when it comes to the halfway points that we keep talking about, the way that is going to be classified, I'm just trying to make sure that I read this correctly, is the first time each car crosses the timing line after the overall race leader crosses the timing line, the first time after half the race time has elapsed. There's a lot of afters and stuff in there, but basically the clock has to have crossed over 6 hours to go, and then the next time that leader crosses the line, that is when the points start to be classified out. So here comes Drago racing into the final sector. Lap times at around 1:42 or so. It's going to be close as to whether this ends up being the final lap before the points paid out.
Yeah, that's a lot of conditions to that. It's going to need an explanation, but quite simply, Rico, I think, is going to be that pace trend setter this long term for the rest of the way for him and his team. Looks like a 1:39 to go on the board.
And so that should mean that the next lap, this lap is the final lap, but I have absolutely no confidence in saying that right now. And just a reminder as well, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, it doesn't matter. RaceSpotTV's YouTube channel, VCO Esports' Twitch. In a couple of moments' time, the feed is going to cut out. It will start back up on Twitch automatically. If you're watching on YouTube, hopefully it kicks you over. You may need to prompt it to do so. Oh, it's David Bosger, that Simufy car. Oh, that's now blocking pit entry. That's not safe.
Oh, that's a disastrous time. In fact, right now for them, just a rough spot to have a spin. How does that happen with a minute to go on the clock? That team is not going to be happy.
So they surely were scheduled to come into pit lane as well. I mean, it doesn't make sense otherwise. I'm a little bit speechless, a little bit lost for words. Here's the look at the replay. And oh, it's just so late on the commitment. I don't think they were getting it slowed down in time. And look how hard the contact is as well.
Oh, that's a dangerous entry to pit road after the contact too. You're right, try to take as much speed, miss the arc they needed to get by at least 5 feet, and then to turn it around on the racing surface and edge of the grass backwards, that's dangerous.
Oh, I mean, to be fair to them, I don't think they really had a better choice. The options were at that stage, sit there and wait to maybe be hit or try and avoid and try and make it around. Nicholas Hyde has had to bring his car in just shy of the halfway mark, but it is 6 hours complete, and officially Drago Racing should have locked up 20 valuable championship points. You're watching RaceSpotTV, coverage of the 12 hours of Barcelona, the final round of the 2023-2024 Esports Championship. Don't go anywhere. The action will continue in a few moments' time.